Chapter 2. The Realm of Spirits. I have mentioned already that the strange and ambiguous history of spiritualism began on March 31, 1848, when Mrs. Fox asked neighbors to come and witness the rapping noises that resounded through her house when her daughters, aged 12 and 15, were present. From then on, spiritualism spread like a flood over the world. It seems as if the spirits who had remained more or less mute for centuries had suddenly decided that it was time for the human race to take an important step forward. Tales of ghosts are obviously as old as the human race itself, but this was different in that the ghosts suddenly seemed anxious to communicate. Or was it simply that human beings began to try to communicate with the dead? It is certain that effort and desire are important. In 1822 a 30-year-old Scots minister named Edward Irving began to preach in the Caledonian Church in Hatton Garden, London, filling his sermons with thrilling imagery about the second coming of Christ and producing violent transports of religious emotion among his hearers. In 1830, he instituted a series of services in which prayer was offered up for some miracle to attest the imminence of the second coming, and after 18 months, members of his congregation suddenly began to speak with tongues, in languages other than their own, and to show powers of healing. His colleague Robert Baxter sometimes spoke sentences in French, Latin, Spanish, and Italian, none of them languages with which he was familiar, as well as in languages that he could not identify. But it was not long before the spirits began to manifest that curious ambiguity that seems to be universally characteristic of spiritualism. That is to say, while the manifestations are often plainly genuine in the sense that they have not been deliberately engineered, they always seem to fall short of being finally convincing. They provide phenomena for those who want to believe, and raise doubts for those who want to doubt. The voices told Baxter, and Irving's congregation, that he would go to the Chancellor's Court and there be inspired to testify, and that for his testimony he would be cast into prison. He went to the court and stood there for 3 hours, but the spirit failed to descend, so he went home disgruntled. On another occasion the voices informed him that he had been chosen to be a new Isaiah and that at the end of 40 days miraculous powers would descend upon him, and that he must then separate from his wife and family. But at the end of 40 days, nothing happened. The voices periodically announced important new doctrines for the salvation of the Irvingites, and then contradicted themselves later. It is not surprising that Irving and Baxter finally decided that they had become the sport of evil spirits. The scandals created by these extraordinary events finally led to Irving being dismissed. Only 2 years after the voices had begun, he died less than a year later in Scotland of tuberculosis. Dostoevsky once said that God had denied man certainty because it would remove his freedom. There would be no virtue making the right choice if you knew for certain that it was the right one. Anyone who reads a history of spiritualism may well feel that the spirits have adopted the same principle, that too much evidence of another world would condition mankind to a lazy mode of thought and behavior. The philosopher C.D. Broad remarked to me in an interview on this subject, "If these facts of psychical research are true, then clearly they are of immense importance, they literally alter everything. And the alteration would not necessarily be for the better. In fact, it would certainly be for the worse, if we take into account the basic peculiarity of human nature, the need for uncertainty and crisis to keep us on our toes. One day it may be that we shall learn to keep the wool alert as automatically as we now breathe, and if that happens, we shall be supermen living on a continual level of peak experience. But until we achieve this new degree of self-determination, life had better remain as bewildering and paradoxical as possible. This condition is certainly satisfied by the history of spiritualism. The Fox family, mother, father, son, and 3 daughters, all produced rapping sounds, which Madame Blavatsky said were the easiest phenomena to get. Within a very short time, dozens of people in New York State discovered that they also had mediumistic powers and could produce tappings. A relative of the Fox family later denounced them, asserting that Margaretta Fox had explained to her how she made the rapping sounds by cracking her joints. There may be an element of truth in this, but how does it account for raps coming from other parts of the room? The journalist Horace Greeley observed the Fox family for several weeks, and pointed out that every precaution was taken to avoid trickery, they were taken unexpectedly to strange houses and asked to produce their wrappings. They were stripped and searched by committees of ladies. Their rooms were searched repeatedly. When they appeared in Buffalo, New York, two brothers named Davenport, IRA, and William, decided to try it. Their results were even more spectacular than the Fox family's. When they went into a trance, musical instruments were taken up by invisible hands and played. In Ohio, a farmer named Jonathan Coons became interested in spiritualism, only 4 years after the Fox sisters had started the craze. He put himself into a trance in the dark, and spirits began to speak through him. One of them informed him that all his 8 children were gifted mediums, and ordered him to build a special seance room next to his house. Coons accordingly built a log room, 16 feet by 12, next to his farmhouse, and placed in it assorted musical instruments, bells suspended from the ceiling, plates of copper cut into the shapes of birds, and various tables and chairs. Neighbors were often invited to the seances, which began by putting out the lights, after which, Mr. Coons played hymns on his fiddle. Soon the musical instruments would be taken up, and a noisy concert would commence. The skeptical explanation is that the Coons family played the instruments in the dark, but the music was just as noisy when there were only 2 of them present. Paper covered with phosphorus would float around the room over the heads of the audience, and the tambourine would fly around, producing a powerful breeze. Hands were sometimes seen holding the paper, but no arms. The spirits identified themselves as 165 pre-Adamite men, and one of their descendants, John King, explained that he was actually the pirate Sir Henry Morgan. John King manifested himself to many mediums besides the Coons, and his daughter Katie also became something of a favorite in American spiritualist circles. By 1860 the Foxes were producing veiled, ghostly figures, and a Dr. Livermore held conversations with the visible spirit of his dead wife that left him totally convinced. The 2 Eddy brothers, at whose house Colonel Alcott met Madame Blavatsky, also produced materialization. The brothers would be tied to chairs in a cabinet, whose curtains were drawn. After a while, spirits would appear and sometimes walk around the room. When the lights were finally switched on, the brothers were found in their former positions, with the seals intact. But opportunities for fraud were obviously considerable. The Davenport brothers always declined to state whether they were genuine mediums, or whether their performances, which often took place in theaters, were simply magical performances like those of Houdini or the Masklin brothers. When a member of the audience at Liverpool used a special tomfool's knot to tie them, so that they were unable to free themselves, no manifestations took place, and the audience mobbed them. In 1874 2 mediums named Showers, a mother and daughter, gave a séance at the house of a believer named Sergeant Cox. When a tall spirit appeared in the aperture of the curtains, Sergeant Cox's daughter tried to open them further, and the spirit resisted. The spirit's headdress fell off and revealed the head of Miss Showers, while the audience was able to see clearly that the couch, on which the medium was supposed to be stretched, was empty. Sergeant Cox chose to take the charitable view that the medium had been impersonating a spirit in her trance-like state. A young medium named Florence Cook often materialized Katie King. One of the great scandals of the early spiritualist movement occurred on December 9, 1873, when a séance was being held at her house. A Mr. Volkman, feeling resentful that he had only been admitted to the séance after pleading with the medium for 9 months and presenting her with jewelry, decided to make a grab for the spirit that floated around the room. It seemed quite solid, and struggled. Indignant spiritualists forced Volkman to release the spirit. The lights went out completely, and when they came on again, there was no spirit present. Mrs. Cook was found tied up in the cabinet, the seals intact. Presumably, then, the spirit was not Mrs. Cook herself. It could, perhaps, have been an accomplice, like Eliza White, who confessed to being the spirit of Katie King manifested through Nelson and Jenny Holmes. But no matter how much deliberate fraud took place, there can be no doubt that many of the manifestations were genuine. Dr. Franz Hartmann, a famous occult student in the last years of the 19th century, describes a séance held by Mrs. N.D. Miller of Denver when 30 or 40 shapes materialized from the cabinet, men, women and children, and walked around the room. Some of them were local people who had died, and were clearly recognized by people present. It is a pity that so many mediums have resorted to fraud, but not, after all, surprising. Mediumship seems to be like poetic inspiration. It depends on the energy of the medium and on her state of mind. No poet could produce good poetry on demand. It would take an extremely high level of moral conviction for a medium to reject every opportunity to convince her sitters, especially if she knows that they want to be convinced. And mediums do not necessarily possess this sterling quality. On the contrary, unusual powers of receptivity often seem to be accompanied by weakness of character. This can be seen clearly in the case of Daniel Dunglas Home, pronounced Hume, perhaps the most remarkable and convincing medium who has so far appeared. He was born in the village of Curry, near Edinburgh, Scotland, on March 20, 1833. His mother was a Highlander who came of a long line of seers. She always foretold the deaths of friends and relations. Daniel began to have visions at the age of 4. Seeing things that were happening in other places. Nothing much seems to be known about his father, and from Holmes' reference to Curry as the place where my adored mother suffered so greatly, we may infer that he was illegitimate. He was brought up by his aunt. He states that his father was a natural son of the Earl of Home, so it seems possible that his mother was seduced by an aristocratic rake, then deserted. This would also explain why, at the age of 9, Daniel traveled to America with his mother's sister, a Mrs. Cook, and her husband. His mother also moved there at some point, together with a husband and 7 children. It is not clear why Home lived with his aunt rather than his own family. He was a delicate child, subject to fainting spells. He suffered from tuberculosis from an early age. He was definitely artistic, playing the piano well and singing in a clear soprano voice. His memory was excellent, and he could recite whole poems and sermons. When he was 13 he had a vision of a friend named Edwin, who appeared to be standing at the foot of his bed. Edwin made 3 circles in the air, which Home believed to mean that Edwin had died 3 days earlier. When this later proved to be correct, the Cooks were impressed, but not entirely happy. 4 years later, after the death of his mother, they became definitely unhappy when tables began sliding around the room of their own accord and raps sounded from all parts of the room at breakfast. Mrs. Cook accused her nephew of bringing the devil to her house, and threw a chair at him. The Baptist minister asked Daniel to kneel beside him and pray, and the knocks accompanied their prayers like a music teacher beating time. After more violent movements of the furniture, his aunt requested him to find another home. He could hardly have chosen a better moment to go into the world. His own original rappings occurred in 1846, 2 years before the Fox sisters started the fashion, so when he left home in 1851 the world was full of people who were eager to offer him shelter and test his powers. These soon proved to be staggering. A committee from Harvard, including the poet William Cullen Bryant, testified that the table they had been sitting around, in broad daylight, had not only moved enough to push them backwards, but had actually floated several inches off the ground. The floor vibrated as if cannons were being fired, and the table rose up on 2 legs like a horse rearing. Meanwhile, Home kept urging those present to hold tightly onto his arms and legs. There could be no doubt whatever that this was genuine. What is finally convincing about Home is the sheer volume of the evidence. He continued to perform feats like this for the remainder of his life, and hundreds of witnesses, perhaps thousands, vouched for the phenomena. Holmes' powers were so strong that he never asked for the lights to be lowered. He would allow himself to be tied if necessary, but often as not, he sat in full view of everyone, in a chair apart from the main table so there could be no doubt that he could not make the table tilt or float. He never bothered about atmosphere. The circle was told to chatter away about anything they liked. The manifestations began with a vibration of the table which might extend to the whole room. If his powers were strong, anything might then happen. Bells would be rung, tambourines shaken, hands appear out of the air to wave handkerchiefs. Huge articles of furniture moved as if they were weightless. Grand pianos would float across the room, and chairs jump on top of them. Music played, water splashed, birds sang, ducks squawked, spirit voices spoke. The spirits usually ended the display by saying, "Good night. God bless you." A visiting clergyman, S.B. Britton, was shocked and startled when Home went suddenly into a trance and began to utter wild and broken sentences in a woman's voice. Before going into the trance, Home had identified the visitor as Hannah Britton. Britton was certain that no one knew of her existence. She had been a religious maniac who died insane, pursued by visions of eternal punishment. Home's manifestations can only be described as spectacular, as if the spirits were determined to convert the world by sheer weight of evidence. On one occasion, as a heavy table shook and vibrated, the crashing sound of waves filled the room, together with the creaking of a ship's timbers. The spirit spelled out its name with the use of an alphabet, and was immediately recognized by someone present as a friend who had drowned in a gale in the Gulf of Mexico. The laws of nature were suspended by the spirits. When a table tilted, the objects on it seemed to be glued to its surface. A burning candle not only continued to burn, but the flame burnt at an angle, as if still upright. There were always plenty of people to test Home, for he had great charm, and impressed people with his culture and sensitivity. From the beginning his success was enormous. The highest in society took him up, and rich families offered to adopt him. He was naive, adaptable and talkative. He enjoyed playing with the children because he obviously identified more closely with them than with the adults. People who did not like him called him weak, boastful, vulgar, and unreliable, and he was certainly all these things. His photographs reveal his character: the pale face that bears a distinct resemblance to Poe, the arty hairdo, the expensive and vulgar dressing gowns, the mournful or soulful expression. In fairness to Home, it should also be said that as he grew older, his character became stronger, he became more self-sufficient. But he was always gentle, rather effeminate, although not, apparently, homosexual, easily pleased or upset, and highly dependent on other people. There was nothing of the lone outsider about him. He was a snob. He liked to wear expensive jewelry and to stay in rich houses. At the same time, he was completely uncommercial. He wanted to be accepted as an equal by the aristocrats and celebrities among whom he moved, so he became mortally offended if anyone tried to offer him money. As to the manifestations themselves, he insisted that he knew no more about them than any of his audience. There was no secret. Things simply happened when he was in the room. All he had to do was to relax and put himself into the mood. While still in America, he also began to give exhibitions of his most convincing manifestation, levitation. On August 8, 1852, sitting in a circle and holding the hands of his neighbors, Home floated up until his head touched the high ceiling. The neighbors had naturally let go. Home said it felt as if someone had put a belt around him under the arms and drawn him up. But on other occasions he seemed unaware of what had happened. One of his hosts pointed out one evening that he was hovering 2 inches above the cushion of the armchair, and Home seemed surprised. As a spirit medium, that is, in communication with the dead, he was neither better nor worse than other mediums. He was often surprisingly accurate, but then, this is one of the normal characteristics of all mediums. The Fox sisters were seldom wrong when it came to giving the precise age of a member of the audience by means of raps. On other occasions, Home's messages were obscure, or so personal that they could not be verified by a third person. In 1855, when he was 22, he decided to visit Europe. Although he had no immediate prospects outside America, some instinct seems to have told him that interesting things awaited him. He was not mistaken. In London he went to stay at Cox's Hotel, in Jermyn Street, and the owner, William Cox, took Home under his wing. London hostesses were soon queuing up to invite him to their homes. There were plenty of skeptics. Lord Lytton, an ardent student of magic and occultism, agreed that Home's powers were astonishing, but believed that the phenomena were somehow due to Home himself rather than to spirits. Sir David Brewster and Lord Brougham, a Voltairean rationalist, saw a bell flying about the room when Holmes was sitting at the table. Brewster agreed that he could not explain how it was done, but he declined to believe that spirits had anything to do with it. The table itself hovered several inches off the floor, and Brewster crawled under it to verify that no one was touching it, but his Scots common sense was revolted at the idea of admitting the existence of spirits. The movement of tables was often so spectacular that people could sit on them, or hang on to the edge as they tilted, suspended in the air. This form of sport became popular at home séances. It is also necessary to record that many so-called rationalists behaved in a thoroughly irrational manner when it came to finding out whether Holmes was genuine or not. Charles Dickens referred to him as that scoundrel Holmes, but declined to attend any of his séances. Browning became almost hysterical if Holmes' name was even mentioned, and once threatened to throw him out of the house. He referred to him as that dung ball. Dingwall's opinion is that Browning had heard gossip that Holmes was a homosexual, and that this struck the sturdily normal and moral Victorian as nauseating. Dickens apparently hinted at Holmes' influence over young men in an article. There is no evidence whatever that Holmes was a practicing homosexual, although his mannerisms certainly struck many as effeminate. Browning himself had been ardently attached to his own mother, to such an extent that his poetic identity was permanently eroded. Browning's biographer, Betty Miller, points out that the Browning household was a matriarchal society. Browning's mother was a Sunday school teacher and a woman of inflexible morality. In his teens, Browning was bowled over by the poetry and personality of Shelley. But it was impossible to model himself upon his idol without alienating his mother. He chose his mother, thus violating his intellectual integrity. This, Mrs. Miller argues, is why he preferred to write dramatic monologues, using other people as a mask, rather than speaking with his own voice. His reaction to homosexuality may have been based on a recognition of it in himself. At all events, Browning continued to be flagrantly unfair to Holmes. Although he knew that most of Holmes' manifestations were genuine, he portrayed him as Mr. Sludge, the fake medium, thereby spreading the impression that Holmes had been exposed. In fact, Holmes is one of the few mediums who were never seriously accused of fraud. He passed all tests triumphantly. Mrs. Browning, on the other hand, was totally convinced of Holmes' powers, and would certainly have cultivated his acquaintance if it had not been for her husband's violent opposition. It seems just conceivable that Browning's dislike was based on ordinary sexual jealousy. He was certainly enraged by an episode that took place at a séance in Ealing, at the home of John Snaith Rymer, when, at Holmes' request, a perfectly visible and detached spirit hand took up a garland of flowers that lay on the table and placed it on the poetess's brow. Beautiful music came from the air. Mrs. Browning spoke to the medium with tenderness mingled with respect, and her husband sat there fuming and damning all spirits. Holmes, with his usual lack of tact, later remarked that Browning had deliberately placed himself in the path of the garland so that it would settle on his brow. Holmes traveled on to Italy, where the English community awaited his coming with intense expectation. In Florence his powers were stimulated by the scenery and adoration. A grand piano rose into the air while the Countess Orsini was playing on it, and remained floating throughout the piece. Tables danced, chandeliers gyrated, spirit hands serenaded the visitors on concertinas or shook hands with the sitters, who observed that they felt warm and human. Nathaniel Hawthorne recorded that all these soberly attested incredibilities were so numerous that he forgot most of them, and was amused that his reaction to real-life ghosts was boredom. They are absolutely proved to be sober facts, yet I cannot force my mind to take any interest in them. Hawthorne expressed with great clarity what most balanced minds feel about ghosts. There certainly were quite genuine apparitions in Florence. In a convent rented by the famous sculptor Hiram Powers, the ghosts of 27 monks disturbed a séance, behaving with a rowdiness reminiscent of poltergeists and tearing Mrs. Powers' skirt. In a haunted bedroom in another villa, Holmes conversed with a ghost that spoke Italian, which had to be translated, which identified itself as a murderer who had been haunting the house for several hundreds of years, and materialized a hand with skinny yellow fingers. While the spirit was present, the room became so icy cold that they had to huddle round the fire. It was apparently impossible to do anything for the rest of the murderer's soul, but he promised to stop disturbing the present tenants. It was in Florence that a few dark clouds appeared on the horizon of his unbroken success. Home had traveled to Florence with the son of Reimer, his Ealing host, but success in lionization swept Home off his feet, and he was kidnapped by a strong-minded society lady of title, an Englishwoman living apart from her husband, according to Conan Doyle in Wanderings of a Spiritualist. For weeks he lived at her villa, though the state of his health would suggest that it was rather as a patient than as a lover. English and American society was scandalized. Doyle said that he saw letters written by Home to Reimer at this time that revealed a certain callousness and lack of gratitude. Elizabeth Barrett Browning remarked in a letter that part of the trouble was that Home gave sign of a vulgar Yankee nature, weak in the wrong ways, and that he succeeded in making himself universally disagreeable. But Home also failed to realize that he was now in the land of popery, and that what was now called a spirit medium had been called a witch only a century earlier and tortured by the Inquisition. It was less than 60 years before that Cagliostro had died in the dungeons of San Leo. The Italian Minister of the Interior took him aside and warned him that he had better keep away from lighted windows at night in case someone tried the effect of a silver bullet on the sorcerer. Not long after this, he was attacked on his way home to the hotel and slightly wounded. Gossip about him exaggerated his weaknesses to the rank of calculated outrages. When he was invited to travel to Naples and Rome with Count Branicchi and his mother, he seized the opportunity to leave the unfriendly city of Michelangelo. And then, the final blow, on February 10, 1856, the spirits told him that he was about to lose his powers for the space of a year, because his recent conduct made him an unworthy vessel. Chastised and humiliated, he accompanied the Branicchis to Naples. But the gods had not deserted him entirely. People still came to see him, even though he made no secret of his loss of power. The brother of the King of Naples presented him with a ruby ring. But a confidential letter from an old friend warned him that he had better not venture to Rome, because the authorities had decided that he was an undesirable. Home reacted in a manner that was consistent with his highly conciliatory nature. He went to Rome, and became a Roman Catholic. He was immediately given an audience by the Pope, who showed himself friendly, and recommended a confessor in Paris, which was the next capital on Home's itinerary. His confessor there, a Father Ravanese, assured Home that he need have no fear of a return visit from the spirits, provided he remained a good son of the Church. But he was, of course, missing the point. Why should Home want to banish his spirits? They were the source of his celebrity and income. Everyone knew the date when his powers were due to return, and on the morning of February 11th, the Emperor sent a Marquis as emissary to find out whether Home's powers had returned. Home assured him they had, on the stroke of midnight. Immediately after the Marquis came Father Ravanese, who was greeted by loud rapping noises from the spirits. He told Home that even if he couldn't prevent the manifestations, he could at least close his mind to them. Home said he would try. But as the priest raised his hand in a parting benediction, the raps started up again with the equivalent of a ghostly raspberry. Home's career now entered a new phase of celebrity. He was summoned to the Tuileries by Napoleon III. He was dismayed to find the room crowded, and explained that a séance was not a theatrical performance and that the spirits would not allow more than 8 people to be present. The Empress Eugenie was not used to being thwarted, and she stalked out. However, Napoleon III decided the request was reasonable. He was a magical amateur himself, and was curious. He asked for the room to be cleared. Then Home gave of his best. The table floated, and the raps proved their supernormal origin by answering a question he put mentally. He sent for the Empress Eugenie. She marched in coldly. But within minutes, a hand gripped hers under the table, and she recognized it by a characteristic defect as her father's hand. Her coldness vanished. Home had made perhaps his most important conquest. At the next séance, the spirits went through most of their repertoire. A child's hand formed in space and held the Empress's hand. A concertina, held at one end by Napoleon, played melodies. Handkerchiefs floated around, bells chimed. the table floated on command. At the next séance, Napoleon Bonaparte himself deigned to appear, at least, his hand did, and signed his name. The Empress was allowed to kiss the spirit hand, which then vanished. Home was the social discovery of the season. Aristocrats queued up to call on him and take him out for drives. His relationship with the emperor and his wife became considerably more intimate than that of Rasputin with the Russian royal family half a century later. Home dined at the Tuileries as often as he felt inclined. His success must have inspired wild hopes in the breasts of other contemporary magicians, such as Eliphas Levi and the Abbé Poulain, but none of them possessed Holmes' incredible luck. There were plenty of enemies, and Home was constantly aware of their hostility, and of preposterous stories of his own sinister powers. He returned to America for a few months to allow things to cool down, and to collect his sister Christine, whom the Empress had agreed to take under her wing. Back in Paris, he continued to dine with princes and even kings. But the social round was beginning to tell on his powers, and when he gave a séance for the imperial family at Biarritz, all he could do was make a table float in the air and armchairs canter around the room like circus elephants. In January 1858, 1 year after the return of his powers, Home went to give séances for Queen Sophia at The Hague, and after a cold and rainy itinerary around the northern parts of Europe, decided that he would return to Italy to throw off the series of colds and coughs he had picked up. In Rome he was invited to spend an evening with a Russian Count, Gregory Kouchalev-Bizborodka, and was introduced to his beautiful 17-year-old sister-in-law, Alexandrina de Kroll, known as Sasha. The moment Holmes set eyes on her, his second sight operated and he recognized her as his future wife. She also told him jokingly that he would be married before the end of the year, because it was a Russian superstition that any man who sat between two sisters was destined for matrimony. It was a pity that the spirits did not also warn Home that his tuberculosis was catching. This was not recognized in those days. She was dead after 3 years of marriage. But the 3 years were a delightful time for Home. He traveled with Dumas to St. Petersburg, where Sasha's relatives organized a spectacular wedding feast. Dumas was best man, and wrote an account of the Russian trip. Home was kindly received by the Tsar himself, Alexander II, who was to liberate the serfs 3 years later and be assassinated in 1881. After their marriage in August 1858, the Holmes became frequent guests of the Tsar at Tsarskoye Selo. Holmes' wife was an heiress, so his financial troubles were now over, at least, for a long time. A pleasant winter, during which Home became the darling of St. Petersburg society, was followed by an equally pleasant spring and summer, during which Holmes' son was born. He was christened Gregory, and called Grisha. In August the Holmes set out for England, stopping in Paris and Switzerland. In London they established themselves at Cox's Hotel, and London society, which flocked to meet them, agreed that the Yankee was in every way improved by his alliance with the gentle and charming Russian girl. Home attended a lecture on Cagliostro, and was startled when the spirit of the Grand Cop strolled into the lecture hall and sat beside him. Later, when he and Sasha got into bed, Cagliostro put in another appearance, sat down on the bed, and chattered amiably to the young couple. Sasha must have found it all very odd. In 1862 Holmes' luck took a turn for the worse again. Sasha died in July. Although it must have been some consolation for Home to be able to keep in touch with her, her death was a blow. He had been devoted to her. It also meant that his income ceased, for her relatives contested her will, and the legal wrangling was to continue for some years. He wrote an autobiography, Incidents in My Life, to make money, but its royalties could scarcely keep him in the style to which he had become accustomed. He stayed with various friends, then decided to return to Rome. But after a few days there, he was summoned to the police station, informed that he was a sorcerer, an accusation which the spirits helpfully confirmed with loud raps, and told he had to leave Rome within 3 days. He went to Naples, then on to Nice. His supporters hoped to turn his ejection into an international scandal, but his royal patrons seemed bored by the whole affair. Napoleon III was non-committal, and the King of Bavaria, who had shown Home much cordiality, feigned deafness. Londoners proved altogether more interested. There were questions asked in Parliament and articles in newspapers, and Home had the satisfaction of seeing the Protestant press firmly behind him. Another visit to St. Petersburg, where he was again warmly received, did much to soothe his wounded feelings. But the run of bad luck was not yet over. In 1866 he made the acquaintance of a rich widow, Mrs. Jane Lyon. She was an effusive and vulgar old lady of 75, who was immensely impressed by the photographs of royalty that adorned the walls of Holmes' modest lodging. When he told her that the rooms were provided by a society calling itself the Spiritual Athenaeum, of which he was the resident secretary, she gave him a generous check for the society. This surprised him, for he thought she might be a kind-hearted housekeeper, but it never crossed his mind that she could be rich. Soon she talked of adopting him, and presented him with a check for £24,000. Holmes settled annuities on various relatives and bought a cottage for the aunt who had brought him up in America, apparently having forgiven her for throwing him out on the world. He changed his name to Home Lyon, and Mrs. Lyon continued to present him with large checks. She later claimed that Home himself had relayed instructions through her late husband concerning the various sums and items of property she made over to him. The whole Lyon episode seems to illustrate that Home lacked the common sense of self-preservation. He should have asked himself at a very early stage whether he could actually stand being the son of the vulgar old lady with the northern accent. As it was, he had to learn the hard way. Her manners began to distress him. She was either being effusively affectionate, in front of his aristocratic friends, or working herself up into a state of resentment about his coolness towards her. He had a nervous breakdown, and went to get himself cured at Malvern, where his friend Dr. Manby, famous for his part in the Charles Bravo murder case, which still lay in the future, had set up a clinic for hydropathic cures. When he returned to London, he found that Mrs. Lyon had found herself another medium, a woman this time. In June 1867, Mrs. Lyon set out to recover her presents legally. And although Home was in the right, it was inevitable that he should get the worst of it. He was hissed as he entered the courtroom. The public had already decided he was a charlatan who had conned a silly old lady out of £60,000. Holmes' case was that the old lady had tried to seduce him after he became her adopted son. She alleged that he had obtained the money under false pretenses. If Holmes had been anything but a spirit medium, Mrs. Lyon's frequently exposed lies would have won him the case. As it was, the judge remarked in his summing up that if everyone who gave money to a religious body was allowed to change his mind, chaos would result. He ordered Mrs. Lyon to pay her own costs and Holmes. But, because he held spiritualism to be a delusion, he ordered that Holmes should give Mrs. Lyon her money back. It was an appallingly unfair verdict, for it was not the judge's business to decide the case upon his own opinion of spiritualism. It was also a blow for the spiritualist movement, since Holmes never managed to shake off the imputation that he had faked the spirit messages from Mr. Lyon. Worst of all, from Holmes' point of view, it left him financially worse off than ever, since he had spent so much of the money which he now had to repay. He decided to follow Dickens's example and do a reading tour of England. The result was an enormous success. Holmes proved to be a natural actor, and also a natural comedian. His readings of dialect stories had the audience convulsed. In 1870 a young acquaintance of his Malvern days, Lord Audaret, published a book describing his experiences with Holmes, and it is still one of the best portraits of Holmes that exist. Audaret was not a spiritualist, just a normal, healthy young man whose chief interests were hunting, shooting, and fishing. He had no previous interest in spiritualism, and later on, came to look back on it as an adolescent phase. It is this lack of partisanship that makes his account so impressive. With 3 aristocratic cousins, and various other friends who occasionally lent a hand, he observed Holmes' powers closely over several months. In Audaret's rooms, in the presence of Dr. Gully and a Captain Smith, Sasha materialized beside Holmes as he stood illuminated by the dim light from the window. She seemed quite solid. On another occasion, the American actress Ada Menken, recently deceased, appeared in the rooms, and then took over Holmes' body and had a long and friendly conversation with Adaret. It is interesting to observe that there were occasions when Holmes could see her and Adaret could not, and others when Adaret could see her and Holmes could not. Probably this has something to do with the position of the spirit in the room. Other writers on ghosts have recorded that the ghost vanishes if it comes too close, and reappears when it has reached a certain distance from the observer. Adaret and his 3 friends witnessed so many wonders that the sheer quantity overwhelms the imagination. Fireballs wandered over the room and through solid objects. Spirits appeared as dim shapes, and sometimes as walking clouds. Drafts howled through the room when all doors and windows were dosed. Doors opened and closed. Flowers fell from the ceiling. Spirit hands appeared. Furniture moved around as though it was weightless. Holmes himself floated around like a balloon. He floated out of one window head first, it was only open a foot, and returned through another window. He also added 2 more astounding effects to his repertoire. He would elongate, standing against a wall, while one man held his feet, another his waist, and another watched his face. Holmes' height would then increase from 5 feet 10 to 6 feet 6 inches, both heights being marked on the wall. And he began to handle fire. He would cross to the fire grate, and stir the red-hot coal with his fingers, then kneel down and bathe his face in the coals as though they were water. His hair was not even singed. He would carry a burning coal to the circle. It was so hot that no one else could endure it closer than 6 inches, unless Holmes deliberately transferred his immunity to them. Lady Gom took a red-hot coal and felt it to be slightly warm. She put it down on a sheet of paper and it instantly burst into flames. Holmes sometimes declined to allow people to hold the coal, on the grounds that their faith was not strong enough. When Holmes went to stay at Adaret Manor, the home of Adaret's father, Lord Dunraven, he quickly spotted a ghost in the abbey, and strolled over to have a conversation with it, after which he and the ghost, quite visible to his companions, walked back through the moonlight. Then the ghost vanished, and Holmes floated through the air and over a low wall. Adaret's book was privately printed, but caused so much commotion that it was withdrawn. It was reprinted by the Society for Psychical Research in 1924. Adaret remained a friend of Holmes, but lost interest in spiritualism on the grounds that although the phenomena were obviously genuine, they didn't get anywhere or prove anything. In the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, during which Holmes' former patron Napoleon III was made a prisoner, Holmes became a correspondent for the San Francisco Chronicle and covered the war from Prussian headquarters at Versailles. He then paid another visit to Russia, where he met his second wife, Julie de Glomeline. She heard a voice above her head telling her that this was to be her husband, so made no objection when Holmes proposed marriage. Back in London in March 1871, he agreed to be investigated by a brilliant young physicist, William, later Sir William, Crookes. British scientists who heard of the investigation smiled. They had no doubt that Crookes would finally demolish Holmes' reputation. To everyone's astonishment and dismay, Crookes's report, which appeared in the Quarterly Journal of Science in July 1871, was entirely favorable. Crookes admitted that his rational mind told him that the things he had seen were impossible. In spite of that, he had to admit that he was totally convinced by Holmes' amazing repertoire of levitation, fire handling, elongating, causing to float and so on. Scientists were furious at the report. They assumed that Crookes had been deceived or gone mad. Charles Darwin voiced the general feeling when he said that he could not disbelieve in Crookes's statements, or believe in his results. Crookes also reported favorably on Florence Cook, the medium who materialized Katie King. A recent critic has conjectured that she and Crookes were lovers. For a while, it looked as though Crookes had simply ruined his own career as a scientist, but he was slowly taken back into favor, particularly when pressure of work forced him to stop taking an active part in spiritualist affairs. In the following year, 1872, Holmes decided to retire. He had another 14 years to live, and they were pleasant and peaceful years, spent partly in Russia, partly on the Riviera. The lawsuit over his first wife's estate was decided in Holmes' favor. His retirement, like his debut, was perfectly timed. It will be remembered that this was the period when Madame Blavatsky was finding that interest in spiritualism had declined severely. Home had always taken care not to associate himself with the spiritualist movement. He was a loner, naturally, since his success placed him on a different plane from all other mediums, and his comments on other mediums were not calculated to make him popular. Now he became simply a private gentleman who occasionally gave séances for the amusement of his friends or hosts. His powers continued undiminished. The reason, one might speculate, is that he was slowly wasting away with consumption, and he was always at his best when the material side of his nature was suppressed. The publisher Vistelli describes an afternoon spent in a cafe during the Franco-Prussian War. Home was sipping sugared water, and explained that he was fasting because the spirits will not move me unless I do this. To bring them to me, I have to contend with the material part of my nature. It will be remembered that Home was consumptive from birth. His mother possessed mediumistic powers, and Home's son, Gregory, also inherited some of his father's gift. It seems possible that the unique level of mediumship in Home's case may be due to this combination of inherited faculties and extreme physical delicacy. He died in 1886, at the age of 53, and has remained a subject of controversy ever since. It is difficult to see why. He was one of the most uncontroversial mediums who ever lived. If the vast number of reports of his manifestations does not constitute unshakable scientific evidence, then that term is completely meaningless. Powers so well attested and so extraordinary again raise the question, what does it all mean? It must be frankly admitted that the chief difficulty in answering that question is that we lack a starting point. When Benjamin Franklin made a kite conduct lightning, he already had some idea of the nature of electricity. When scientists learned to split the atom, they had a fair idea of its structure. It is this kind of minimum working hypothesis that we lack in considering occult phenomena. My own grandmother was a convinced spiritualist, and she felt that it solved all the basic problems. Spirits live in heaven, then they enter bodies, and when they die, they finally go back to heaven. But this is simply another version of the infinite regression that arises when we ask, where does space end, or who created God? The Hindus believed that the world is supported on the back of an elephant, which is supported on the back of a tortoise, and so on. What is left out of account by the spiritualist view is the mystery of the internal universe of the mind. Dreams often reveal to us that we are multi-layered beings. 99% of my dreams may be straightforward enough, as unproblematic as daydreams. But there are always the few dreams that strike me as utterly strange, as though I have accidentally tuned into a foreign radio station. Jung records this feeling in the chapter called Confrontation with the Unconscious in his Memories, Dreams, Reflections. Various dreams seemed so strange and symbolic in content that they seemed to be trying to tell him something. After describing a dream in which the corpses in a row of tombs kept on stirring as he looked at them, he remarks, "Of course, I had originally held to Freud's view that vestiges of old experiences exist in the unconscious. But dreams like this, and my actual experiences of the unconscious, taught me that such contents are not dead, outmoded forms, but belong to our living being." The distinction is important, for Freud's archaic vestiges are like dead leaves at the bottom of a pond. What Jung then goes on to describe is so startling that only his serious reputation keeps the reader from doubting the whole thing. In the autumn of 1913 he began to experience a sense of oppression, and finally, on a journey, I was suddenly seized with an overpowering vision. I saw a monstrous flood covering all the northern and low-lying lands between the North Sea and the Alps. When it came up to Switzerland I saw that the mountains grew higher and higher to protect our country. I realized that a frightful catastrophe was in progress. I saw the mighty yellow waves, the floating rubble of civilization, and the drowned bodies of uncounted thousands. Then the whole sea turned to blood. The vision lasted about 1 hour. I was perplexed and nauseated, and ashamed of my weakness. The vision recurred 2 weeks later, with a voice that said, "Look at it well, it is wholly real." In the spring and summer of 1914 he had dreams of an Arctic cold wave freezing the world. On the third occasion when the dream recurred, it ended on a note of optimism. He saw a tree with grapes, which he plucked and handed out to the crowd. He suspected that he was slipping into neurosis until the outbreak of war revealed that the dreams had been prophetic. A mental upheaval now began. He remarks, "One thunderstorm followed another. My enduring these storms was a question of brute strength. Others have been shattered by them, Nietzsche and Holderlin, but there was a demonic strength in me." As the mental disturbances became more violent, he tried to turn the emotions into images that could be grasped by the conscious mind. Then occurred a dream that came while he was sitting, fully conscious, at his desk. I was thinking over my fears. Then I let myself drop. Suddenly it was as though the ground literally gave way beneath my feet, and I plunged down into dark depths, but then, abruptly, at not too great a depth, I landed on my feet in a soft, sticky mess. I felt great relief, although I was apparently in complete darkness. After a while my eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, which was rather like deep twilight. Before me was the entrance to a dark cave, in which stood a dwarf with a leathery skin, as if he were mummified. I squeezed past him through the narrow entrance and waded knee-deep through icy water to the other end of the cave where, on a projecting rock, I saw a glowing red crystal. I grasped the stone, lifted it, and discovered a hollow underneath. At first I could make out nothing, but then I saw that there was running water. In it a corpse floated by, a youth with blonde hair and a wound in the head. He was followed by a gigantic black scarab and then by a red, newborn sun, rising up out of the depths of the water. Dazzled by the light, I wanted to replace the stone upon the opening, but then a fluid welled out. It was blood. This might be called controlled hallucination, it seems, from the context, that what Jung did was to allow his subconscious mind to well up, and allow himself to be carried along, still conscious, by its images. He recognized the dream as a hero and solar myth, a drama of death and renewal, but was puzzled by the ending, the blood, unaware that it foretold the war which started the following year. This took place in December 1913. Other dreams and visions followed. He acknowledges that they were fantasies of extraordinary clarity. In a dream he shot the hero Siegfried with a rifle, an indication that he knew who the enemy would be. And then, in order to seize hold of the fantasies, I frequently imagined a steep descent. I even made several attempts to get to the very bottom. The first time I reached, as it were, a depth of about 1,000 feet, the next time I found myself on the edge of a cosmic abyss. It was like a voyage to the moon, or a descent into empty space. First came the image of a crater, and I had a feeling that I was in the land of the dead. The atmosphere was that of the other world. Near the steep slope of a rock I caught sight of two figures, an old man with a white beard, and a beautiful young girl. I summoned up my courage and approached them as though they were real people, and listened attentively to what they told me. The old man explained that he was Elijah, and that gave me a shock. But the girl staggered me even more, for she called herself Salome. She was blind, but Elijah assured me that he and Salome had belonged together from all eternity. I cite this at length, not because of Jung's interpretation of the symbolism of these figures, Elijah, intelligence, Salome, the erotic element, a black snake, the hero, but to point out the startling extent to which Jung had learned to make a daylight descent into the subconscious. What is surprising is the extent to which he could converse with these figures of his imagination. He underlines this point in speaking of another symbol of intelligence, whom he came to call Philemon. Philemon and other figures of my fantasies brought home to me the crucial insight that there are things in the psyche which I do not produce, but which produce themselves and have their own life. Philemon represented a force which was not myself. In my fantasies I held conversations with him, and he said things which I had not consciously thought. For I observed clearly that it was he who spoke, not I. He said I treated thoughts as if I generated them myself, but in his view thoughts were like animals in a forest. Aldous Huxley put forward a similar view about the antipodes of the mind in heaven and hell. A Hindu later told Jung that his own guru had been Shankaracharya, a commentator on the Vedas who died centuries ago. Later still, Jung came to recognize a kind of separate feminine entity in his subconscious, the anima that we have already encountered in Part 2, Chapter 2. In a woman, the corresponding figure is male. He remarks, "For decades I always turned to the anima when I felt my emotional behavior was disturbed, and that something had been constellated in the unconscious. I would then ask the anima, 'Now, what are you up to? What do you see?' After some resistance, she regularly produced an image. As soon as the image was there, the sense of unrest or oppression vanished. The whole energy of these emotions was transformed into interest in and curiosity about the image. There were also external manifestations. Philemon first appeared in a dream about a blue sky covered with clots of earth. He appeared as an old man with a bull's horns and the wings of a kingfisher. Jung painted this image, and while he was engaged in painting, was startled to find a dead kingfisher in his garden, startled because the birds are rare in the Zurich area. In 1916, when he felt full of inner tensions, his eldest daughter saw a white figure passing through the room. The blanket was snatched twice from the bed of his second daughter. On a quiet Sunday afternoon, when the front door stood wide open upon an empty square, the front doorbell began to ring violently, although there was no one there. The whole house was filled as if there was a crowd present, crammed full of spirits. And Jung thought he heard them crying out, "We have come back from Jerusalem where we found not what we sought." Jung made this the first sentence of a book, 7 Sermons to the Dead. He records that as soon as he began to write, the atmosphere quietened down. It is interesting to note that Jung had experience of certain phenomena even in the presence of the arch-skeptic Freud, and that they presaged the break in his relation with Freud. He describes how, in 1909, he and Freud argued about psychical phenomena, and Freud's shallow positivism annoyed Jung. He writes, "While Freud was going on this way, I had a curious sensation. It was as if my diaphragm were made of iron and were becoming red hot, a glowing vault. And at that moment there was such a loud report in the bookcase, which stood right next to us, that we both started up in alarm, fearing that the thing was going to topple over on us. I said to Freud, 'There, that is an example of a so-called catalytic exteriorization phenomenon.' 'Oh come,' he exclaimed, 'that is sheer bosh.' 'It is not,' I replied. 'You are mistaken, Herr Professor. And to prove my point, I now predict that in a moment there will be another loud report.' Sure enough, no sooner had I said the words than the same detonation went off in the bookcase. To this day I do not know what gave me this certainty. But I knew beyond all doubt that the report would come again." He adds, "I never afterwards discussed the incident with him." A fascinating example of the scientist's ability to close his mind to anything that will not fit into his pattern of generalizations. Or perhaps Freud suspected, rightly, that Jung's subconscious hostility lay behind the explosions. These considerations begin to shed a new light on the whole question of the occult. A spiritualist who accepts that there is an afterlife, a spirit world, a realm in which everything will be explained, is only scratching the surface. He still accepts himself as a kind of unity, a Leibnizian monad, an ultimate unit. Jung emphasizes that our sense of individuality, meaning literally something which is indivisible, may be an illusion. We have to grasp that one of the basic principles of our psychic life is a kind of as if. I am working for an exam and I concentrate on my book as if it were the most important thing in the world. It isn't, and I know it isn't. The more I can concentrate, while still knowing it isn't, the healthier I am. If I begin to forget that I am only playing an as-if game, if I begin to believe that this is really a matter of life and death, I become overtense and neurotic and my whole psychic balance is disturbed. But then, what I call my personality, my individuality, is actually a series of as-if acts of concentration. If I am suffering from a fever, my personality feels diffused, disintegrated, and I am also unpleasantly aware of the independence of my mental images, for they run around wildly like a crowd of people, ignoring me as I stand in the corner. If I am in an intensely healthy and happy state, I experience this sense of otherness welling up from my subconscious in an altogether delightful sense, as a kind of coolness and strength. But this has an even more general importance. Supposing I am standing on a cliff top, watching the sea wash around rocks. If I am in a low, depressed state, the sight produces a kind of tension and foreboding, perhaps accompanied by some image of danger, like the octopus in the cave of Toilers of the Sea. It all seems alien, indifferent to me, and that is why it frightens me. If I am in a state of happiness and optimism, it no longer seems alien. The forces of otherness bubbling up from my subconscious, and the otherness out there, are somehow related. I have a feeling that even if I was down there, swimming among them, I would be in no danger. These ideas do not explain the powers of a medium like home, but they begin to shed a kind of light. Observe that when Jung's mind was in a turmoil, the subconscious manifested itself in visions, and even in poltergeist activities like the ringing of the doorbell and pulling the sheets off a bed. As soon as he began to write creatively, the manifestations ceased. Home was an artistic personality, but not, in the ordinary sense, creative. Unlike Jung, he was a superficial man. He never questioned the spirits, he never did any serious thinking. He remained a socialite, rushing around Europe, dining with royalty. What would he have discovered if he had been a mental traveler like Jung? Jung's anima rang the doorbell, Holmes moved pianos. This is not to suggest that all the manifestations were simply Holmes' subconscious forces, acting in the manner of the monster in Forbidden Planet. The question of the reality of spirits, of life after death, must be considered further. But these considerations certainly suggest that Lytton was right when he spoke to Home of your powers. Home never completed the alchemical process of reconciling the conscious and the subconscious. In fact, he hardly even began it. Was it Home's spirits who told him that he was about to lose his powers for a year? Or was it the anima, the weight of his own self-disgust? Geologists understand that there are certain terrains where rainfall sinks deep underground and joins subterranean rivers, and others where it almost immediately bubbles out in the form of a spring. Psychologically speaking, Home resembled this latter terrain. The subconscious forces bubbled out easily. Once this is understood, the question of life after death is also seen in a different light. We have an image of the body dying, and of the spirit rising out of it like a cloud and flying off to some other place. If Jung is correct, then it seems altogether likely that what occurs is more like a descent into the inner world of the collective mind. This view would certainly explain one of the most disturbing things about spirit communications, their frequent triviality. In the world of the noosphere, of human intelligence, triviality is something that has to be avoided by a deliberate effort, like beating off flies. If the spirit world is not another place but only another part of the mind, then the same law would presumably apply. Let us consider a recent and fairly well authenticated case of communication with the dead, the one recounted by Bishop James Pike in his book The Other Side. The story Bishop Pike tells is briefly this. In the mid-60s, his son Jim, aged 20, had been experimenting with psychedelic drugs in San Francisco. These produced some bad trips. In February 1966, Jim Pike locked himself in a New York hotel room and shot himself with a rifle. Various friends had a powerful sense of something wrong at about the time he killed himself. After his son's death, poltergeist phenomena began to occur in Bishop Pike's apartment, which he was sharing with his chaplain, David Barr, and his secretary, Maren Berg-Rudd. First of all, books and letters would be arranged at an angle to one another in places where they would be seen. Then part of the bangs on Mrs. Berg-Rudd's forehead was burnt off during the night. The son, Jim, had never liked her bangs. The missing hair had vanished. The next day, still more of the bangs had disappeared. The following day, she woke up in pain, with 2 of her fingernails injured, as if a needle had been driven under them. One of them later came off. Mrs. Berg-Rudd entered Bishop Pike's bedroom late one night for a book, and he sat up in bed, asleep, and delivered a discourse on the importance of selfishness, of only caring about number 1. Gradually, it dawned on them that Jim might be trying to communicate. They finally visited a medium, Mrs. E.N.A. Twigg, in Acton, London, and there discovered that it was, in fact, Jim Pike who had been doing his best to communicate. There were so many personal references, and references to matters that could not be known to the medium, that it seems reasonable to infer either that she was reading Bishop Pike's mind, or that Jim Pike was really present. Halfway through the séance, the theologian Paul Tillich, a friend of Pike's, interrupted to thank him for a dedication to a book. Tillich commented on Jim Pike: the boy was a visionary born out of due time. He found a society distressing in which sensitivity is classed as weakness. It seems that Jim Pike was not, at this stage, much changed from the person he had been when alive. His first words were, "I failed the test, I can't face you, can't face life. I'm confused. Very sudden passing, God, I didn't know what I was doing. But when I got here I found I wasn't such a failure as I thought. My nervous system failed. That is to say, the suicide arose from the premature defeat we have been discussing, the conscious mind opting out." Later on he remarked, "I thought there was a way out, I wanted out. I've found there is no way out. I wish I'd stayed to work out my problems in more familiar surroundings." There were later séances with other mediums in America, but little of importance was added. The spirit of Jim Pike apparently had precognition, as all spirits have. According to those who know, he was able to tell his father that he would be meeting a certain old friend soon, and that he would shortly be in Virginia. Bishop Pike was convinced this was a mistake, until his plane landed at Dulles Airfield and he remembered that this is on the Virginia side of Washington. But it must be admitted that the rest of the book is anticlimactic. The reader comes up against the usual frustration, that the spirits so seldom say anything important. Perhaps this is because they recognize the human inability to learn from them. Mrs. Bergrud later committed suicide. Bishop Pike's story does not end there. In August 1969 he and his newly married wife, Diane, went on a trip to the Middle East, and became lost in the Israeli wilderness. When he was too exhausted to walk further, his wife went off to try to find help. She found her way back to civilization, but was unable to lead the rescuers back to the cave where she had left her husband. He was later found dead. On September 4th, 3 days before his body was located, he communicated with E.N.A. Twigg, the London medium through whom he had first contacted his son. He gave details of what had happened and described where the body was to be found. Diane Pike later wrote, in an article, "In that session there were sufficient references that corresponded to the circumstances of our ordeal and that expressed concerns that I knew to be uppermost in Jim's mind at the time of the mishap to enable me to affirm that Jim communicated through Mrs. Twigg." Psychic News, November 7, 1970. The same article contains the interesting comment, "Because she believes everyone is potentially mediumistic, she favors aiming at direct communication through meditation." It was Professor G. Wilson Knight who revived my own interest in the subject of spiritualism. Consequently, it was natural that I should ask him to explain how he came to be convinced of human survival of death. The accounts he has sent me of communications from his mother, his brother, W.F. Jackson Knight, and John Cooper Powys are circumstantial and impressive. I found his descriptions of communications from Jackson Knight particularly convincing. I had met J.K., as he was generally known, several times between 1960 and his death in 1964. He was the sort of person it would be hard to forget, very much a personality, bubbling with a genial nervous energy. Wilson Knight describes his manner accurately, in excited talk and repetition, in fun, in exaggerated protestations of gratitude and praise, and still more in subtle turns of half-comic thought impossible to define. This brings back to me my first meeting with J.K., the warm, nervous, jerky hand clasp, the rather high, precise voice saying enthusiastically, "Oh my! How very kind of you to come! How very flattering for me too! Well, I really didn't imagine..." And so on, until I thought he was pulling my leg. But he wasn't, it was his natural manner. So that when I read in Wilson Knight's manuscript the following transcription, taken down for him by Miss Caniel in shorthand, at an Exeter circle in March 1965, 4 months after J.K.'s death. J.K. spoke directly through the medium Dorothy Perkins. I could instantly hear J.K.'s voice saying the words. "How wonderful, here I am talking to you and supposed to be dead, how very exciting. I have been once or twice but wasn't able to get through. Fifi, a spirit guide, has been so good in helping me, telling me what to do, but I'm not very good at it. Never mind, I shall learn. But it is all so true, so very true, I hardly believed it would be so, but it is so. Lovely. First going off I was so excited to make myself felt just to let you know I was there. Sorry I cannot make Dick Wilson Knight feel me more, but there, never mind, I shall in time. I shall learn. How wonderful, how exciting. I have been and tried, it is rather difficult, more difficult than what I anticipated, but nevertheless under Fifi's directions I shall be able to get on better. Give Dick my love, tell him I like the arrangements. Sorry I was not able to finish several things that I had in mind, but he is a good chap, he will get them done I know. He is wonderful, much better than I was at organizing. I had rather an untidy mind, he has a very tidy mind. A very wonderful experience for me to be able to come and talk in this room, where I used to come and talk to others. Now I am talking to you. For anyone who knew him, this could be no one else than J.K., the self-deprecating humor, the tendency to expostulation. Wilson Knight was himself present at a séance a month later when J.K. was the first to speak through the medium, Dorothy Perkins. He writes. He started talking to me volubly. "Thank you so much," was repeated emphatically. Then breaking off suddenly and most characteristically, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I should be greeting everybody." Then to me, "Fifi has given me permission to speak first." How very kind of her. It really is a wonderful experience. Asked what his life was like now he replied with words recalling those of T.S. Eliot's spirit seer in Little Gidding, "Between two worlds become much like each other, not a lot different except that things are more beautiful than perhaps they were. Flowers, trees, animal life. Very lovely. And there's no pain, no ugliness." He added, "If I wish, I can see the dark places. I'm not quite ready yet. I would be interested. The hell of people's own making." Swedenborg had also described this aspect of the spirit world in some detail. And later, "All that we were told is absolutely true, it's so important that everybody should know. It would make people so much happier, and more careful." He said that it was not easy to influence people. When you see what has to be done to get through to Earth, all the mechanism. I must admit that I find the flavor of J.K.'s remarks more convincing than any purely factual evidence, which Wilson Knight is also able to offer in abundance. In 1965 a message from J.K. was relayed through Vera Broom of Dawlish at the Exeter Church. He wanted Wilson Knight to give something he greatly valued to his godson, Peter Fletcher, but had difficulty getting his meaning across. Wilson Knight goes on, picture language was used. The medium saw a top drawer with a key, and was told that there was in it a small object in a leather case. Thinking of metals, I asked if it was military. In a way came the answer. There was no such drawer in our house, but there was, on the top of a narrow cupboard, a small case with a key, about the width of the cupboard. This might have looked like a top drawer. It contained a few unimportant objects, but with them was a small leather case, and in it a longish pin with thistle decorations, made to imitate a dirk or dagger. Wilson Knight occasionally engages in spirit writing which purports to come from either his mother or his brother. On November 14, 1965, he used it to inquire about the pin, and was told, it was a military symbol meaning the regiment's persisting life, and it was given to me by the colonel of my regiment in 1918. Wilson Knight adds, I do not regard my spirit writing as authoritative on matters of factual detail, though in other things I have found it valuable. But I regard the main message as wholly convincing. J.K.'s friends and godsons meant very much to him, he loved giving them presents, and his army and OTC experiences were probably the greatest passion of his life. Whatever the story of this pin may have been, my brother's anxious injunction bore every sign of his personality. It was forwarded as requested. I now offer an example that does not concern myself, Wilson Knight writes. For this I rely on a detailed report made for me by Professor Bonamy Dobry of Leeds University. On June 7, 1952 I invited some of the university staff to accompany me to a demonstration by a famous visiting medium, Mr. Gordon Higginson. There was a large audience, perhaps 1,000. One, whom I shall call MRA, was told, correctly, his Leeds house number and road name, and was asked if the name of his neighbor was BB. Being new to the neighborhood, A was not sure. 2 Christian names were given, C for the Mr. B, and D, 2 female names, presumably for his wife. Of these names A knew nothing. D was said to have had a conversation that morning, and there was a message for her. After the meeting A made inquiries next door. The surname and both Christian names were correct. A number that had been given turned out to be the number of a house which B had recently left, and where he still kept his car. Both Mr. and Mrs. B, however, at first denied any conversation by D, as she had been alone all the morning, but soon after they returned to say that there had indeed been a conversation over the telephone, and B said, "Please tell us what the message was, because the conversation was about something important, indeed, about the most important thing we have ever done in our lives." Unfortunately, A had been so shattered by the identifications that he could not recall the message. A was, as it happened, a laboratory assistant at the university, though not of our party. He must have seen Professor Dobry there, because he visited him in a state of considerable disturbance to tell him what had happened. I then asked Professor Dobry to make out for me an exact transcript, from which I have drawn in this account, of all that he remembered of Gordon Higginson's rapid-fire questions and the subsequent ratifications. Such accounts as these may not be spectacular, concerning, as they do, mainly small details, but when taken together they constitute an overwhelming argument for human survival of bodily death. Wilson Knight remarks, "No theories of the unconscious mind can explain such messages, and this is surely true. In the above case, the Society for Psychical Research would have obtained signed statements from everybody involved, and regarded the case as proven, and it is hard to see how the most hostile skeptic could fault this procedure, short of suggesting mass collusion between the medium, the laboratory assistant, the next-door neighbors, and Professors Dobry and Wilson Knight. But then, cases like this one turn up with such frequency in the records of the SPR that it is surely more logical to accept the phenomena as genuine. Whether or not we are prepared to attach any great importance to it, the case for survival must be regarded as conclusively proven. I shall leave a discussion of its ultimate importance to the final pages of this book. On this topic, Wilson Knight himself concedes, having had enough evidence to convince me that helping powers are near, I am not nowadays over-anxious for messages. My main interest is probably in trance addresses by a spirit personality speaking through a medium in trance. The best of these bear external impress of their authority, in use and harmonization of vocal tone, physical poise, gesture, and syntax. They rival and perhaps surpass our leading exponents of church or stage. After the death of his mother, Caroline, in 1950, J.K. received messages from her via a South African medium, Margaret Lloyd. J.K. was in South Africa at this time. Later, Wilson Knight visited a medium in London when Caroline Knight came through. He reports, "I had nursed her during her last weeks, and now she was transmitting messages in detailed and intimate terms about her death and much else that concerned her family." One of the African messages had mentioned a silver cup with a history, which J.K. thought he could identify. Before he was executed, Charles I took his last communion from the hands of Archbishop Juxon, and 2 gold or silver cups were used. There was a tradition in Wilson Knight's family that these cups had passed to certain ancestors in Jamaica, and Caroline Knight was said to have been christened from one of them. Wilson Knight engaged a researcher, R.S. Foreman, to see if he could find any reference to the cups in family documents. But no mention of them could be found in various wills, it began to look as if the cups were a myth. But Caroline Knight continued to insist, through mediums, that they really existed. In April 1951, Wilson Knight attended a service at which Mrs. Nella Taylor was the medium. She singled him out, and told him that she could see a figure with a red hood, an Oxford hood, holding out a roll of parchment towards him. He assumed this to be a will. A few days later he received an excited letter from his researcher. A will had been found that proved the existence of the cups which formerly belonged to Archbishop Juxon. They had been left to an ancestor of the Knights, Samuel Jackson, who, oddly enough, had been at Oxford. The figure with the red hood had appeared when news of the will was leaving Jamaica for London. Perhaps the most striking of all my experiences, writes Wilson Knight, came when I thought I was being advised, through Mrs. Gwen Jones at the Exeter Church, not to go to Cape Town in 1952 for a visiting lectureship. This I could not understand. But the confusion was my own fault. The message only referred to going abroad, and I had forgotten that I was also dallying with the offer to take up a permanent appointment in drama at the University of California. Still anxious, I attended a circle in Exeter. With some difficulty and a sense of great strain and urgency, my mother herself controlled the medium, Dorothy Perkins. She had only once done this before, saying very slowly, "I want you to go to South Africa. Not to America. Get the house settled first." All was then clear. My brother and I were buying a house, and it would have been most unwise to take up the California appointment. What was so convincing was the sense of urgency on an important family issue, causing my mother to labor hard to put things right. Wilson Knight knew John Cooper Powys well. In a preface to the 1960 edition of Wolf Solent, Powys wrote, "Whatever death may mean, and none of us really know, I have come to the conclusion for myself that when I die it is the complete and absolute end of me." He died on June 17, 1963, aged 90. 1 month later, Miss Frances Horsfield, a medium of Bideford, Devon, addressed Wilson Knight during a demonstration in the Exeter Church. A man was standing by him. He has rather gaunt features, with high cheekbones and unruly hair. He is a personality. I find it difficult to get close to him. He is nearly controlling me, i.e. speaking through her, but I do not want that. He was himself an occultist, and knew as much as anyone about the continuity of life, he wrote, didn't he? Wilson Knight said yes. Miss Horsfield then asked, "Can I go to Wales?" confirming his suspicion that it was Powys. The medium went on, "He is so close to you. It's a wonder you can't sense him yourself. His power is so strong that you may well see him yourself sometime. He has a lovely smile, and a wide, gleaming mouth. He is thanking you for what you did for him, and in return he wants to help you." Afterwards, the medium added that Powys had a beak-like nose. She had not herself read any of Powys's books, but she repeated that his power was greater than any she had experienced. When Wilson Knight told her that Powys had often discussed life after death in his books, but had become skeptical towards the end, she commented, "Anyway, he knows all about it now." Later Jackson Knight received a message from Powys via the same medium, which he sent to Wilson Knight on a postcard. "Powys wants to give you some evidential cross-reference. Miss Horsfield gets the word sensualism for you to explain." Readers of Powys will know that sensuality is a key word in all his work. One of his best philosophical books is called In Defense of Sensuality. The word carries mystical overtones. Wilson Knight adds, "In some letters to me of January or February 1957 Powys had emphasized the importance of masturbation as a way to the mastery of dangerous impulse, and he had urged me to act as a kind of missionary in this cause. When I last saw him in 1963, he was weak and hardly spoke at all, but instead used an emphatic sign language of knotted hands, which I took to hold a sexual reference. Perhaps it was a final injunction to me to hand on the masturbatory doctrine." It is probable that Powys's second message through Miss Horsfield had a more than evidential purpose, and was intended to remind me about the doctrine. See Wilson Knight's study of Powys, The Saturnian Quest, 1964, also his neglected powers, 1971. It must be frankly acknowledged that the objection that many intelligent people feel towards spiritualism is less a doubt about the validity of its evidence than about the way it seems to simplify the universe. The worst thing about human life is the way that human beings remain stuck in the triviality of everydayness, the way they accept the limitations of their narrow consciousness. Plato points out that the philosopher and the poet spend their lives trying to escape the limitations of the body, aware that consciousness can take in wider vistas, William James's distant horizons of fact, but not sure how to wriggle out of the trap in which we all seem to be caught. Poets, philosophers, and saints are centrally concerned with escaping this trap, which Christians call original sin. Perhaps the skeptic's central objection to spiritualism could be expressed like this, that after Dante's comedy, the visions of St. John of the Cross and William Blake, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, the paintings of Van Gogh, there is something anticlimactic about the messages that come through at spiritualist meetings. But it would be a mistake to make too much of this point. After all, messages from the dead to the living are bound to be concerned mainly with everyday affairs. We might also bear in mind that the young couple in Bonamy Dobry's script said that the message concerned the most important action of their lives. And spirit teachings, whether in Swedenborg, Stainton Moses, or a modern exponent like Maurice Barbanel, bear a stamp of healthy-minded authenticity. If the evidence was unassailable, a universal acceptance of life after death could only have a beneficial effect on our civilization. We might, at this point, take note of an odd fact recorded by Wilson Knight in an article written in 1960. Physical mediums are now more scarce than in the past. The great ones of the last century are looked back on as classics, and it may well be that other kinds of phenomena will grow rarer. Leeds University Periodical, Griffin, March 1960. It is a matter for regret that now when we have elaborate apparatus for testing the claims of mediums like Home and Eusapia Palladino, such powers should be dying out. This is a matter to which I must return in the concluding pages of this book. Wilson Knight ends his article on spiritualism. It is not to be supposed that spiritualism can replace our set disciplines, but rather that it is, in different ways, basic to all. Sources must be tapped from deeper levels which owe nothing to our own minds. And this suggests at least a partial answer to the question raised in the last paragraph. In a case like Home, the hidden powers lay at the red end of the spectrum, and this is no doubt why many intelligent men, like Hawthorne, thought them interesting but irrelevant. The powers Gurdjieff was striving to develop lay at the violet end. Home was like an iceberg, most of his being lay in the realm of the subconscious. Gurdjieff aimed at an extension of consciousness, an attempt to develop a strength of the mind equivalent to an athlete's strength of body. Inevitably, be acquired infrared powers at the same time, for if the tree is to grow higher, its roots must also go deeper. Could it be that mediums are becoming scarcer because, at this point in human evolution, ultraviolet powers are more important than infrared? This raises another central point. Christian Science is in agreement with the occult tradition in regarding the subconscious powers as a source of health. The simplest, and perhaps crudest, statement of this notion is expressed in the work of D. H. Lawrence. If man becomes too intellectual, says Lawrence, he destroys his deeper powers, breaks his contract with the realm of instinct, which is also the realm of enriched vitality. All that Lady Chatterley needs to rescue her from her devitalized existence is to return to the deep, dark realm of sex. But Lawrence's own work reveals the fallacy behind this notion. At the end of his novels the reader wants to ask, what do the characters do now? Gurdjieff would have had no trouble in pinpointing the fallacy. He is concerned with people whose centers are out of harmony, whose sexual center tries to work with emotional energy, and so on. Lawrence would advise such dislocated people to go back to nature, to their primitive origins. They do, and the instinctive and sexual centers begin to work with their own energy. What now? Now, Gurdjieff would say, the serious work can begin. But this is precisely the point where Lawrence stops. The subconscious powers are not the source of health, not on their own. Otherwise Lawrence would not have died of tuberculosis at 45. And Sri Ramakrishna, who could plunge into samadhi a dozen times a day, would not have died of a cancer of the throat. Paracelsus knew better, that the source of health is the evolutionary drive, whose major instrument is imagination, faculty X life that marks time, whether on the highest intellectual or the lowest instinctive level, is in danger of stagnation. Occult powers on their own are no more desirable than the power to do enormous sums in mental arithmetic. Aldous Huxley remarks, in a letter to J.B. Rhine, December 30, 1942, the mystics have been unanimous in warning aspirants to the knowledge of God to have nothing to do with the psychic powers which they are likely to develop while pursuing the path of contemplation, for such powers, and the miracles which they allow their owners to perform, have no more to do with divine reality than the more familiar kinds of psychophysical phenomena. And in the same letter, Huxley makes the vitally important point that all occult powers stem from the human mind itself, not from gods or demons or spirits. This means that any religion, if intensely enough believed in, creates the objects of its worship, gods, defunct saints, and the like. These objectifications or projections may become centers of energy reinforcing the energies of individual prayers, desires, and imaginations, and thus may assist the worshipper in getting the result he desires. Thus, in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, are to be found the most categorical statements to the effect that the tutelary deities of the worshipper and even the high Buddhas themselves are objectifications projected by human minds and ultimately unreal. The finally independent reality is the clear light of the void. According to this view, even the Christian scientist notion that God is the source of health is a misunderstanding. The source lies in the worshipper's own mind. And so we reach the paradoxical conclusion that the apparitions of the dead that speak through mediums are already in the mind of the medium, and yet are objective realities. It would be a mistake to draw a distinction between Holmes' own powers and the power of spirits operating through him. They are one and the same. In 1882, 10 years after Holmes' retirement, W. F. Barrett, F. W. H. Myers, and Henry Sidgwick founded the Society for Psychical Research, and a brilliant young intellectual, Edmund Gurney, became one of its leading lights. The data should have marked a turning point in the history of occultism, since it meant that solid, skeptical Englishmen with a scientific turn of mind would now investigate a subject whose advocates had so far been cranks, or at least romantics. The results were disappointing. Gurney committed suicide in a Brighton hotel in 1888 when he discovered that certain trusted mediums were tricksters. See The Strange Case of Edmund Gurney, by Trevor Hall, London, 1964. And although the SPR has had many eminent adherents, from Sir William Crookes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and Sir Oliver Lodge down to Professors C.D. Broad and Wilson Knight, it has failed to make any general impact. The Reverend Stainton Moses, a remarkable psychic who developed his powers by conscious effort, left the society in 1886 because he felt it was too cold and scientific. For him, spiritualism was a religion. But the general public was not interested in spiritualism as a science or religion. This is as true today as it was in 1882. And the reason, almost certainly, is the one we have already discussed, that there is something oddly uninspiring about these accounts of messages from the dead, apparitions of the living, and so on, like a cold Methodist Sunday school on a wet afternoon. There is a failure, for example, to note the sexual origin of some of the phenomena. One of the most notable of the mediums after Home, Eusapia Palladino, never made any secret about her strong erotic tendencies. When W. F. Monk was exposed as a fraudulent medium in 1876, obscene letters were found in his luggage. They were from women with whom he had been carrying on intrigues in the darkness of the séance room. Myers himself had a reputation as a would-be Don Juan, and it was undoubtedly some odd sexual obsession that made him insist on accompanying Gurney on his honeymoon to Switzerland, in spite of Mrs. Gurney's protests. Houdini, who investigated many mediums for fraud, disclosed that they often offered payment in kind for his collusion. The late Negley Farson told me of an interview with Houdini during which Houdini claimed to have spent one séance with his hand inside the knickers of the medium. Trevor Hall has pointed out that Myers was a queer character in other ways, There was a scandal at Cambridge about Myers's theft of 25 lines from someone else's poem in an effort he claimed to be his own, and a fellow student described returning unexpectedly to his room and finding Myers reading his letters. I am not asserting that all this proves anything against spiritualism, it doesn't. Eusapia Palladino was undoubtedly a genuine medium, yet she was exposed for fraud several times. A kind of genial dishonesty seemed to be part of her character, as of Madame Blavatsky's. At her early séances, spectators were enraged when the spirits relieved them of their wallets and watches. Eusapia was often firmly tied to a chair when this happened, but her subconscious desires clearly affected the spirits. Myers's dubious character in matters of sex or other people's correspondence does not prove that he would be capable of faking the results of a séance, but it should be taken into account that his motives in forming the SPR may have been highly charged and emotional rather than purely scientific. No one would suspect this in reading the carefully objective publications of these early members of the SPR. Myers's Human Personality and Its Survival of Bodily Death, Phantasms of the Living, by Myers, Gurney, and Podmore, Apparitions, by G.N.M. Tyrrell, or even C.D. Broad's Lectures on Psychical Research, 1962. All this has tended to present a picture of spiritualism as a harmless branch of Christianity, when, in fact, it is more closely related to the witchcraft of the Reformation or the Dionysian religion of ancient Greece. Perhaps if this was more generally recognized, by spiritualists themselves as well as by the general public, the result might be a more widespread interest in the movement, as well as a deeper understanding of the forces involved. In the case of the SPR, the sober public image may be explained by the following comment from Harry Price. The late Sir William Barrett, the founder, once wrote me that he was treated like a child at the council meetings, and that Mrs. Sidgwick always gets her own way, which I could quite believe. The feminine element was always a factor at the SPR, as in most psychic societies. Price, who made his name as a highly skeptical investigator of psychic matters, was himself the subject of a vigorous debunking by the SPR after his death. The case is worth citing as an example of the virtues and limitations of the skeptical approach to the occult. In June 1929, a London newspaper carried an article about alleged hauntings at a rectory near Sudbury, in Essex. Harry Price, an eminent member of the SPR, decided to investigate. In 1940, Price published a book about Borley Rectory called The Most Haunted House in England, calling it the best authenticated case of haunting in the annals of psychical research. The book caused a sensation. In 1956, not long after Price's death, the SPR published a book called The Haunting of Borley Rectory, by E. J. Dingwall, Kathleen Goldney, and Trevor Hall, whose main purpose was to discredit Price. Price, amusingly enough, had made a name for himself by his investigation into fraudulent mediums. The strange legends about Borley date from long before Price heard of the place. It had been built in 1863 by a clergyman named Bull, and his son had lived there after his death. Bull Jr. was interested in psychical research. When Price investigated the house in 1929, the tenant was the Rev. G. E. Smith and his wife, who left not long after. A couple named Foister moved in. The wife, Mary Ann, was much younger than her husband. She was 31. Poltergeist phenomena now began to occur in earnest. Mrs. Foister was struck and thrown out of bed, objects flew around, a child's footsteps were heard, messages addressed to MF were found scrawled on walls, bells rang, raps sounded, doors were locked, furniture overturned. Price was inclined to suspect Mary Ann's honesty in connection with some of these occurrences. At all events, the Foisters moved out in 1935. In 1937, Price rented the rectory and moved back with a team of investigators, but very little occurred. It was burned down in 1939. Price died in 1948. In The Most Haunted House in England, Price states that on his first day there he saw a shadowy shape like the phantom nun in the garden, and his colleague, a journalist, actually saw her clearly. The window of a sealed room was smashed from the inside, and a tile and a candlestick thrown out. The various legends and stories seem to be fairly unambiguous. The Reverend Harry Bull, the spiritualist, claimed that he had often seen ghosts, including the nun, a phantom coach, and an unidentified man. His daughter, Miss Ethel Bull, confirmed in a letter to Trevor Hall in 1953 that she had been wakened to find a strange man standing beside her bed, and had felt someone sitting down on the bed on 1 or 2 occasions. She also saw the nun several years after her father's death. Perhaps the most weighty piece of evidence against Price is a letter written by Mrs. Smith, the wife of the rector, in 1929, flatly denying that they ever believed the house to be haunted. This appeared in the Church Times. In a longer statement in 1949, Mrs. Smith suggested that Price himself probably produced some of the phenomena: a pebble that whizzed across the room, a glass of water that turned to ink. But she admitted that even when Price was not present, odd things happened. She heard the gate open and saw the headlamps of some vehicle in the darkness outside, but there was no vehicle. Her husband heard voices, doors and windows were found open. But when the authors of the later investigation looked through the files of letters written by the Smiths to Price in 1929, they discovered that both the Smiths seemed to be convinced that there were ghosts. "Borley is undoubtedly haunted," said the Reverend Smith. "The technique of the SPR book is to attempt to discredit as many of the hauntings as can be discredited, to advance natural explanations as often as possible, including the dishonesty of Price and Marianne Foister. But all their natural explanations cannot obscure the basic facts. The house had a reputation of being haunted before Price heard of it. The Smiths believed it was haunted at the time Price investigated it in 1929. All kinds of poltergeist phenomena occurred when the Foisters were there. And Price took the trouble to rent the house and investigate it again in 1937. If he produced the phenomena in his earlier investigation, what prevented him from doing it again now, since none of his team had any suspicion of him? Price devoted his life to psychical research, and witnessed many genuine phenomena, for example, those of Willie Schneider, also described by Thomas Mann in an Experience in the Occult. Why should he take so much trouble to build up a worthless legend on a slender foundation? While a sense of drama and desire to convince often led him to exaggerate, it is a long way from this to believing that he actually fabricated phenomena. In fact, another lengthy report on the case prepared for the SPR by R.J. Hastings ends by admitting that there is no evidence of fraud. The same rather uncharitable attitude to Price is shown in another book by Dingwall and Hall, For Modern Ghosts, which examines Price's account of a séance at which a little girl named Rosalie materialized. Price's story, in 50 years of psychical research, is that after a broadcast about Borley Rectory in 1937, a lady rang him up and invited him to a séance where Rosalie was expected to materialize. The lady's one condition was that Price should not publish the address of the house or anything by which the people could be identified. He attended the séance at a house in South London, met the mother of the dead Rosalie and various other people. Not long after the séance began, Rosalie appeared, and Price was allowed to touch her, a naked child of about 6. He could also see her by means of a luminous plaque. When the séance was over, Price investigated and found that the seals on the room were all intact. The next morning, Mrs. Kathleen Goldney, one of the authors of The Exposure of Borley Rectory, saw Price, and found him haggard and distraught. He told her about his experience, stuttering badly. Price normally had a slight stutter. Subsequently, Price told the story at a gathering of the Ghost Club, which he had formed, and wrote the account in his book. Dingwall wrote Price a jeering letter about the story, suggesting that if they could have materialized a white horse, too, Rosalie could have played Lady Godiva. He was surprised, apparently, when Price failed to reply. In the article in For Modern Ghosts, the authors admit that Mrs. Goldney really saw Price looking badly shaken the morning after the Rosalie experience, but go on to explain why they disbelieve the story. Price described the house in some detail while not revealing which part of London it was to be found in. In a letter he had apparently mentioned it as being in Brockley. The authors thereupon got hold of an Ordnance Survey map of Brockley, and ascertained that no house there fitted Price's description. At least, there was one, but the tenants had only been there for a year in 1937, and Price claimed that the Rosalie seances had been going on since 1929. However, Price himself had lived in Brockley as a child, and even attended a seance in the road in which the authors found their house. They inferred that Price had seen the house a number of times when he lived in Brockley and had used its description in his invented tale of Rosalie. It is significant that Mrs. Goldney, who worked closely with Price for many years, remarked during the Borley investigation, "Though I credited Price with intellectual dishonesty, I had not imagined he would ever himself stoop to fraudulent actions." Mr. Dingwall, who had also known Price since 1922, was equally convinced that Price would do anything for publicity. He said something of the sort in an essay that he was invited to contribute to Dr. P. Tabori's biography of Price. This scathing little pen portrait was so harsh that it was not printed in the book, but Dingwall prints an extract from it in For Modern Ghosts, which makes it quite clear that he disliked Price. So the unbiased examination of the two books is based on personal dislike. This is not to say that Dingwall is deliberately unfair, but it does suggest that he sets out to play the prosecutor rather than the detached judge. He concludes his remarks on Price: "He never, in my opinion, advanced our real knowledge of the supernormal in any way whatsoever." Precisely the same thing can be said of Mr. Dingwall. His attacks on Price did not even advance our knowledge of the normal. For what can we conclude, having read them, and read Price's own accounts of the same events? Borley could have been a series of coincidences and fakes. But if we are willing to admit the existence of supernormal phenomena, there is nothing very extraordinary here. The Rectory was built in 1863, whether on the site of an old monastery or not is beside the point. The Reverend Harry Bull was a medium, and he even stated his intention of returning to the Rectory after his death. He contacted various spirits there, and his daughter, who inherited his sensitivity, also saw spirits. The Smiths were not particularly sensitive, but they observed a few poltergeist phenomena. But Marianne Foister provoked a whole crop of poltergeist phenomena. Whether these were entirely due to her own psyche or to spirits is not known. When she left, the phenomena stopped, although Man, Myth and Magic prints a photograph allegedly showing a brick floating in the air at the time when the Rectory was being demolished. There is nothing very hard to accept in all this, from the records of the SPR or Sir Ernest Bennett's carefully documented Apparitions in Haunted Houses, 1939, 100 other similar cases could be extracted. And the same applies to the account of the materialization of Rosalie. If it was the only case of its kind, it might be worth a great deal of skeptical investigation. But there have been many more materializations, and there is nothing inherently improbable in the story. Unless someone can produce a book proving that Price was a pathological liar with a craving for publicity, it is necessary to suspend judgment. And this leaves us back where we started. It should be noted that Dingwall himself is not a skeptic about psychical phenomena. On a number of occasions in very peculiar people and some human oddities he is willing to admit that he cannot suggest any natural explanation for certain phenomena, i.e. the flying monk of Cupertino, and presumably he would not have bothered to write books about such things unless they interested him. This problem, of the ambiguity of psychic phenomena, was raised again in the year 1970 by the appearance of an extraordinary record entitled Rosemary Brown's Music. Rosemary Brown is a London housewife, now in her 40s. She is also a medium. Sometime in the mid-60s, she began to hold spirit conversations with an elderly gentleman who introduced himself as a musician. In 1965 she became aware that he was the composer Liszt. Mrs. Brown could play the piano, although not particularly well, and knew a little about music. At Liszt's dictation, she wrote down a few pieces in his style. Then Liszt brought other composers, including Beethoven, Chopin, Schubert, Brahms and Debussy. Mrs. Brown was soon taking down music as fast as she could write. Influential people became interested, and a fund was started to allow her to devote full time to her musical activities. The BBC did a program about her, and it was impressive. For it seemed reasonably clear that Mrs. Brown must be receiving the music from somewhere. It was not purely her own invention. Other musical mediums who were played on the program could have been frauds, Consciously or unconsciously, improvisations in the manner of Chopin or Liszt were no better than, say, Victor Borge's imitations of various composers. Mrs. Brown's work was usually more complex, and one got the impression that she found some of it quite bewildering. The record can allow listeners to judge for themselves. On one side, Mrs. Brown plays Liszt, Grieg, Chopin, and Schumann. On the other, the concert pianist Peter Cadden plays pieces by Beethoven, Schubert, Debussy, Chopin, and Brahms, all of them too difficult for Mrs. Brown's modest abilities as a pianist. The spirit of Sir Donald Tovey, the musicologist, dictated a typical introduction to Mrs. Brown on January 1, 1970. Humanity is now moving into an age of increasing emancipation from many of its past limitations. Technical achievements and medical advances confer growing freedom from various oppressions and ills. Man's greatest problem is still himself and his orientation to his fellow beings. To understand himself fully, he should become aware of the fact that he does not consist merely of a temporary form which is doomed to age and die. He has an immortal soul which is housed in an immortal body and endowed with a mind that is independent of the physical brain. In communication through music and conversation, an organized group of musicians who have departed from your world are attempting to establish a precept for humanity, i.e. that physical death is a transition from one state of consciousness to another wherein one retains one's individuality. The realization of this fact should assist man to a greater insight into his own nature and potential superterrestrial activities. The knowledge that incarnation in your world is but one stage of man's eternal life should foster policies which are more far-seeing than those frequently adopted at present, and encourage a more balanced outlook regarding all matters. This is clear enough. The musicians wish to convince humanity that death is not the end. But does the music achieve this effect? That is hard to say. Enos Shupp, Jr., a reviewer in the New Records, a magazine issued in Philadelphia, says of the Peter Cadden side, some of them could be considered practically first quality by the particular composer, none could be considered other than very fine. But if we try to imagine Beethoven or Brahms agreeing to compose music in order to convince us that they are still alive, we immediately anticipate something totally convincing, something that startles the listener with its power and audacity, as the opening bars of the Fifth Symphony startled Beethoven's contemporaries. And there is nothing of the sort on this record. In fact, all of it could have been composed by any skilled musician, for example, by Peter Cadden himself. But Mrs. Brown is not a skilled musician, she does not even have a gramophone in her house. And so the balance of probability is on her side. The question remains, if the great composers wish to convince us of life after death, why do they not do it by composing a masterpiece? That would be the most overpowering evidence. If the spirits could add one poem or symphony of genius to our present stock, it would make more converts for spiritualism than all the publications of the SPR. Mrs. Brown is apparently taking down Beethoven's 10th Symphony at this moment, so perhaps the spirits have already reached the same conclusion. In the meantime, Mrs. Brown's recorded music will convince those who want to believe, and leave the skeptics as incredulous as ever. In his excellent book Apparitions, G.N.M. Tyrrell makes a useful distinction between ghosts and crisis apparitions. He cites a typical crisis case. A woman bending over her baby turned around and saw her brother, an airman. He looked perfectly solid and normal. She assumed he had been given leave from France, where he was in the Air Force, this was 1917, and spent a moment putting the baby in a safe position before turning to speak to him. But he had vanished. She was still not convinced that she had seen an apparition. She called out to him, thinking he was hiding for a joke. But he was nowhere to be seen. She then began to feel sick and afraid. It was another 2 weeks before she learned that her brother was missing. A ghost may also look perfectly lifelike. Most real-life ghost stories concern quite solid-looking ghosts, but they usually behave in a way that indicates that they are hardly aware of the human beings present. Tyrrell speaks of their somnambulistic or automatic behavior. The theater critic W. McQueen Pope, in his book Pillars of Drury Lane, describes actually seeing one of the theater's most famous ghosts, the man in gray, who, on one occasion, walked out of a wall in the upper circle, walked through the bar, and disappeared through the opposite wall, completely ignoring the people present. He could be seen at a distance of several feet, but vanished at close quarters, reappearing again when he was several feet away from the onlooker. While it would not be entirely true to say that ghosts of this type always ignore people, it does seem that they are not fully conscious of their surroundings. In this sense, they bear an odd resemblance to specters of the living. I have already pointed out that Powys did not know that he had appeared to Theodore Dreiser until Dreiser rang him up and told him. Tyrrell cites the curious and quite inconclusive case of Canon Bourne, who was out hunting with his 2 daughters and a coachman. The daughters decided to return home, and the father went on. As they turned to go home, both daughters and the coachman saw Canon Bourne waving to them from the other side of the valley, signaling them to follow. He looked dirty and shaken. They hurried to the place where he had been, but found no one there. This story should end with the daughters arriving home and learning that their father had been thrown from his horse and was seriously injured. In fact, he returned home not long after they did, perfectly unharmed, and verified that he had not waved to them, and had not met with an accident. What seems to have happened is that, in some unconscious way, he had projected a figure of himself waving to them. Tyrrell cites a similar case in which someone deliberately tried to appear to 2 sisters who lived in a house at Kew. The experimenter, presumably a woman, sat by the fire in her room and made an intense effort of concentration, which resulted in a kind of trance, during which she was conscious but could not move. Half an hour later, she threw off the trance with an effort of will. The following day, she visited Kew and discovered that the experiment had been remarkably successful. A lady in the house, but not one of those to whom she was trying to appear, said that she had seen her walking along the passage at 9:30 the previous evening, the time she had started making the attempt. She had reappeared in the front bedroom at midnight, when she had taken the hand of the lady in the bed, who was awake, and stared into her eyes. The odd feature of this second appearance is that the experimenter was asleep in her own bed at the time, although she had determined to appear in the front bedroom of the Kew house at midnight. We are here quite clearly dealing with some form of telepathy, and it is tempting to assume that all crisis apparitions are the result of telepathy between people who are close together. But there are too many well-attested cases of the apparitions appearing to several people for this to be wholly acceptable. Tyrrell cites a case in which a housewife saw an unknown naval officer bending over the end of the bed. She drew her husband's attention to the man, and the husband shouted irritably, "What on earth are you doing here, sir?" and leapt out of bed. The naval officer then walked off through the wall. The housewife wondered if the apparition portended some danger to her brother, who was in the Navy, but her husband said impatiently, "No, it was my father, who had been dead for 14 years. The husband was in financial difficulties, and the apparition was there to warn him not to take a certain step he was contemplating." In his book The Vital Message, Conan Doyle states, "The physical basis of all psychic belief is that the soul is a complete duplicate of the body, resembling it in the smallest particular, although constructed of some far more tenuous material. In ordinary conditions these 2 bodies are intermingled so that the identity of the finer one is entirely obscured. At death, however, and under certain conditions in the course of life, the 2 can divide and be seen separately." This view certainly sounds naive, and most intelligent people would no doubt dismiss it as wishful thinking. But it must be admitted that the more one reads on these matters, the more commonsensible it sounds. Naive or not, evidence supports the view that physical death is not total extinction, as materialists believe, or even a transition to some higher mystical plane that is completely incomprehensible to human beings, a view that is tempting to the mystically inclined, but for the time being at any rate, some kind of continuation of the physical personality. The view expressed satirically by Noel Coward in Blithe Spirit, where the ghosts behave exactly as though they were human beings, is well supported by the evidence. Sir Ernest Bennett's Apparitions and Haunted Houses, one of the best documented books on the subject, cites a case in which an old chimney sweep, Samuel Bull, died of sooty cancer, leaving behind a bedridden widow in the charge of his daughter and son-in-law. There were 5 children in the house, as well as a 21-year-old grandson. The family were living in overcrowded and unhappy conditions in a condemned cottage, and no doubt the widow experienced considerable distress. About 9 months later, the children became nervous and restless. They were unable to sleep because they said someone was outside the door. Then one evening, the ghost of the chimney sweep walked up the stairs and through the door of the room in which he had died, and in which his widow now lay. On the first occasion this happened, the grandchildren were terrified, but as it continued over 2 months, they began to get used to it, and took it calmly. The apparition would stand by Mrs. Bull's bed, with his hand on her forehead. She said it felt firm but cold. These visits were not brief, one lasted more than an hour, and everyone in the family saw them. The SPR was notified only a short time before the family was rehoused in April 1932, when the appearances had ceased, but the signed statements and long interviews with members of the family make it unlikely that this was a plot to gain publicity. The ghost seems to have appeared because he was worried about his wife and the generally unhappy condition of the family. He usually looked sad, but on his last 2 appearances, seemed much more cheerful. By this time, the family expected to move to a better house. Under the circumstances, it would obviously be of interest if the spirits would take the trouble to explain exactly what does happen after death, and how long they are kept hanging around in an earthbound condition. Bishop Pike's son Jim began by explaining, "I am not in purgatory, but something like hell here," and added that nobody blamed him. It might seem that only confused spirits find themselves in Jim Pike's limbo, but since Bishop Pike alleges that Paul Tillich also communicated, this cannot be maintained. Swedenborg explains that in the afterlife, spirits progress and evolve just as they do on Earth, and that hell must be understood as a mental condition of confused and self-tormenting spirits. This sounds immediately plausible, but Swedenborg's extraordinary comments on the inhabitants of the moon lead one to suspect his reliability as a witness of the other world. Conan Doyle's descriptions of the other side makes it sound like an idealized version of this one. They are very busy on all forms of congenial work. The world in which they find themselves is very much like that which they have quitted, but everything keyed to a higher octave. The word octave is interesting in this connection. Gurdjieff asserts that the universe is based on a principle of octaves. As in a higher octave the rhythm is the same, and the relation of notes to each other the same, but the total effect different, so it is here. Children grow up, but there is no aging apart from this, and there is close union between the sexes but no physical side to love. Jim Pike explained, "Yes, there is sex, but it is not like it is there. It is not physical, of course, but actually there is less limitation. Here you can actually enter the whole person." We may consider all this absurd, but then, the whole subject of the occult is full of absurdities that offend the logical mind and yet cannot be dismissed as fantasies. Our position in the world is absurd. Life seems solid and real enough, but the moment we try to pursue any problem beyond a certain limit, it vanishes into a misty realm of ambiguities. We are enmeshed in dreams and illusions, and the strongest characteristic of the human race is stupidity and short-sightedness. And when we study some of these messages from the spirit world, there seems to be good reason for skepticism. G.K. Chesterton devotes several excellent pages of his autobiography to spiritualism, and they have a ring of cheerful sanity that carries conviction. He agrees that in seances something happens which is not in the ordinary sense natural, or produced by the normal and conscious human will. Whether it is produced by some subconscious but still human force, or by some powers, good, bad or indifferent, which are external to humanity, I would not myself attempt to decide. The only thing I will say with complete confidence about that mystic and invisible power is that it tells lies. p. 82. He then tells some hilarious stories of his own experiments with a planchette, an apparatus for automatic writing. Asked what advice it would give to a very solid, dull member of parliament of the group's acquaintance, the planchette replied promptly, "Get a divorce." Since the wife was equally dull and respectable, they asked it to elaborate, whereupon the planchette wrote at great speed and in one word, "Horrible revelations in life." Chesterton Sr. tried testing the spirits by asking the name of a distant relative, and the board answered Manning. The father pointed out that this was untrue. The board replied, "Married before." "To whom?" they asked, and the board replied promptly, "Cardinal Manning." But when we have reached the point of agreeing with Chesterton that belief in mediums and moonshine are probably a sign of feeble-mindedness, we then have to recognize that the standpoint from which he is criticizing them is that of Orthodox Catholicism, which insists on the infallibility of the Pope and the reality of the devil, and that Chesterton's air of strong-minded sanity is not to be trusted. The only thing that emerges with any certainty from the study of spiritualism and occultism is that our normal, sane, balanced standpoint is built upon quicksand, since it is based upon a common-sense view of human consciousness that does not correspond to the facts. Perhaps the only valid criticism of spiritualism is that it would be better to learn to grasp the facts of human consciousness before we concern ourselves with the facts about the other world. And this brings us back again to the baffling subject of poltergeists, for a large number, if not all, of these are undoubtedly human in origin. The phantom drummer of Tidworth, one of the most celebrated of all poltergeists, was not a phantom but a living man. The drummer was a vagabond named William Drury, who in March 1661 was making a nuisance of himself at the small town of Ludgershall in Wiltshire. A magistrate from nearby Tidworth, a Mr. John Mompesson, was told that the drummer was trying to blackmail local people in giving him money to stop his racket, and he had Drury arrested. Drury's pass, authorizing him to beg in that part of the world, proved to be counterfeit. Mr. Mompesson had the drum confiscated and the beggar sent to jail. The drum was sent to Mr. Mompesson's house, and thereupon, an incredible series of poltergeist phenomena commenced. There were tremendous bangs and thumps on doors and walls. The disturbances would conclude with a tattoo beat on the drum. After a lull, the poltergeist began to terrorize the younger children, beating tattoos on their bed, lifting them up into the air, shaking them, and making sinister scratching noises under the bed. Mr. Mompesson had them removed to a neighbor's house for peace. The spirit attacked the blacksmith with a pair of pincers, snatched a sword from a guest and wrestled for it when he tried to take it back, and grabbed a large stick from a servant woman who was trying to bar its path. The Reverend Joseph Glanville, who investigated the case and wrote about it, heard the scratching noises around the children's bed, and was puzzled to find his horse sweating with terror when he went down to it the next morning. The horse died shortly after. Mompesson attempted communication with the spirit, asking it to knock 3 times if Drury lay behind the disturbances. 3 dear knocks sounded. Although the drummer was acquitted on the charge of forging a false warrant, for lack of evidence, he was transported for stealing a pig, whereupon the disturbances ceased. It would be pointless to ask how Drury caused the disturbances, as he admitted he did. Probably he didn't know himself. The power had something in common with Holmes' strange knack of making furniture float, and something in common with Powis's astral projection, that much is apparent. It is also safe to say that we all possess the power, at least, potentially. It seems to be stronger, or at least, closer to the surface, in children than in adults. But it is not true, as some writers have stated, that children are always involved in poltergeist disturbances. It is impossible to doubt that they are caused by monsters from the subconscious. Case after case makes this clear. In The Personality of Man, Tyrrell describes the case of a neurotic child, a girl of 14, who was going through the usual tensions of puberty when odd phenomena began to occur. They were not very spectacular, but unexplainable. When she was asleep, the bed made clicking sounds, and noises occurred in other parts of the room that had no obvious cause. In Poltergeists, Sacheverell Sitwell describes a female child who became flushed and breathed more heavily when poltergeist disturbances occurred, but no matter how loud the bangs and raps became, she slept on. Dingwall describes a case that he personally investigated. A mother and daughter lived alone in a house in southern England while the father was absent. Both were bored. The mother often went out in the evening, leaving the child alone. Then the disturbances began, plates flying about, doors banging, raps and crashes all over the house. The mother stopped going out, and the disturbances ceased. The child was not counterfeiting the disturbances, they were genuine enough, but her subconscious mind was making sure that her mother stayed home. The Unknown, Is It Nearer? By E. J. Dingwall and John Langdon Davies, London, 1956. But beyond this, it is difficult to generalize about poltergeist phenomena. There have been cases in which a house has remained haunted by a poltergeist throughout a number of tenancies, and others where the poltergeist has been active for many years. The Willington Mill poltergeist, cited by Sitwell, displayed enormous inventiveness over 12 years, showing itself as an apparition of a monkey, a cat, a veiled woman or a heavy-footed man, and produced every conceivable kind of noise from whistles and bangs to guttural remarks and the sound of machinery. In most cases, the disturbances are not of long duration, perhaps a month or so. An article 4 Months in a Haunted House in Harper's Magazine, 1962, describes a typical case of poltergeist activity in a house in Cape Cod: thumps, bangs, rappings on walls. Its one unusual feature is a noise that the author, who uses the pen name Harlan Jacobs, describes as the grand piano smash, which sounded as if a grand piano had been dropped on the floor. It shook the house. They were in the garage, from which the sound had come, 3 seconds after the crash, and found everything undisturbed. They heard the crash on 2 more occasions. The 4th time it happened, it was heard only by 3 visitors sleeping in the bedroom normally occupied by the author's wife. They heard it, and described it as shaking the house, but the author and his wife, sleeping in another part of the small house, didn't hear a thing. It is this aspect of ghost phenomena that leads Durrell, in common with Myers and Gurney, to theorize that some of the sights and sounds may be purely mental, a kind of telepathy, and that when they are heard or seen by a number of people, it is a case of telepathic intercommunication between the witnesses. The energies that produce these disturbances may or may not be those known to physics. In The Night Side of Nature, 1849, Mrs. Catherine Crowe describes the case of Angelique Cotton, a 14-year-old French girl, who was weaving silk at an oak frame in January 1846 when the frame began to plunge about. The other girls all retreated to the other side of the room, then returned, one by one. The frame remained still until Angelique returned, then began to jerk violently again. Her family assumed it to be a devil and tried to have her exorcised, but the priest was inclined to believe it to be a physical phenomenon. He was probably right. The disturbances became less violent if she was standing on a carpet or waxed cloth and her field of force did not affect metal. But organic objects, even a heavy stone trough, would rear like a frightened horse if her apron touched them. When she was tired, the effects diminished. Wilhelm Reich, of whom I shall speak in the next chapter, would undoubtedly attribute the phenomena to argon energy, a form of universal energy not known to physics, and it must be admitted that it is hard to explain the forces produced by Angelique Cotton on any other hypothesis. The disturbances went on from mid-January until April, and then gradually died away. They were widely investigated at the time. Mrs. Crowe mentions a number of other similar instances, and adds the curious statement, "Many somnambulistic persons are capable of giving an electric shock, and I have met with one person, not somnambulistic, who informs me that he has frequently been able to do it by an effort of will." She goes on to describe the case of Mlle Emmerich, sister of a professor at Strasbourg, who became electrified as the result of a bad shock, which made her a sleepwalker, and whose body became so surcharged with electricity that it was necessary for her relief to discharge it, and she sometimes imparted a complete battery of shocks to her brother and her physician, and whoever was near. She had apparently developed some degree of the power of the electric eel, which is still a mystery to science. The electric eel can produce as much as 600 volts, its bursts of electricity are extremely rapid, like machine gun fire, and can be sprayed out at the rate of 3,000 a second. It seems probable that the spontaneous combustion that fascinated the Victorians so much was related to this same curious energy. Since the nature of static electricity has been understood, it has ceased to provoke the same interest. But cases continue to occur, and they cannot always be explained by static electricity, at least, not the kind normally produced by dry hair or silk clothes. Several cases are cited in a chapter of Strange Unknown Mysteries by Emil Schermacher. A 19-year-old girl named Maybelle Andrews was dancing in a Soho nightclub with her boyfriend, Billy Clifford, when flames suddenly burst from her back, chest, and shoulders, igniting her hair. She died on the way to hospital. Her boyfriend, who was badly burned trying to put her out, explained that there were no open flames in the room. The flames seemed to come from the girl herself. The Sheffield Independent reports a case of a building contractor, G.A. Shepherdson, who waved a hand at some workman as he drove past, and then turned into a human torch. The London Daily Telegraph reports that A.F. Smith of Birkenhead burst into flames in the cab of his lorry, but the fire was confined to the cab, and did not originate in the cushions of his seat. A coroner's jury was unable to determine the cause of the accident. Professor Robin Beach, formerly of the Polytechnic Institute of Brooklyn, has made a study of human beings who are capable of building up enormous static charges. An Ohio manufacturer asked him to investigate inexplicable outbreaks of fire in his plant. He tested all the employees with a static electricity voltmeter, and discovered that one young woman carried a charge of 30,000 volts. Apparently this was due to a combination of circumstances: her dry skin, silky clothes, the dryness of the air in the plant, and the carpets on the floors. Beach described a case of a man who was seriously injured when he unscrewed the cap of his car battery. An electrical discharge from his dry fingers exploded the hydrogen escaping from the battery and blew acid in his face. Most people, says Professor Beach, can, under certain circumstances, build up a charge of 15,000 volts, which is released when they touch any metal that is earthed. But this fails to explain how Maybelle Andrews burst into flames. If she was dancing, Schermacher specifies the Watusi, she was probably covered with a thin film of perspiration, which is not conducive to a build-up of static. Even supposing that she built up some immense charge, and brushed against an object that was earthed, there should only have been a brief flash, not an explosion of flames. And how could a man burst into flames in the cab of his lorry, when the rubber tires insulate it from the earth? Where do we draw the line between mental and physical powers, between the normal and the psychic? When I bend my fingers, my nerves carry a message from my brain to the hand, but I have no idea of what happens in physical terms. I do not make my fingers bend. There seems to be no intermediate process between wanting them to bend and bending them. Is this any less mysterious than the power of the electric eel to discharge 600 volts? Or Angelique Coffin's knack of making heavy objects jump when she approached them? Joel Eisenbud, M.D., a member of the University of Colorado Medical School in Denver, has devoted a whole book to his amazing researches into the powers of an alcoholic bellhop, Ted Serios, who can cause photographs to appear on a film by merely concentrating on the camera. Dr. Eisenbud's book also illustrates the phenomenon I spoke of in the introduction to this book: the firm desire of ordinary people to ignore anything they cannot explain, and pretend it has never happened. Dr. Eisenbud was bothered by the problem of the non-repeatableness of most psychic phenomena, and wrote an article in which he said he looked forward to a more satisfactory phase in the history of psychical research. Someone thereupon sent him a paper that had been printed in Fate describing how Serios could produce photographs by staring into the camera lens with great concentration. The report stated that tests had been carried out over a number of months by scientists and photographers. Dr. Eisenbud's first response was to wonder why the hell, in that case, this wasn't a subject of general knowledge. Then he decided that the answer must be that the people involved had not conducted their experiments with the necessary care and rigor. However, he eventually agreed to see a demonstration in Chicago. Ted Serios, a small, thin man, turned up in the hotel lobby, rather to Eisenbud's surprise, since he had been warned about the psychic's alcoholism. In the hotel room, Serios took a Polaroid camera loaded with film, stared into the lens with an intense concentration that made the veins stand out on his forehead, then relaxed after 20 seconds or so. The print, when taken out of the camera, was black. He tried 7 more times before a plate came out with a dim, blurry picture of a tower-like building on it, which a lady present identified as the Chicago Water Tower. Serios complained of headache, he had drunk a certain amount of whiskey. After arrest, there were more tries, and one of these produced another blurry but unmistakable picture of a hotel front with the word Stevens across it. It was a hotel that had burned down some years before. Eisenbud was understandably excited. He writes, "I had also tried to show that it was necessary to postulate that we all had latent capacities to do unconsciously essentially what Ted was doing, in order to close in on what to my mind was the number one problem in science, the phenomenon of precognition." He adds, "Now here it was, just as predicted, like the planet Pluto." He proceeded to ring up people who ought to be interested, and some professors who had seen the phenomenon agreed it was probably genuine. The result was a blank. They agreed it was genuine but couldn't be bothered to investigate further. So a guy takes pictures with his mind. "So what?" said one magazine editor. One professor explained that he had lost interest because in one of the photographs Serios had got the wrong building. Eisenbud says that it reminds him of the joke about the talking horse that ends, "Don't believe a word that horse says, he's a pathological liar." Serios's claim to be included in this chapter lies in the way he developed his thought photography. In 1955 he was working as a bellhop in a Chicago hotel, when a fellow employee discovered that he was an exceptionally good hypnotic subject. And under hypnosis, Serios became a traveling clairvoyant, a subject already discussed in an earlier chapter, and journeyed mentally to distant places. On these mental expeditions, he made the acquaintance of a spirit who claimed to be Jean Lafitte, a pirate and smuggler who died in the early 19th century, and Lafitte took Serios to spots where he claimed buried treasure was hidden. An expedition to Florida to uncover some of this treasure was a failure, and Lafitte seems to have got bored with his new acquaintance, for he became more difficult to summon up, until he vanished altogether. In spite of this, Ted's powers of scrying turned up a few minor finds, and at one point a syndicate was formed to exploit it. Several $100s were unearthed at one spot, but a rival syndicate had got there first. One of the problems was pinpointing the spots where the treasure was hidden, and at this point Serios's fellow employee, George Johannes, handed him an ordinary camera and told him to try that. The resulting photographs astounded Serios, who thought at first that Johannes was pulling his leg. He bought his own camera, and got the same results. Finally, ill health forced him to give up scrying, and one psychiatrist even convinced him that the whole thing had been some sort of an illusion. Eisenbud arrived on the scene after many years of ups and downs. Eisenbud got Serios to Denver, and began a series of tests. In the first one, Serios managed to get a recognizable shot of the clock tower of Westminster Abbey. He had seen a photograph of it in a magazine the day before. A group of professors present were sufficiently impressed to sign testimonials about what they had witnessed. Eisenbud's account of Serios does not reveal a strong personality, endless talk about himself, jejune talk about his attitude to the opposite sex, a large daily consumption of whiskey. He failed to arrive for his second big demonstration, fleeing back to Chicago and making various excuses. Returning later, he irritated the committee of professors prepared to bear witness by getting incoherently drunk. Then, sensing that everybody's patience had reached a limit, he grabbed the camera, concentrated hard, and produced an excellent photograph of a double-decker bus, with the remark, "Put that in your pipe and smoke it." Eisenbud's book The World of Ted Serios, 1967, contains over 100 of these mental pictures, and reproductions of various pictures that he had in mind when trying. There is immense variety. Buildings, sometimes in color, cars, people, rockets, and many weird and unidentifiable shapes. The usual method of taking them was as follows. Serios would take a small plastic tube, which he called a gizmo, and hold it over the lens of the camera, then concentrate very hard and press the trigger of the camera. Anyone who has used a Polaroid will know that such a procedure would normally produce a blur. The camera and film were produced by Dr. Eisenbud or anyone else present. Serios could produce a photograph whether or not there was a lens in the camera, and whether or not he was blindfolded. He usually had a fairly clear idea of what the picture would be and on occasion, was quite certain that it had been successful. When trying to get the Chicago Hilton, he muttered, "Missed, damn it," and produced the Denver Hilton instead, in color. Almost as remarkable as Ted Serios's photography was the reaction of people approached by Eisenbud for cooperation. At a meeting where he was describing his results, one friend and colleague grunted, "Don't believe it," and walked out. Another became insulting. A third suggested that Serios should be stripped. If Eisenbud had been asking them to attend a séance, this kind of reaction might be understandable, but he was only asking for help in a controlled scientific experiment. Why should people react in this way? The answer, surely, is that there is still a gulf between science and paranormal phenomena, like the gulf between science and religion, and normal, rational people react to tales of the paranormal as they might react to a religious crank trying to force his way in through the front door. Besides, there is some justification for the remark of the editor, so a guy takes pictures with his mind. So what? If we consider Serios's photographs, or Daniel Dunglas Holmes' levitation, in isolation, they are strange, but they have no connection with everyday life. And if they have no connection, then they are certainly interesting but irrelevant, and busy people are right to ignore them. Eisenbud agrees that, at present, there is no connection, but he cites the story of Faraday, who was asked by 3 tax inspectors why His Majesty's government should continue to support experiments with electrical jars. Faraday replied, "I'm not quite sure myself where all this is going, but maybe someday it will be taxable." If Serios can produce pictures with his mind, what is to stop anybody doing it? There are powers involved here that we probably all possess, but are unaware of. What if Serios's manifestations are the equivalent of Faraday's Leyden jars, the beginning of the discovery of a far bigger phenomenon? After all, the Leyden jar must have struck businessmen of the 19th century as an odd but limited phenomenon. You could produce sparks with it, and electrocute chickens, but so what? Who could guess that the Leyden jar would lead to the electric generator? Whether Eisenbud is correct to believe that precognition and mind photography are somehow connected is a question that must be considered in the final chapter. The active powers of Serios, and the passive powers of mediums, seem to be diametrically opposed. It is true that Serios can sometimes see photographs in a sealed envelope and reproduce them on a Polaroid plate, but according to Eisenbud's account he is wrong more often than not. On the other hand, most psychics simply have the power to see things that other people cannot see. And even in this field, the powers vary widely. Peter Hurkos and Gerard Croizet can sense an object's history by touching it. Tom Corbett, of whom Diana Vernon has written at length in the Stately Ghosts of England, 1963, can sense the presence and nature of ghosts in haunted houses, but may or may not sense something about the person to whom he is speaking. Corbett explained to Mrs. Vernon, "I haven't got any power over the ghosts, like exorcising them or telling them to go away. But if there's a ghost around I can tell you where, and sometimes what it looks like." Other people have this gift in varying degrees. Some, like me, see them, some hear them, others just sense them. Most people, of course, aren't psychic at all, so they won't ever see a ghost, even if it's standing right beside them. Corbett's observations about ghosts throw some interesting light on the basic problem raised in this chapter. At Longleat, the home of the Marquis of Bath, Corbett was asked to give his opinion on 2 alleged ghosts, one in a corridor known as Green Ladies' Walk, the other, supposedly of a bishop, in the library. To begin with, Corbett was deliberately shown the wrong corridor, by way of testing him. He immediately recognized that it was the wrong corridor, and led the way to another one, which led off the first. "Something dreadful happened here. This is your corridor, not the other one." As it happened, the nature of the something dreadful was known. The Marquis of Bath in the time of Queen Anne caught his wife in flagrante delicto with her young lover. A sword fight ensued that ended with the lover being run through. The lover was, according to legend, buried in the cellars, and the Marquis moved out, and lived for the rest of his life at a nearby village. When the present Marquis of Bath was a young man, The story was verified when workmen installing central heating found the skeleton under the cellar flags. But the ghost, according to Corbett, is not that of the lover or the avenging Marquis, but of a woman, almost certainly Lady Louisa Carteret, the lady in question. Corbett acknowledged that he could not state definitely that the ghost was Lady Louisa, but added, "A spirit retains the identity and sex it had when it was alive. The men, the lover and the Marquis, can't haunt, presumably, because they had what it takes to progress, while Louisa's grief kept her shackled here." He also explained that ghosts have no sense of time, and that they are therefore unaware of the passing of the centuries. When shown the library in which the ghost of Bishop Ken was supposed to appear on the anniversary of his death, Corbett asserted that it was not haunted, and that, in any case, ghosts are not observers of anniversaries. If time stands still for them, this is logical. However, he was able to verify the presence of a friendlier spirit in another library in the house, pointing out the exact spot where the librarian had frequently sensed its presence. He was able to add that the ghost was almost certainly the builder of Longleat, a Sir John Thynne, a wealthy Elizabethan, which explains his attachment to it. In another corridor of the house, Corbett stopped, and rapped with his knuckles on a door. He could not explain why he did it, but the librarian explained that when she had slept in that room, there had been a knock on the door every night, at about the same time. It happened so often that she ended by ignoring it. Corbett's verdict on the house was, certainly two very strong ghosts, the one in the corridor and the one in the red library. Then there's another, very faint, which causes the knock on Miss Coates's door. There's a heavy malevolence in the linen cupboard caused, I think, by someone who was probably once a housekeeper, a most unpleasant woman. All the hauntings are done independently, and each ghost is unaware of the other's existence. But our intrusion wasn't welcome, I'm afraid. The Bishop of Ken doesn't haunt, by the way. The comment about being unwelcome seemed to be verified when Corbett, Mrs. Vernon, and the photographer who had accompanied them all fell ill after the visit to Longleat. This chapter would be incomplete without some discussion of the evidence for reincarnation, the doctrine of the rebirth of the spirit in different bodies. The Greeks called it metempsychosis, or the transmigration of souls. The belief is so widespread as to be almost universal. It can be found among the ancient Egyptians, the Hindus, the American Indians, and in the folklore of Europe and Africa. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna, "You and I, Arjuna, have lived many lives. I remember them all, you do not remember." The doctrine of reincarnation, as found among the Hindus and Buddhists, is in some ways a flat contradiction of the Christian notion that eternal bliss or eternal punishment may be the outcome of a man's activities during a single lifetime. The Hindus assert that the soul returns to earth again and again, moving higher or lower, according to the degree of perfection it achieved in its previous incarnation. A great chain of being descends from the ultimate Godhead to the lowest forms of dead matter, and everything has its place on it. Man stands midway between matter and spirit, and his problem is to move upward. Reincarnation also plays an important part in the Kabbalah. The Society for Psychical Research has paid less attention to cases of reincarnation than to various forms of psychical phenomena. Myers devotes only one page to it in his Human Personality and its Survival of Bodily Death, and although he accepts the doctrine, he also points out the objections to it. In the long run, all spirits are bound to progress, so the generality of men today ought to be altogether more moral and idealistic than the men of 5,000 years ago. This hardly seems to be true. In the same way, if the reward for success in a previous existence is to be born at a more comfortable level, then the aristocracy ought to be on a spiritually higher level than the polloi, an arguable assertion. In 1956, the subject of reincarnation became the most popular topic of the day when a Pueblo, Colorado, businessman called Maury Bernstein published his accounts of hypnotizing a local housewife named Virginia Tighe. Under hypnosis, Mrs. Tighe clearly recalled her previous existence as an Irish girl named Bridie Murphy. The search for Bridie Murphy topped the national bestseller list for weeks, and was almost as popular in England. Edgar Cayce had asserted the reality of reincarnation since 1923, but the Bridie Murphy case seemed more conclusive and more spectacular than any of Casey's examples. Then the bubble burst. The house in which Mrs. Tighe had been brought up was found to resemble the one in which Bridie Murphy had lived in Cork. It was discovered that one of her childhood neighbors had actually been called Bridie Murphy, and that Mrs. Tighe had once been in love with her son. It was finally established, beyond all reasonable doubt, that most of the things that had happened to Bridie Murphy had also happened to Mrs. Tighe. The Chicago American published a shattering expose of Bridie Murphy, and the craze ended as suddenly as it had begun. Professor C.J. Dukas of Brown University published a book on the belief in life after death in which he completely exonerated Mrs. Tighe from all suspicion of fraud and defended Bernstein as a serious and dedicated student of hypnosis and reincarnation, but for most Americans, the case was dosed. This was a pity, for the serious evidence for reincarnation is as convincing, if not quite so voluminous, as that for life after death. Volume 26 of the Proceedings of the American SPR is devoted to 20 cases suggestive of reincarnation, by Ian Stevenson, M.D. These cases, selected from more than 200 investigated by the Society, have the usual thorough documentation. Most of them seem to follow a certain pattern. A child of between 2 and 4 years old begins describing events and people in a previous existence. The parents decide to look into it, and the details are found to be accurate. Such stories are not unfamiliar. For example, the case of Shanty Devi can be found in Frank Edwards' Stranger Than Science. She was born in Delhi in 1926. When she was 7, she informed her parents that she had been born before, in a town called Mathura. She described her life in some detail, how she had been married and had 3 children. She died when giving birth to the 3rd. Her name, she said, had been Luji. Her parents assumed this was pure imagination. But in 1935, a man called at the house on business, and Shanty Devi stared with amazement, declaring that he was her husband's cousin. The man confirmed that he was from Mathura, and that he had a cousin who had lost his wife, named Luji, in childbirth 10 years earlier. Luji's husband was brought to the house. Without telling the girl he was expected, she recognized him instantly and threw herself into his arms. Taken to Mathura, she was able to point out various people and places correctly, and converse with relatives of the dead Luji in local dialect, although Shanty Devi had been taught in Hindustani. A scientific commission which investigated the case found that she was able to direct a carriage through the town even when she was blindfolded, and recognize various landmarks. She recognized her 2 eldest children, but not the one whose birth had cost her her life. Ian Stevenson mentions the Shanty Devi case in his book, and adds that he has discovered that Luji's husband often came to Delhi, and frequented a sweetmeat shop not far from Shanty Devi's home. There is no suggestion that Shanty Devi met her former husband there. Stevenson only mentions it to raise the hypothesis of some kind of telepathy, which he then rejects. One of the most interesting points that emerge from Stevenson's book is that a large number of subjects who could recall previous lives had died a violent death in this earlier existence. This may explain the continuation of memory. A boy named Ravi Shankar, born in July 1951, later gave details of his murder in his previous existence. As a child of 6, he was killed and beheaded by a relative, aided by an accomplice, who hoped to inherit the property of the child's father. Ravi Shankar actually had a scar on his neck resembling a long knife wound. A child named Jasper claimed to be a man who had been given poisoned sweets, and had died as a result of a fall from a cart in which he had sustained a head injury. Imad Elawar, a Lebanese child born in 1958, had died of tuberculosis in his previous existence, but he had been unpleasantly shocked when a cousin had been run over by a truck, driven by an enemy, and died soon afterwards. Imad's earliest statements about his previous existence concerned this violent death. H.A. Wajaratney, born in Ceylon in 1947, had memories of the life of his paternal uncle, who had been hanged for the murder of his wife. Jimmy Svensson, a Tlingit Indian of southeastern Alaska, began to claim, at the age of 2, that he was his maternal uncle, a man named Jimmy Sisko, who had died under mysterious circumstances. probably murdered. The child had marks on his abdomen resembling gunshot wounds. On the other hand, Swarnlata Mishra, the daughter of an inspector of schools in Madhya Pradesh, only recognized the scene of her previous life when she happened to be passing through the city of Katni on a journey with her father. She was 3½ at the time. Norman Despers, a Tlingit Indian, was taken to visit a cove 35 miles away, and suddenly asserted that he had once owned a smokehouse, for smoking fish, on the strait, and had later gone blind. The description fitted his grandfather. The child was 3 at the time of the recognition scene. Some of the cases have extremely unusual features. Jasper Lal Jat was 3½ years old when he suddenly became Sabaram, the man who had fallen from the cart after eating poisoned sweets. But Sabaram did not die until Jasper was 3½. One day in the spring of 1954, Jasper apparently died of smallpox. His father went to get help to bury him, but neighbors advised him to wait until the next day. Before morning, the child began to stir. When he eventually recovered, his personality had changed completely, and he began speaking about his previous existence. Unfortunately, he had been of the Brahmin caste in this existence, and his new family were Jats. The child declined to eat with them, and his food had to be cooked by a nearby Brahmin lady. It was only when he began to suspect that his family occasionally cheated him by cooking his food themselves that he decided to abandon himself to his new caste. When the child was taken to the village of Vidi, some 20 miles away, he showed accurate and detailed knowledge of relatives, places, and events. The closeness of the villages might give rise to the suspicion that Jasper had visited Vidi often enough to learn about Sabaram, but Stevenson points out that the two villages are accessible only by means of dirt roads, and that since they are on either side of the local market town, one to the north, one to the south, inhabitants of one would have little or no reason to visit the other. Stevenson always goes into the question of the relative locations of the places where his subjects lived. Before and after reincarnation, there are few cases where there could be the remotest possibility of the subject having visited the scene of his previous existence. Jasper eventually came to spend as much time with his previous family as with his new one, showing great affection for his son, or rather, Sabaram's son. This also occurs in a number of the cases cited by Stevenson, although in others, the new family may show violent jealousy about the child's previous existence. There are several cases in which the child was beaten into silence about his other life. It is also interesting to note that memories of a previous existence often fade as the child grows older. Another noteworthy feature of many of the cases in Stevenson's book is that the subject seems to be able to choose where he will be reborn. Maria de Oliveira, of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil, deliberately contracted tuberculosis and died at the age of 28. She had had 2 unhappy love affairs. She promised her friend, Ida Lawrence, that she would be reborn as her daughter. 10 months later, Ida gave birth to a daughter. At 2½ years of age, this child began to speak of events in the life of the dead Maria, and gave detailed evidence of her knowledge of Maria's life. There were no less than 120 occasions on which she recognized previous acquaintances or made remarks that were later verified. Amelia Lawrence, also a Brazilian, committed suicide at 19 by swallowing cyanide. She hated being a girl and often said she would return to Earth as a man. After her death, her spirit made communication at seances and declared that she intended to rejoin her family, this time as a boy. Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Lawrence produced a boy, Paolo, who soon declared himself to be Amelia, and exhibited markedly feminine traits. Again, Stevenson offers a 4-page table itemizing the evidence for identifying Paolo with Amelia. William George was a Tlingit fisherman, who told his favorite son that he intended to return to Earth as his son, and that the evidence would be certain birthmarks, identical with his own. He died mysteriously, vanishing from his fishing boat at sea, in 1949. In May 1950, his daughter-in-law gave birth to a boy who had the predicted birthmarks. During her labor she dreamed of her father-in-law, who told her he was anxious to see his son again. At 4 years of age, the boy, named after his grandfather, began to exhibit a knowledge of people and places in his grandfather's life, and to develop some of his characteristic mannerisms, including his walk. When he came in one day, and found his mother going through a box of jewelry, he stated, "That's my watch," and grabbed a gold watch that had, indeed, been presented to his mother by William George Sr. His parents both asserted that he had never seen this watch before, or heard of it. Altogether, 20 cases suggestive of reincarnation is a convincing, if bewildering, volume, carrying the stamp of authenticity throughout. The conclusions it seems to suggest may be tabulated as follows: A. Reincarnation occurs all the time, but memory of previous existences is rare. It happens most frequently when the death was violent. B. Spirits seem to have a certain amount of choice about reincarnation. C. Cases in which there is memory of a previous existence occurs most often among people who already accept the idea of reincarnation. D. More than one spirit may occupy the same body, as in the case of Jasper. This last conclusion recalls the remark of the psychologist McDougall about Sally Beecham, that her other personalities seem to be separate psychic entities rather than aspects of the same person. The case of the Sinhalese murderer Wijeratne deserves further mention. Wijeratne was born in 1947 with a deformity of the right breast and arm. Because of his resemblance to the paternal uncle, Ratranhami, his father remarked, "This is my brother come back." The family assumed that the deformities were due to some bad karma from a previous existence. When the child was 2.5, his mother overheard him remarking that his arm was deformed because he had killed his wife. The child later related details of the crime, and of the arrest and execution of Ratranhami, in a way that convinced his parents that this was not imagination. Stevenson gives a full account of the boy's descriptions of the murder. The crime had been due to a violent fit of temper. Wijeratne admitted that he had had an ungovernable temper in his previous existence, but that it was now improved. The girl had been married to Ratranhami, but had continued to live with her parents until the second half of a two-part ceremony should take place. When he called for her, she suddenly decided not to go with him, whereupon he drew a knife and stabbed her. At the trial, Ratranhami defended himself by saying that he had not intended to kill his wife. Her family had set upon him, and were beating him. While she held his arms, he stabbed her in freeing himself. The family claimed that he attacked her with a kris, Malayan dagger, and that only then had they attacked him. Wijeratne acknowledged that the family account was the true one and that his execution was justified, adding, nevertheless, that if he was faced with a similar situation again, he would do the same thing. Stevenson mentions that he has many cases in which light has been thrown on a murder in this manner. The year 1956, the date of publication of The Search for Bridie Murphy, produced a number of other interesting cases of alleged reincarnation in England. Henry Blythe, a professional hypnotist of Torquay, Devon, hypnotized a 32-year-old Exeter housewife named Naomi Henry, whom he had earlier cured of smoking. A tape recorder was used at some of the sessions, and a long-playing record was subsequently issued on the Aureole label. First, a number of witnesses identify themselves, and a Dr. William Minify describes what is about to take place. Mrs. Henry is already asleep. The hypnotist takes her back in time to her childhood, then asks her about previous existences. She speaks of being an Irish girl, Mary Cohen, and gives the year as 1790. The hypnotist takes her to her wedding day, 4 years later, and she explains that she doesn't want to get married, that her mother has forced it upon her because she doesn't want to keep an unmarried daughter. Later she dies as a result of a broken leg, inflicted by her husband in the course of a beating. The hypnotist then takes her on, 4 years beyond her death, and her breath ceases. The record sleeve asserts that her heart also stopped beating for 5 seconds. Then she describes an incarnation as Clarice Hellier, a nurse born in 1880, and ends by describing her death, from a goiter, and even the number of her grave. At the same time, the record sleeve makes it clear that the record is not intended to be a proof of incarnation, only an unusual experiment. This is perhaps as well. While the listener entertains no doubt of the sincerity of everyone involved, he is likely to find himself wondering whether the hypnotic subject is giving the answers that she knows are required, out of a desire to please the hypnotist. One can see how easily the same thing may have occurred in the case of Bridie Murphy. Unless researchers can find definite proof of the existence of Mary Cohen in Cork in 1890, or Clarice Hellier in Downham, and there are no less than 6 places of that name in England, this kind of thing must be regarded simply as an interesting experiment. But this is not to say that deep hypnosis might not become a valuable instrument for investigating past incarnations. Arnold Bloxham, an expert on old furniture, was also, apparently, stimulated by the Bridie Murphy case to use his hypnotic powers to investigate reincarnation. The result of his first experiments was a book, Who Was Anne Ockenden, written by his wife Dulcie, in which a young girl under hypnosis describes her previous existence in prehistoric times. Mr. Bloxham has gone on to make many more similar experiments, recording all on tape, and has accumulated an impressive library of recordings. A woman who claimed to be Henriette, exiled sister of Charles II, showed detailed knowledge of the Stuart period, and was able to describe in detail the court of Louis XIV and of his brother, Philip, Duke of Orleans, to whom she was married. A man who recalled a previous existence as a naval gunner in the time of Napoleon gave so many authentic details about naval life at that time that Earl Mountbatten borrowed the tape to play to experts on naval history. Seaman, Myth and Magic, number 33, Frontiers of Belief. One can only say that if experiments like this are carried on for long enough, and on a sufficiently widespread scale, there are bound to be cases whose authenticity cannot be challenged. Robert Heinlein predicted, in Amazing Stories for April 1956, that by the year 2001, reincarnation would have been demonstrated with scientific rigor, and there seems a fair possibility that he will be proved right. Arthur Girdham is a well-known English psychiatrist who was, until his recent retirement, senior consultant in psychiatry to the Bath clinical area. He is also a believer in reincarnation. His pamphlet Religious Aspects of Extrasensory Perception opens with the challenging sentence, "The study of parapsychology will be the next major development in psychiatry." He goes on to argue that certain psychological illnesses may be quite literally psychic in origin, due to powers of extrasensory perception, or to dream memories of previous incarnations. He adds, "I have a patient whose capacity to add to the knowledge of European medieval history has been recognized by 2 professors of that subject." This patient, a woman, was an exponent of Catharism, the sect we have already encountered in connection with the origins of witchcraft. Without ever studying it, she has a detailed knowledge of its ritual and practices. She acquired some of this knowledge from dreams, others from her recurrent nightmare, and from what she calls visions, but most of it was provided by stories and notes she felt impelled to write as a schoolgirl in her early teens. It is utterly impossible that she could have had access to the detailed literature of Catharism at that age. He cites one of the proofs that the patient's visions were authentic. "She insisted to me that the priest with whom she was associated wore dark blue robes, and it is more than 20 years since she was first aware of this fact. It is only in the last 2 or 3 years that it has been established that they sometimes wore dark blue or dark green." He adds that it would take a full-length book to detail all the other evidence of his patient's knowledge of Catharism. In 1970, Girdham published this book, The Cathars and Reincarnation, and it is certainly one of the most remarkable and controversial documents ever printed on this subject. The author has deliberately avoided the kind of dramatic treatment that made Bridie Murphy a bestseller, and many readers may feel he has moved too far in the opposite direction, allowing the story to become too overburdened with the details of his historical researches. But the result is one of the most convincing accounts of reincarnation that exist in English. The story begins with a series of odd coincidences. In March 1962, Dr. Girdham saw the patient, whom he calls Mrs. Smith, who was suffering from nightmares accompanied by screams. The dreams were always of a man who entered a room as she lay on the floor. His approach filled her with terror. Oddly enough, Dr. Girdham had himself suffered from an almost identical nightmare until shortly before meeting Mrs. Smith. From the beginning, the subject of the Cathars was involved in this odd chain of coincidence. Since before the war, Dr. Girdham had been fascinated by the Pyrenees, and particularly by Montségur, where, he discovered later, a great massacre of Cathars had taken place in 1244. 18 months after he met Mrs. Smith, the subject of Catharism began to recur with increasing frequency. To this day, only a few people in England know anything about the Cathars, but it seems that it is preordained that, sooner or later, I meet all of them. In December 1963, he spoke to M. Smith about the Pyrenees, where she had spent a holiday, and mentioned the Cathars. She was startled, for she had come across the name for the first time earlier that afternoon. She had casually opened a book in the library, found a chapter on Catharism, and become fascinated by the subject. It was later the same day that Dr. Girdham came across the name of Little Gaddesden in a book on the Pyrenees, and encountered the name of the inn he had been trying to remember all day. On another occasion, Dr. Girdham's wife read a magazine article in the Hairdressers in which the writer speculated that the Order of Bonesholmes at Eddington in Wiltshire derived from the Cathars. Bonesholmes is the name by which the Cathars of Languedoc were known. Dr. Girdham wrote to the author, and discovered that it was one of his own patients, with whom he had never discussed Catharism. When he and his wife attended a cocktail party, he met an RAF officer who had climbed Montségur, and had been oppressed by a feeling of horror, the sense that the whole place was saturated in blood. Mrs. Smith was definitely psychic. Dr. Girdham gives an example. She had been reading about water divining and wanted to know more about it. On impulse, she decided to go out to play cards that evening, feeling that something interesting would develop. Her partner proved to be a wart charmer, whose uncle was a water diviner, and presumably able to satisfy her curiosity. On her first visit to the Pyrenees, she had experienced the sense of "I have been here before." On a later visit, at Saint Jean Pied de Port, she was able to walk around the old medieval town as if she knew it well, and knew in advance that there would be many steps to climb before she reached the old fortress. She also had a feeling of horror about Toulouse, although she had never been there, and once had a dream in which someone was trying to force her to enter a cathedral called Saint Etienne. She later discovered by chance that the cathedral in Toulouse was called Saint Etienne. Some form of unconscious telepathy began to develop between doctor and patient, although, it should be added, Mrs. Smith's nightmares had ceased after her first meeting with Dr. Girdham. On one occasion she received from me a letter containing the identical longish sentence which she herself had written to me. And on another, the two of them, quite independently, had written on the same day to the author of an article about Catharism, both having stumbled on the article, again quite independently, in the back number of a specialist journal. It was more than 2 years after their first meeting that Mrs. Smith began to speak openly about her dreams, and the part Dr. Girdham had played in them. And this is certainly the most remarkable and incredible part of the whole story, the part that will prove the major stumbling block to many people who can accept the evidence for Mrs. Smith's previous incarnation. She wrote to Dr. Girdham, "I think I was living just outside Toulouse, or maybe in Toulouse itself, when you first came to my house years ago in that snowstorm. We were a very poor family, but you were of noble birth. I fell in love with you then, and my father said I must never meet you again. You were not of our class and, what was more important to him, you were not of our faith. We were Roman Catholics. I refused to be parted from you, and was eventually excommunicated. I went to live with you. We weren't married. You told me that if anything should happen to you, I must go to Fabrissa." One's first thought, on reading this, is that Mrs. Smith had developed the usual patient's fixation on the doctor, and somehow convinced Dr. Girdham that they had been lovers in the 13th century. In fact, this view cannot be maintained. For Dr. Girdham threw himself into historical research to find just how much of Mrs. Smith's story would stand up to analysis. And the answer is, all of it. It must be remembered that although Mrs. Smith had been having circumstantial dreams and visions since her teens, she did not connect them with the Cathars. Her first meeting with Dr. Girdham and immediate recognition of him as Roger, the lover of her visions, was almost her first intimation that it was not all some odd trick of her subconscious. She had experienced a sense of déjà vu in the Pyrenees, as already recorded. When he called upon her subsequently in a snowstorm, to arrange a hospital appointment, the memory of her first meeting with Roger, also in a snowstorm, returned. The persecution of the Cathars of Toulouse had been a fairly small and localized event, and the Inquisition records still existed. Various names had recurred in Mrs. Smith's dreams: Fabrice, Roger, Ale, Pierre de Mazeroles, and Professor René Nelly, one of the world's greatest authorities on the period, suggested that something might be discovered about them in the records. Mrs. Smith's dreams were full of other details about the period: the poems that Roger had recited, the layout of the hall of the castle, the ceremonies and rituals of the Cathar religion, what they ate and drank, and what kind of utensils were used at table. Dr. Geardham's task, with the help of Professor Nelly and Jean Veuvemoy, another eminent authority, was to check as much of this as possible. And as the investigation proceeded, he became more and more impressed with what he calls the uncanny accuracy of Mrs. Smith's memories. She stated that when Roger was ill they gave him loaf sugar, and Dr. Geardham found this hard to accept. But Professor Nelly's researches revealed that sugar did exist at that time, although it was a scarce commodity. Mrs. Smith mentioned that it was kept locked up. Geardham discovered that it was regarded as a medicine. Again, Mrs. Smith mentioned the Cathedral of Saint Etienne in Toulouse. Geardham, who had been there, was convinced that this was a slip, that it was actually called Saint Sernin, which is the name of a church in Toulouse. It was only when he came to revise the script of his book, and checked with a guidebook, that he realized she was right again. The story that slowly emerged was as follows. Roger Isarn was a Cathar priest or preacher, who traveled around a great deal in the area of Toulouse. He had taken refuge in a snowstorm in the house of a Catholic family, which included the young girl whom Geardham calls Puerilia. Oddly enough, Mrs. Smith's dreams did not include her real name. She fell in love with Roger, and later attended Cathar meetings at which he was present. They became lovers. When her father found out, he beat her and threw her out of the house. She went to Roger's house, and lived with him. But he traveled a great deal, and often became ill. Dr. Geardham feels that his symptoms point to tuberculosis. In 1242, 2 inquisitors came to the area, searching out heretics. Pierre de Mazeroles, a distant relative of Roger, plotted to kill them. The inquisitors, with their entourage, stayed with one Raymond d'Alfar, who sent word to Mazeroles. The inquisitors were murdered in d'Alfar's house. The motive of the crime was to seize lists of heretics, members of respected local families, in possession of the inquisitors. Mrs. Smith dreamed of Pierre de Mazeroles coming into the room where she was asleep, gloating about the murder, and remembered Roger's horror. Catholic reaction to the crime was violent. Roger was among those arrested and interrogated. Prison wrecked his already delicate health, and he died. Puerilia was so shattered by the news that she tried to commit suicide by starvation, one of the methods favored by Cathars, apparently. Bitter fighting between Cathars and Catholics followed, all of it, like the murder of the inquisitors by Pierre de Mazeroles, a matter of history. Cathars, including Puerilia, were held for interrogation in the Cathedral of Saint Etienne. Puerilia eventually died at the stake. Mrs. Smith's description of her dream is particularly harrowing. I didn't know when you were burnt to death you'd bleed. I thought the blood would all dry up in the terrible heat. But I was bleeding heavily. The blood was dripping and hissing in the flames. I wished I had enough blood to put the flames out. The worst part was my eyes. I tried to close my eyelids but I couldn't. They must have been burnt off. It is not surprising that the trauma of these experiences echoed down 7 centuries. As to the coincidence that Dr. Geardham should have been Roger Isarn d'Arberens, we can only accept it, like the other strange coincidences recorded in the book, as a concomitant of intense psychic activity. Geardham mentions that in a letter, she had mentioned a quotation by some medieval scholar and asked me if I could help her locate it. I could not do so. Just previous to writing a further letter she had been to the library, picked up a book, and was confronted immediately by the quotation. This kind of thing is a commonplace with people of this type. That is to say, it is not coincidence, in the ordinary sense of the word, but some kind of psychic radar, about whose nature we know nothing whatever. To further complicate an extremely complex issue, it should be added that reincarnation is one of the few matters upon which there is basic disagreement among spiritualists. J. Morse, an editor of Two Worlds, wrote down spirit teachings at the dictation of a spirit named Tian Sen Tai, a 16th century Chinese, and Tian Sen Tai stated flatly that reincarnation is nonsense. He pointed out that if men are brought back to the world to work out a bad karma, then we would have no right to alleviate misery. On the other hand, an eminent spiritualist I consulted told me that some mediums, or rather, the spirits that speak through them, accept reincarnation, while others deny it. The Continentals seem more prone to accept it than Anglo-Saxons. All spirit teaching accepts that there are ascending levels in the other world, not unlike Dante's spheres in the Paradiso, and that one's life on earth determines which of these levels becomes one's habitation immediately after death. There is no hell, no punishment, although there are dark places. But spirit teaching generally has little to say on reincarnation. The medium Dorothy Perkins was kind enough to put a question on the subject to a spirit known to her circle as the philosopher. The philosopher replied that while he does not deny reincarnation, he has never met anyone on the other side who goes in for it. From which we might infer that the bad karma doctrine is untrue, and that reincarnation is a matter of choice for the individual spirit. Let us try to summarize some of the conclusions reached so far. It is certain that human beings possess latent powers of which they are only dimly aware, and that these latent powers produce a variety of phenomena, from poltergeist activity to thought photography and spontaneous combustion. These positive powers are connected to, but not identical with, the power of precognition and of sensing ghosts. Apart from man's own latent powers, there seems to be strong evidence that ghosts have an independent existence. Their chief characteristic appears to be a certain stupidity, since a tendency to hang around places they knew in life would appear to be the spirit world's equivalent of feeble-mindedness. I have suggested elsewhere, The World of Violence, Part 1, Chapter 3, that the state of mind of ghosts may be similar to that of someone in delirium or high fever, a disconnection of the will and inability to distinguish between reality and dreams. It must also be admitted, although for me personally, it goes against the grain to do it, that it is not improbable that the dead may be around us a great deal of the time, and that premonitions of danger, precognitions, and so on, may be due to them rather than to our own psychic alarm system. This view seems so unsophisticated, so typical of primitive tribes, that I hasten to qualify it by saying that most of the phenomena are explainable on either hypothesis. Tyrrell cites the case of a woman who unwrapped a packet of pound notes and went into the kitchen to throw the wrappers into the fire, her mind on other things. As she was about to throw them, she felt a hand laid on her own, pushing it down, and realized she was holding the pound notes instead of the wrapping paper. She was so convinced that someone had touched her that she shouted, "Is anyone there?" No doubt some departed spirit could have been responsible, so could her own subconscious. The notion that the dead are voyeurs is certainly not a pleasing one. Besides, one feels they ought to have something better to do. It should also be borne in mind that the mysteries of the split personality are still unexplored territory for psychology. Was Yeats's a vision dictated by spirits, or by some dark side of his personality, operating through his wife's mediumship? Eisenbud has a whole chapter on this question entitled Who's in the Back of the Store, and he explains elsewhere in the book that he often asked Serios, under hypnosis, "Who are you?" in the hope of finding some alien alter ego. He suspected a rebellious small boy. But there are cases where the ordinary alter ego theory seems to break down. For example, that of José Pedro de Freitas, reported by Frank Smith in Man, Myth, and Magic, number 8, a Brazilian peasant who, at the age of 32, in 1950, was taken over by the spirit of a German surgeon who had been killed in the First World War. DeFreitas operated with a kitchen knife, scissors, a scalpel, and a pair of tweezers. Dr. Ladeiram Mark of Rio de Janeiro described an operation as follows. The patient lay on an old door, and scissors, scalpel, a kitchen knife and tweezers stood nearby in an old empty can. Without the help of a speculum, an instrument for dilating the cavities of the human body for inspection, he introduced 3 scissors and 2 scalpels into the vagina, brusquely, one can even say with violence. He was holding one handle of the scissors when all of us saw the other handle start moving along, opening and closing the scissors. Although we could not see whether this was also the case with the other instruments, we could all clearly hear the noise of metals rattling and the characteristic sounds of tissue being cut. After a few minutes, Drive Fritz removed the scissors, and at the sight of the blood, stopped and said, "Let there be no blood, Lord." And the operation continued with no further hemorrhage at all. The other witnesses were Dr. Ari Lex, lecturer at Sao Paulo University and member of the State Medical Academy, Dr. Oswaldo Conrado, director of the State Hospital in Sao Paulo, and Dr. Lida de Castro of Rio de Janeiro. DeFreitas went on to remove the tumor from the womb of the young woman, who remained conscious, and sealed the cut by pressing the edges together. The whole operation took only a few minutes. DeFreitas seemed to be able to produce a state of total relaxation in the patients, and they felt no pain. He seems to have been in some kind of trance himself during the operations, for when shown a photograph of one of them afterwards, he was sick. Between 1950 and 1964, DeFreitas performed hundreds of similar operations, always at lightning speed, always with a kind of casual carelessness, and always successfully. He also showed an uncanny skill in diagnosis. In 1964, however, he was charged under Article 284 of the Brazilian Code, which states spirit healing to be a crime. Brazil is, of course, a rigidly Catholic country, and sentenced to 16 months in prison. He has apparently given up his operations since then. This account is apparently taken from The Moon and Two Mountains, by Anthony Stratton Smith. Richard Cavendish, the editor of Man, Myth, and Magic, tells me that the Brazilian embassy in London admitted they knew of the case, but refused to confirm or deny anything. Understandably. Accounts like this make all attempts at speculation seem a waste of time. If it is true, then we had better acknowledge that we are little better than children, and adopt some of the observant open-mindedness that is characteristic of children. Before leaving this subject of other worlds, we should consider briefly a hypothesis that has steadily gained support in the past 2 decades, that we are under observation by intelligences from outer space. Flying saucers have become something of a joke, understandably. Among my own small library on the subject are titles like The Flying Saucer Menace, Why Are They Watching Us?, The Invasion from Outer Space, and the general air of sensationalism repels serious inquirers. On the other hand, David Foster's Intelligent Universe hypothesis suggests that wherever there is already life, it is likely to evolve to higher levels of intelligence. You do not have to be a science fiction writer to imagine that if there are highly intelligent beings elsewhere in the universe, they would exercise caution in making themselves known to us. We know what happens when the civilized white man goes among primitive tribes, whether in Australia, Africa, or America. Even when the colonizers are well-meaning, the result is always the same, the destruction of the primitive culture. If the white races were more advanced, they would make laws to prevent this kind of brutal incursion into primitive cultures. And if extraterrestrial intelligences exist, they have no doubt already done just that. Scientists have now begun systematic investigation into life on other planets or stars. In April 1960, the 85-foot radio telescope at Deer Creek Valley in West Virginia was directed towards various stars that may have planets, hoping to pick up radio signals that would indicate intelligent life. Although the project was abandoned after a few months, a conference of scientists was held at Green Bank, West Virginia, the following year, to discuss the topic of extraterrestrial life. Although it was not kept secret, it was not advertised either. Nobody wanted sensational reports in newspapers. The whole project, it may be noted, was government-sponsored. In late 1962, the Soviet Academy of Sciences published a book by an eminent astronomer, Joseph Shklovsky, discussing these problems seriously, and in 1965, not long after a Soviet conference on extraterrestrial civilizations, a colleague of Shklovsky's reported that the star CTA-102 was emitting radio signals that suggested intelligence. On June 17, 1908, Russian old-style dating, by European style this would be 13 days later, June 30th, there occurred in central Siberia an event that must be regarded as one of the oddest unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. What appeared to be an enormous meteor streaked northward across the sky. It could be seen for thousands of square miles. It struck close to a river called the stony Tunguska, the adjective being used to distinguish it from two brothers, the lower and upper Tunguskas. A pillar of fire rose into the air, turning into a mushroom-shaped black cloud. The explosion was heard more than 600 miles away. 2 villages were wiped out, but the meteor had fortunately crashed in a relatively uninhabited area, and most of the damage, with the 20-mile radius, was to trees. The next day there were high, silvery clouds. In 1908 the government had more to worry about than earthquakes, which is what they probably assumed it was. It was not until 1927 that an expedition succeeded in penetrating the almost roadless area near the source of the Podkamennaya Tunguska, where there was evidence of an immense explosion, trees blown down with their tops pointing outward from the explosion, all of them burned. The Space Encyclopedia lists the explosion under meteorites, along with the Arizona meteorite, the Sikhote-Alin meteorite of 1947, and various others. But the Tunguska meteor had certain very peculiar features. The evidence revealed that it exploded in mid-air, like a hydrogen bomb, as Willy Ley remarks in his History of Astronomy, Watchers of the Skies. And there were no meteor fragments, such as were found in abundance at the Sikhote-Alin site, 30 tons of it. Willy Ley, unhappy about the idea of a nuclear explosion, suggests that the meteor may have been made of antimatter, which seems to be even more far-fetched. The late Frank Edwards, after mentioning that a subsequent expedition under a Dr. Kazantsev found radioactivity in the soil, draws the conclusion that this was probably the explosion of a flying saucer. And there would seem to be at least a 50% probability that he is right. Much of the evidence for unidentified flying objects must be regarded as untrustworthy, due to a vivid imagination, self-hypnotism, or the desire for publicity. As to the assertion of various writers that references to flying objects can be found in ancient manuscripts, that must also be regarded as unproven. It is true that Ezekiel's cloud with a brightness round about it, and fire flashing forth continually, and in the midst of the fire, as it were gleaming bronze, sounds as if it could be a flying saucer, but it could also be just a prophetic vision. The same applies to a circle of fire that was coming in the sky mentioned in an Egyptian papyrus of the time of Thutmose III, about 1500 BC, and the 2 large shields, reddish in color, in motion above the church described in the Saxon Annals Lorry's census for the year AD 776. The American Air Force, which has been closely involved in UFO investigations since 1947, when Kenneth Arnold, an American businessman, saw 6 saucers flying in the area of Mount Rainier, near Seattle, affirms that between 70 and 90% of the sightings can be explained by conventional effects, and responsible investigators are inclined to accept this estimate. But there remains an undismissible residue of 10% or so that demands to be taken seriously. The most famous of these is the Mantell case of January 7, 1948, when the military police notified the Goodman base of the U.S. Air Force at Fort Knox, Kentucky, of the presence of a flying object over the town. 3 F.51 pursuit planes took off. They followed the disk and saw that it had a top shaped like a cone, with a red light blinking on it. Captain Thomas F. Mantell got closest to it, and reported back that it was increasing speed and gaining height. Then his plane disintegrated in mid-air. The flying object was seen before and after the disaster by hundreds of people in Madison, Indiana, and Fort Knox in Columbus, Ohio. But what have flying saucers to do with the occult? Carl Jung establishes one link when he speculates, in a short book on flying saucers, that the worldwide sightings of UFOs may be the expression of a wave of hope in a reappearance of Christ, a universal longing for some apocalyptic second coming. Jung's theory, wild enough for science fiction, is that the flying objects have an objective existence, but as projections from the racial unconscious mind, like the monsters of Forbidden Planet. In that case, flying saucers might be regarded as being related to the specters of the living. But this view is contradicted by some of the phenomena. For example, when I was living in Roanoke, Virginia, in 1966-67, a motorist reported discovering a flying saucer in the middle of the road late at night. The police investigated, and the report was confirmed to the extent that a large patch of the road, at the point where the saucer had been, showed melted tar. Jung's theory cannot explain this, and many other pieces of commonplace factual evidence in the reports. The possibility of more direct links between flying objects and the occult was drawn to my attention in 1967 by the San Francisco poet Richard Roberts. He had already spoken to me about a remarkable Dutch yogi named Jack Swartz, born in 1924 in Dordrecht, near Rotterdam, also the birthplace of Peter Herkos, and it was after this first mention of Swartz that he told me that the yogi was worried about some very odd events that had been taking place. A woman under hypnosis had begun to speak in a metallic voice, and had informed him that he was actually from Pluto and that it, his metallic informant, was a Venusian. And this, apparently, was not the first time he had received similar messages. It all sounded very odd, very cranky, almost certainly some kind of self-delusion. However, I asked Dick Roberts if he would be kind enough to write down for me the story of Jack Swartz, as circumstantially as possible, and he obliged with a 9-page typescript, which I shall summarize here. Swartz was introduced to Dick Roberts as a Sufi, but he denied this, saying that he was only a Sufi in the sense of possessing a spiritual force that worked through him. They got along so well that Swartz invited Roberts to stay with him for a few days in Upland, California. On this visit, I discovered that he slept only 2 hours each night and ate approximately 4 meals a week. At 7 each morning, his day began with persons arriving every half hour until noon for massages, ostensibly to satisfy the state of California's medical licensing laws. In addition to the massage, however, what these people were receiving was psychic and spiritual counseling, and often hypnotic and healing treatments. Afternoons were given to his family and to preparations for evening lectures which he gave around the greater Los Angeles area. Returning from these, during the week that I visited him, we would talk together until 3 a.m., when he would go into meditation for an hour, and then to bed at 4. At 7 the front doorbell would ring for the first counseling. To quote Roberts, his friends impressed me with their eyes-open approach to psychical research, and with their basically good mental health, a rare thing in the era of gurus preying upon the emotionally dependent. I was also impressed with Jack's near-encyclopedic knowledge of the occult, and convinced that he was a force for the good. Nearly a year later I witnessed his bed of nails demonstration, which he formerly used in introducing his lectures. The nails, a dozen or so in number, protrude from a thin wooden frame. Unlike the familiar yogi's bed, they are sharp, long, 4 to 6 inches, and widely separated so that the weight of the body is supported by only a few nails. Except for trunks, he is naked for the demonstration. The heaviest man in the audience is selected and asked to stand upon his body as he reclines on the nails. On this particular evening I assisted a man who weighed nearly 250 pounds onto Jack's chest. I then saw one of the nails pierce his calf and come out some 3 inches on the other side. But there was no bleeding from the wound. Subsequently he got up and walked through the audience, allowing any and all to examine the deep holes in his back. A doctor was present and examined one hole with a probe, stating that the depth was about 1/2 of an inch. At no time was there any bleeding from these punctures. The import of his following lecture was that matter at a low rate of vibration is solid, whereas at a high rate of vibration it is subtle. Thus for physical and spiritual health one needs to raise one's vibrations. How is this accomplished? Although there are many paths to God, Jack stresses meditation techniques. By the end of his lectures the punctures had disappeared from his back. Dick Roberts then offers a biographical summary of Swartz. As a child and youth he could see the colors of people's psychic auras. He became a hypnotist and worked on the stage. Subsequently he worked in the Dutch resistance. The curious intimations about other planets apparently began in 1958, when Swartz was a welfare officer on the Dutch ship New Holland going through the Suez Canal to Indonesia with 2,000 soldiers on board. Everyone was watching a magician who had been brought on board to entertain. "I was on the bridge of the ship," said Swartz in a taped interview with Dick Roberts, when suddenly a tall, lanky Arab in a striped robe appeared and went down on his knees before me and kissed my feet, saying, "You are my master." Then, just like that, he got up and walked out. Naturally I tried to follow him because it was poor security to allow him on the bridge, or even on the ship, unless he was connected with the entertainment. But he had disappeared. I checked with the watch at the gangway, and no one of his description had been seen coming aboard or leaving. And he was not connected with the magician. All those people had been accounted for. In 1959, Swartz continues, he was living in Los Angeles with his wife. He was invited to attend a lecture on hypnosis at Whittier. As they left the lecture, a woman approached their group saying, "A man wants to talk to you." He was sitting at the wheel of a green station wagon, and as we walked up Bill said, "You want to speak to us?" Not you, him," said the man, pointing at me. "Get in the car." His manner was very abrupt and he seemed a little angry, so my wife said, "Don't do it, Jack." But I told her to go along with Bill, because I wanted to hear what he had to say, and I told her not to worry. He wasn't very big, about 5'6", slight, with the toupee. The way you knew it was false was because the wax was sticking out from under the hair. He didn't look very dangerous. As soon as I got into the car, he grabbed my hand. "It's all right, I just want to be sure I have the right man. Once before I got the wrong man, but from your vibration I know you are the right man." Then he kisses my hand. I look at him like, what the heck is this? "Once before I kissed you, but I kissed your feet. Do you remember, I told you you were my master?" Looking at the man in the car now, I could see no connection between him and the tall Arab. But then he began to tell me details of this incident which I had told to no one else. He must have been reading my mind, because I was thinking it could not be the same man when he said, "We can appear in any shape or form we desire. I have just come from Australia, and before that I was in Nepal where your master is. I bring you a message from him." "How do you get the idea I have a master?" "Because we come from a tribe of people who crash-landed in a rocket ship on Earth thousands of years ago. My code name is XB15 and you are my master. The message from your master is that you should now begin teaching the spiritual truth that is being given to you inspirationally. You are God's vehicle to bring the truth that is meant to be. That's all I have to tell you. You can go now. I will get in touch with you again." The remainder of this story, to date, is odd and rather frustrating. A phone message purported to come from the Reverend Elvira Schreider, but when Swartz phoned the only man by that name in the phone book, he denied all knowledge of the call. But 2 weeks later, the man with the toupee rang up to congratulate Swartz, telling him that he had been chosen to be a member of a steering council of the New Age. He gave Swartz 11 other names, one of which was Elvira Schreider. In 1966, after attending a lecture on flying saucers and the language of their occupants, Swartz's meditations were constantly interrupted by 4 syllables that sounded like Al, Su, Shela, and afterwards he felt dazed. He made inquiries with the group who were responsible for the lecture on saucer language, and was told that the syllables meant God's vehicle to bring to truth that is meant to be. It was after this that the hypnotic messages came. The first was through a woman patient, who suddenly began to speak in a metallic voice, informed him that he was from Pluto and that he, the voice, was from Venus and was called Linus. Linus added that Venusians were composed of a gaseous substance. The scientific detail that the hypnotized woman proceeded to give about Venusian life would have been completely beyond her normal intellectual capacity. She was amazed when the tape was played back to her. 2 months later, Linus again made contact through a hypnotized patient. Swartz does not go into detail about the message, and finally, a psychic girl in Vancouver told him, out of the blue, that she had traveled astrally to Venus the previous night and had seen him there with Linus. She mentioned the name. She added that he was instructing the Venusians because he was from a higher plane than theirs. And that, to date, is the last contact Jack Swartz has had with his Venusian friend Linus. I would be the first to agree that the story is one of the weirdest in this volume. With the talk about God's vehicle on earth and so on, it bears all the signs of ordinary religious monomania, the kind of thing for which hundreds of people get committed to asylums every year. But there are several factors here that incline me to reject this view. I have not met Swartz, but Dick Roberts describes him as a very solid, ordinary kind of person, quite unguru-like. This is borne out by Swartz's own comments on all this. By this time I was beginning to get upset by the whole thing. I was happy with my wife and children and I was not interested in steering the spaceship, or even going along for a short ride. I was very happy to stay on Earth as ordinary Jack Swartz. This rings true. So does the inconclusiveness of the whole weird story. Swartz has not tried to set himself up as God's vehicle or to teach spiritual truth inspirationally. He has remained ordinary Jack Swartz, a highly gifted psychic with remarkable talents as a fakir. Neither of these faculties necessarily indicates great spiritual advancement. In India, fakirs, men able to perform remarkable feats of physical self-control, are regarded as being on a lower level than the God-obsessed yogis. The probability is that Jack Swartz is genuine, that he believes every word of his story as it appears above. There remains, of course, the equally plausible hypothesis that the events are an example of Jung's psychic projection, that is, the active interference of the subconscious mind in everyday life. We all know how unexpected and alien dreams can be. Could this not be an example of the subconscious manifesting itself physically, as, for example, when Jung produced explosions to disconcert Freud? This hypothesis strikes me as altogether more likely, certainly in the case of the metallic voice speaking from hypnotized patients. But it does not cover XB-15 in the car, or the Arab on the ship. Let us, for a moment, make the assumption that the whole story is literally true. It is staggering, but no more strange than many things we have discussed in this volume. In fact, it suggests some tentative unifying principles. If we can accept reincarnation, then there is nothing surprising in the idea of Jack Swartz being the reincarnation of a traveler from Pluto. The idea that he is teaching on Venus when his earthly body is asleep in bed may sound strange, until we reflect that in 90% of cases of astral projection, the projector has no idea that B has left his body, as in the case of Powys or Yates, already cited. Swartz's theory of vibration sounds very close to David Foster's. Explaining this theory to me in a letter, David Foster wrote, using capital letters to emphasize his point, the universe is a total construction of waves and vibrations whose inner content is meaning, and man is a microsystem of the same vibratory nature floating at some depth in the universal and meaningful wave system. The universal wave system is qualitative or value structured. This is quantum theory. According to its vibration rate spectrum, faster frequencies have more information capacity. He goes on to remark that the dualism of mind and matter is a false one, since all is mind and meaning, and we assume that body is matter simply because its frequencies are too fast for our minds to understand and analyze. In fact, the human body understands the meanings in nature directly, by harmonic resonance, and how on earth could the human body control its fantastic chemical complexities unless it was all mind? But the human mind is a vibratory system that operates so slowly that it is capable of analysis, and thus of synthesis, and so can partake in your step-by-step thinking operations. He goes on to say that the mind is a radio set that can tune into thousands of different vibrations in the ether. We only have to think of Powys or Wordsworth to see what he means. In poetic experience, the mind becomes oddly negative, open, tuning into vibrations that it normally cuts out for the purposes of getting on with everyday life. Obviously, the most incredible part of Jack Schwartz's story, because the least substantiated, is the talk about Venus, Pluto, and so on. This is not, a priori, more incredible than Arthur Geardham's story of the Cathars and reincarnation or the various cases already discussed, but the evidence there is strong, and there is no evidence whatever for Jack Schwartz's assertion, or Linus's, that life forms on Venus are gaseous, although space probes indicate that the surface of Venus is too hot to support life, and that the upper atmosphere is filled with vapors. On the day I am writing this, a Soviet space probe is due to make a soft landing on Venus, but I doubt whether it will do anything to confirm or contradict Linus's assertion. As to the statement that Jack Schwartz originated on Pluto, the outermost of the planets, there is nothing to contradict this in our knowledge of the solar system. Millions of years ago, Pluto must have been as warm as the Earth is now, and undoubtedly could support life. If this life managed to evolve to a high level without destroying itself, it may have learned the secret of staying alive on a planet that is now around -230 degrees centigrade, only 43 degrees above absolute zero. Its density is the highest in the solar system, about 50 grams per cubic centimeter, which almost certainly means that any beings who lived on it would have had denser bodies than human beings. If David Foster is correct about his vibrational system, this would also imply a higher level of powers than most humans possess, but all this, of course, is mere guesswork. If other planets, and their inhabitants, were involved in the chain of reincarnation, it would certainly simplify some awkward problems. For example, how the present population of the Earth could be so many times greater than it ever has been in previous centuries. Did the souls in the next world have to form a queue, waiting for a body? No doubt space travel will eventually provide an answer. Meanwhile, we can at least regard it as an entertaining speculation. Chapter 3. Glimpses. All physicists understand that when you are dealing with unobservable phenomena, such as what goes on inside an atom, the first necessity is to formulate a theory that fits the available known facts. Without a theory, facts are merely baffling pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, lying disconnected in the box. In the present chapter, I shall try to suggest a general theory that might impose some order on the bewildering mass of occult phenomena already examined. The essence of this theory can be stated in a few sentences. For various reasons, ordinary consciousness is hopelessly subnormal and inefficient. There is something wrong with it, rather as if a whole batch of cars were sent out of a factory with some tiny but essential component missing. Various religious, ascetic and mystical disciplines have attempted a cure for this deficiency, which Christians call original sin, but the greatest stride forward was taken in the final years of the 19th century, when Edmund Husserl began to work out the discipline called phenomenology, a form of analytical psychology based upon the recognition of the intentionality of all our mental acts. This discipline, which even now is only partly understood, is slowly leading to an understanding of the precise mechanisms involved, and therefore of the part that is missing. The basic position of this book is that if the machine could be made to work normally, man would acquire, or learn to use, various powers and faculties that at present are occult, latent, hidden, and would discover that they are perfectly natural after all. All occultism has recognized the existence of a vital force that has never been identified by orthodox science. Mesmer called it animal magnetism, and Mary Baker Eddy believed that it was the secret of health. In 1845, there appeared in Germany a bulky work whose lengthy title can be abbreviated, Physico-Physiological Researches on the Dynamics of Magnetism, etc., in relation to the vital force. It was by a respected chemist and physicist, Baron Karl von Reichenbach, and it caused a sensation. It was the kind of book that today would become an immediate bestseller. He stated on an early page, "Through the kindness of a surgeon practicing in Vienna, I was introduced in March 1844 to one of his patients, the daughter of the tax collector, Novotny, number 471, Landstrasse, a young woman of 25 years of age, who had suffered for 8 years from increasing pains in the head, and from these fallen into cataleptic attacks. In her, all the exalted intensity of the senses had appeared, so that she could not bear sun or candle light. I allowed the father of the girl to make the first preparatory experiment. I directed him to hold before the patient, in the middle of the night, the largest existing magnet, a 9-fold horseshoe capable of supporting about 90 pounds of iron. This was done, and the following morning I was informed that the girl had really perceived a distinct continuous luminosity as long as the magnet was kept open. The fiery appearance was about equal in size at each pole, close upon the steel from which it streamed. It appeared to form a fiery vapor, and this was surrounded by a kind of glory of rays. He found 4 more neurasthenic girls, and they all saw the same light. Some of them saw it as a kind of aurora borealis, radiating a brilliant reddish-yellow light from the south pole and bluish-green from the north. Suggestion hardly seemed to account for it. For example, he made an assistant go into the next room and uncover a huge magnet directly behind the girl's bed. She became uncomfortable and declared there was a magnet around somewhere. He tried blindfolding her. She knew when the magnet was uncovered, i.e. when the armature was no longer joining its 2 poles. When Miss Novotny was out cold, in a cataleptic condition, and a horseshoe magnet was brought near her hand, the hand stuck to it as if the flesh had been a piece of metal. But as Miss Novotny's health improved, no doubt because of all the attention she was getting, she lost her ability to see the aurora around magnets. Reichenbach was no crank. When he heard that certain sick sensitives had been able to magnetize needles by holding them, he carefully tested this, and found it to be untrue. He tried magnetizing other substances. Crystals were an obvious choice. These affected his patients in the same way. He then tried the effect of unmagnetized crystals, and to his surprise, these also worked. He bought a huge crystal, and drew it gently down the patient's arm. She felt a pleasant sensation like a cool breeze. Drawn upward, it produced a warmth that was not entirely pleasant. He tried it on a fellow experimental scientist, and to his surprise, this completely healthy man unmistakably felt the action of the crystal. The obvious inference was that magnets and crystals both conduct electromagnetic force, but this quickly proved incorrect. So what was the force they both seemed to possess? Reichenbach decided to call it odic force or odile. And as he went on to try more and more substances, zinc, sulfur, alum, salt, copper, he found that all seemed to have some degree of odic force, although the colors were often quite distinctive. His experiments with the odic force of precious and semi-precious stones seemed to confirm the occult and alchemical tradition about their nature, although this aspect did not interest Reichenbach in the least, for there was nothing of the occultist about him. Human beings possess odic force in an unusual degree, he discovered. It can be seen as a kind of light streaming from the finger ends. And not only by sick sensitives. Reichenbach discovered that about 1/3 of all people seem to be more or less sensitive to the odic force. By the time his book appeared in English in 1851, the activities of the Fox sisters and the youthful Daniel Dunglas home were exciting the world. It seemed perfectly natural to attribute the activities of the spirits, or whatever they were, to odic force. The more skeptical were inclined to believe that it was the medium's own odic force that made the tables move. As to how the odic force could be transmitted across rooms, or even across oceans, the spiritualists were inclined to accept the suggestion that there is some kind of psychic ether that carries the waves, a hypothesis that has been revived in our own time by Professor C.D. Broad. Experimenters in other countries tried Reichenbach's experiments and obtained the same results. For example, Dr. John Ashburner, the English translator of Reichenbach, packs the book with his lengthy notes on his own experiments, sometimes agreeing and sometimes disagreeing with Reichenbach. It is not surprising that all this Germanic thoroughness impressed everybody. But even from the beginning, there were critics who declared that Reichenbach's book was a tissue of absurdities and fallacies. And in England, James Braid, the man who investigated hypnotism, found a simpler explanation for the odic phenomena: hypnotic suggestion. That, he said, was why the patients had to be sick and sensitive. The people who had hailed Reichenbach's book as the most important contribution to science since Newton's Principia began to mute their enthusiasm and express misgivings. And in 1859 the great Darwin controversy swept across the world, and Odic force was looked back upon as a passing fad, and its discoverer as a misguided crank. Any scientist whose work could be quoted by spiritualists must be a crank. And yet, although Reichenbach's researches in magnetism has been long forgotten, and the few libraries who possess a copy usually classify it under electricity, it remains an unforgettable and convincing book. Could it be that he was right after all? The Hindus believe in a force called Kundalini, which the yogis attempt to control. It ascends the spine, and moves from center to center in the body. Temple paintings in India, Ceylon, and Japan often show auras emanating from the body, and the color schemes are strangely reminiscent of Reichenbach. Paracelsus states, the vital force is not enclosed in man, but radiates round him like a luminous sphere. In these semi-natural rays, the imagination of man may produce healthy or morbid effects. In Man's Latent Powers, 1938, Phoebe Payne describes the psychic aura of living things. I remember well that as a tiny child my absorbing interest in flowers was due not only to their beauty, but to the curiosity of watching their wheels go round in the form of their different emanations, some of which showed as a fuzz of luminous mist, while others radiated in a shower of minute sparks or prickles, and I soon learned to associate a nice smell with a flower from which there rose a column of silvery smoke. In the same way, my delight in playing with any kind of animal was partly caused by the fun of experimenting with different effects produced by tickling or clutching at the responsive something with which it was surrounded. Throughout my early years I was unaware that not everyone experienced such contacts. That this sensitivity to the odic force is fundamentally of the same nature as the powers of psychics like Herkos or Croisset is clear from the remark. As time went on, adaptation to my personal environment only became more difficult, an uncompromising affair in which I suffered defeat most of the time, chiefly because the behavior of the ordinary world differed so much from the slow tranquility on the one hand, or the swift creations constantly blossoming into beauty on the other, of what was to me the more real side of life. Added to this was the constant misery of being acutely aware of people's thoughts, and still more of their emotions, as something objective which they themselves usually did not seem to recognize. In the year 1939 an eminent Freudian psychologist, Wilhelm Reich, startled and enraged his colleagues by announcing that he had discovered a new form of energy unknown to physics, the vital energy which regulates the health of living creatures. The case of Wilhelm Reich is so strange that it is worth considering at some length. It recalls Reichenbach in many ways. Reich was born in 1897, and by the mid-1920s he occupied an influential position in the psychoanalytic movement in Vienna. He was a member of the Communist Party until expelled in 1933 for expressing the view that fascism is the outcome of sexual repression rather than economic forces. One of his most interesting concepts was that of character armor, the tortoise-like shell which neurotics create to cover up inner weakness and anxiety, and which may even express itself in the form of muscular rigidity or paralysis. Reich saw the psychiatrist's task as the breaking down of this armor. But clearly, there is something negative about this concept. Anyone's character can be interpreted as defensive armor, whether he is extrovert or introvert, destructive or creative. And if one becomes too obsessed by Reich's notion, one is likely to end by seeing everybody as sick. Reich had a concept of a healthy personality, someone who has learned to express sexual impulses with complete freedom. But he was perceptive enough to see that this was also negative. It is, in fact, merely a restatement of D.H. Lawrence's position. The orgasm cannot really be the ultimate goal of the human race. His mind groped for some more positive concept. And in 1939, in Norway, he believed he had found it, argon energy. Argon is a visible, measurable, and applicable energy of a cosmic nature, says Reich in a footnote to Character Analysis. Modern natural philosophy, in order to explain the world, has been obliged to recognize an imponderable, universal agent and has even proved its presence. On this main principle of cosmogony, Zoroaster is in agreement with Heraclitus, Pythagoras with St. Paul, the Kabbalists with Paracelsus. Sibylline reigns everywhere, the mighty soul of the world, the vibrating and plastic substance which the breath of the creative spirit uses at will. The fluid becomes transformed, it rarefies or densifies according to the souls it clothes or the world it envelopes. This is not a quotation from Reich, but from Edouard Schur's Great Initiates, and he is speaking about the astral light. Reich rediscovered the astral light and called it argon energy. This is a blue energy which permeates the whole universe, and which forms a field around living beings. Reichenbach's Odile, Phoebe Payne's aura. The reason that the physical contact between child and mother relieves anxiety, for example, is that their argon fields unite like 2 drops of water. In the sexual orgasm, argon energy becomes concentrated in the genitals. It is the tingling feeling experienced in sexual excitement. Living matter is made up of bions, which are tiny cells pulsating with argon energy. How did Reich come to make this astonishing discovery? It is important to understand that he saw it as a strictly logical development of his Freudian psychology. Neurosis is caused by sexual stasis, stagnating sexual fluid, and the orgasm discharges the sex energies and eliminates the neurosis. Reich found himself inclined to belief in some specific biological energy, distinct from physical energies. The biologist Kammerer had postulated a similar energy. It is Shaw's life force. But this biological energy is physical, not somehow spiritual. Sometime around 1933, Reich believed that he had detected the basic unit of living matter, the bion, under the microscope. If living matter is made to swell up, with potassium hydroxide, for example, these bions become clearly visible. If particles of carbon are dropped into a filtered solution of bouillon and potassium chloride, says Reich, the blue bions soon begin to appear, and the heavy carbon particles change their nature and become living matter. When bions degenerate, the result is what Reich calls T bacilli, which cause cancer. It was after years of performing experiments to create bions, which Reich claims are quite clearly visible under the microscope, that he stumbled on argon energy. He had been examining a sea sand culture under the microscope daily, and his eye developed conjunctivitis. He concluded that this sea sand culture gave off some powerful form of radiation. Tests for radioactivity were negative, yet he discovered that the sea sand culture could cause flesh to become swollen and painful. People in a room with many such cultures became headachy and tired. He observed that in the dark the cultures seemed to give off a gray-blue light. Objects could become charged with this blue energy, and would then influence an electroscope. He finally concluded that this new, unknown energy comes from the sun, and that organic substances have the power to absorb this energy and retain it. He constructed a box to prevent the energy escaping. It had to have metal walls, because organic matter absorbs argon energy, and layers of organic matter outside, which would absorb any energy that managed to get through the metal. He observed bluish light around the dishes of the culture in this box. And then, to his amazement, he observed the same blue light in the box when the cultures had been removed. On a holiday in Maine in 1940, Reich observed that stars on the eastern horizon seemed to twinkle more than those on the western horizon. He reasoned that if twinkling is due to the diffusion of light in the atmosphere, it should be the same everywhere. Then he observed that there seemed to be blue patches between the stars that flickered and gave off flashes of light. Then the answer came to him. Argon energy permeates everything, and it causes the flickering of the stars. His box had been picking up this energy in its outer, organic layer and sending the energy in through the metal walls, where it became trapped, like heat in a greenhouse. This was the origin of Reich's argon box, which one of his disciples has described as the greatest discovery ever made in medical science. The argon box is an energy accumulator, says Reich, and if sick people sit inside one, they can quickly be recharged. If they sit too long, the result is headache and a feeling of sickness, like getting sunstroke. Reich was totally convinced of the importance of his discovery, but his fellow scientists and doctors would not have it at any price. They said that his photographs of bions were simply bacteria that had got in from the air. Reich said that if you stare at the blue sky, You see waves passing rhythmically across it. The scientists said that the waves were simply the fatigue of the eye muscles. As to Reich's belief that the twinkling of stars, the blueness of the sky, the rippling waves above a hot road, the darkness of a thundercloud, are all due to argon energy, they simply pointed out that there are less fanciful explanations for each of these phenomena. The last years of Reich's life were tragic. He was convinced of the vital importance of his discoveries, and his foundation in Maine set out to make them known. He made many converts, but the medical profession reacted as it has reacted to all innovators since Paracelsus. In 1956, Reich was sent to prison for 2 years and fined £10,000, having been accused by the Food and Drug Administration of selling harmful quack remedies. He died of a heart attack after 8 months in prison. Only careful and unprejudiced examination of his claims by scientists can decide whether Reich was totally deluded during the last 25 years of his life, or whether he had really stumbled on an important discovery. All that can be said at the moment is that there is still no sign that any scientist is prepared to make such an examination. His claims have been dismissed out of hand. It will be seen that these claims by no means conflict with the theories advanced in this book, for example, with Dr. David Foster's notion that cosmic rays may carry information codes. According to Reich, cosmic rays are fundamentally argon energy, and nothing is more likely than that they possess inherent organizing powers over matter. Reich points out that we feel emotional energies to be of a different nature from electrical energies, and again he is obviously right. In fact, if we may state the minimum working hypothesis that has emerged in the course of this book, it is this: that there are energies concerned with vital processes that have not yet been identified in the laboratory. Reich argues that cancers develop in organs of the body that have played a dominant role in the muscular armor that repressed sexual excitation. There is still a tendency among research workers to consider cancer a virus disease, but it is equally certain that it bears a curious relation to a drop in vitality. For example, American research revealed that students who had succumbed to severe nervous depression as a result of overwork showed an unusually high incidence of cancer. The view of Bernard Shaw, expressed in Back to Methuselah, is closer to Reich's. Shaw believes that the universe is permeated with life energy, and that some matter is a good conductor and some is a bad conductor. If I sustain a bad bruise, the conductivity of the flesh may be damaged, so that it conducts a lower life current, which may enable it to develop on its own as a separate entity. Reich would say that the bruised flesh shows a degeneration in its buy-in structure. And this raises another interesting question. Most bruises do not turn into cancers. What is the law involved here? The process seems to bear some resemblance to the process involved in mental illness. That is, a person sinks into a condition of vague defeat and depression, but it makes no real difference to his everyday activities, and his mental states vary from day to day. Then one day, some unpleasant event or momentary fear plunges him to a lower level, and he stays there, as if he had fallen down a steep step or over a cliff. And a tremendous, long-term effort is needed to raise him back to his old level. It is as if human evolution is not an uphill slope, but something like a steep flight of steps. As Shaw points out in the Methuselah preface, evolution does not progress steadily, but by sudden leaps. If you are learning to ride a bicycle, you fall off 50 times, and then find yourself suddenly riding it the 51st time. As if each time you tried to ride it, you accumulated a little more skill which did not show immediately but went into a reserve supply, until you are ready to go up the next step on the stairway. The significance of this must be discussed later in the chapter, but one point can be made immediately. If we can tumble down the evolutionary stairway through boredom and defeat proneness, we can also clamber up to new levels by a gentle, cumulative effort. No frenzied leap is required. And evidence indicates unmistakably that these higher levels are the levels upon which man's latent powers cease to be latent. Reich's comments about sexual excitement raise a point of vital importance in this discussion. Sexual excitement occurs in two parts: a mental part, where the imagination is important, and a physical part, where the body takes over and explodes into physical climax. We take this for granted, but it is almost unique in the realm of human experience. If I am moved by a piece of music, or by the smells of a spring morning, my imaginative excitement increases, then it recedes, without any physical counterpart. This imaginative part is intentional, that is, a sudden noise can break my concentration and ruin the whole thing. The teenager who experiences an orgasm for the first time recognizes the astonishing nature of the occurrence. It is almost as strange as if he sprouted wings and flew. What had before been largely an intentional, mental excitation has burst into the realm of the physical. And this in itself seems amazing, for after all, the body catches colds, gets hungry, feels fatigue, without asking my mind's permission. Human beings suffer from this mistaken notion that the body and mind run on parallel tracks, without really influencing one another. But most people who experience early sexual development do so because they are intensely preoccupied with the subject, and this preoccupation adds up, like efforts to ride a bicycle, until one day the leap occurs, in this case, the power of experiencing a physical climax. Which raises the interesting question, what other powers could we develop if we made a determined effort? Consider a curious case cited by C.D. Broad, from the Occult Review for 1929. A Mr. Oliver Fox describes how he developed a capacity for, apparently, leaving his body. In 1902, Fox had a dream, during the course of which it struck him suddenly that he must be dreaming. He went on dreaming, but the knowledge that this was only a dream produced a feeling of great clarity, and the scenery of the dream became unusually vivid and beautiful. He tried to develop this knack of self-awareness in dreams. It happened infrequently, but when it did, he always experienced the same feeling of clarity and beauty. He also discovered that once he was in control of the dream, he could float through brick walls, levitate and so on. What was happening was, in fact, the reverse of a nightmare, where your legs refused to run. He gradually became fairly expert at inducing these dreams, but observed that if he tried to prolong them, he experienced a pain in his head. He assumed this to be in the pineal gland, the unused eye in the center of the brain, which occult tradition declares to be the doorway to other states of being. If he ignored the pain and continued the dream, the result was a feeling of bilocation, as if he had left his body and was floating above it, although still aware of his body. Eventually he discovered that if he tried determinedly he could overcome the pain. When this happened, there was a kind of click in his head, which he identified with the opening of the pineal door, and he then felt himself to be wholly located in the scenery of his dream, which, as before, would appear far more beautiful than normal. These dreams were followed by a return to his body, and another dream to the effect that he was back in bed and waking up. Broad points out that another observer, the Dutch physicist Van Eden, also had false awakening dreams after lucid dreams similar to Fox's. Fox then attempted to induce these states while awake, lying on a bed and putting himself into a trance. He would feel his body becoming numb, and the room would seem to take on a golden color. He had then to use his imagination, and picture himself hurtling towards the pineal doorway. If he was successful, he felt himself passing out of his body, and the golden color increased. He would experience a sense of great clarity and beauty, just as in his dreams. Sometimes he was unsuccessful, and would then experience a depressing sense of his astral body fading and the golden color dying away. Once he had passed the pineal doorway, he would be able to float over scenery which was sometimes familiar, sometimes not, and see people at their ordinary occupations, although they did not seem to see him. Sometimes they seemed to sense his presence, and were frightened. Van Eden, also cited in Broad's lectures in psychical research, actually held conversations during his lucid dreams with people he knew to be dead, and had a strong sense of their reality, although they seemed to be deliberately hesitant and vague in answering his questions about life after death. These stories immediately bring to mind, a. Swedenborg's Conversations with the Dead, and b. John Cooper Powis's apparition to Theodore Dreiser. Rainer C. Johnson remarks in Nurslings of Immortality, "It is not, I think, generally known that apparitions have been created deliberately and experimentally. The well-attested cases of this are not numerous, but there are a number of records which show that the concentrated efforts of the will to appear to another person have led to the latter perceiving an apparition. I have already cited the case from Tyrrell's Apparitions in which a woman appeared to friends in Kew by an effort of will. It is also observable that she passed into a kind of trance, similar to Fox's, in which her body slowly became numb. In Man's Latent Powers, Phoebe Payne describes man's etheric body as follows. This body of subtle physical material acts as the vehicle for the circulation of human vitality, and is an infinitely delicate bridge between the psychic worlds and the physical brain consciousness. It is the special qualities of this body, which constitute the main difference between the psychic and the non-psychic person. The etheric counterpart interpenetrates the whole of the physical anatomy, corresponding to its cell for cell, and also extends beyond it to a distance of 4 to 6 inches according to the nature and health of the individual. This outlying portion is called the health aura. It is visible to ordinary sight under favorable conditions of lighting. Many people can catch a glimpse of it in a half light by bringing the fingertips of the two hands near together and slowly drawing them apart, when a nebulous emanation can be sensed or seen flowing from one hand to the other. This duplicate subtle body appears often as a fine filmy mesh completely surrounding the ordinary physical body, mainly gray in color. To trained clairvoyant sight it is an intricate structure of delicate hues. The mention of fingertips certainly leads one to suspect that the etheric body and otic force are somehow connected. And another paragraph suggests that the etheric body functions on argon energy, in addition to being the bridge that connects man's subjective experience with the brain and nervous system. The etheric body has the very important function of transmitting vitality from the surrounding atmosphere into the dense physical vehicle and of eliminating used etheric matter. Eisenbud treats the etheric body as a serious hypothesis in his book on Ted Serios. For the images that Serios imprinted on the photographic plate could not always be explained as photographs he had seen and memorized. 2 exceptionally clear shots of Russian Vostok space rockets, apparently in space, could not be traced at all in the literature on the subject, and a shot of Westminster Abbey was taken from an angle that would require an actual cameraman to hover well off the ground. Serios began, of course, as a traveling clairvoyant, and in the absence of more down-to-earth explanations, Eisenbud is willing to consider the hypothesis that this is how Serios obtained some of the images he fixed on the Polaroid plate. He goes on to make the interesting assertion that about 25% of people have experienced out-of-the-body experiences in which the body seems to be seen from a higher point in space. While researching this present chapter, I mentioned the subject to a neighbor, Mrs. K. Lunnies, who described a similar experience that occurred when she was seriously ill. At the crisis point of the illness, she had the sensation of seeing her body recede away, below, and then gradually come closer, until she re-entered it. Eisenbud says, a significant aspect of these experiences is the unanimity of agreement among those who report them, a unanimity all the more striking in that the great majority of the subjects had never heard of the phenomenon before having experienced it. As to the complete qualitative difference between the experience of being out of the body and states of dreaming or reverie. He goes on to cite at length an experience sent to the SPR by an armored car officer who was blown up by a German anti-tank gun in 1944 and hurled through the air covered with burning phosphorus. The next experience was definitely unusual. I was conscious of being 2 persons, one, lying on the ground in a field, my clothes, etc., on fire, and waving my limbs about wildly, at the same time uttering moans and gibbering with fear. I was quite conscious of both making these sounds, and at the same time hearing them as though coming from another person. The other me was floating up in the air, about 20 feet from the ground, from which position I could see not only my other self on the ground, but also the hedge, and the road, and the car which was surrounded by smoke, and burning fiercely. I remember quite distinctly telling myself, it's no use gibbering like that, roll over and over to put the flames out. This my ground body eventually did, rolling over into a ditch under the hedge where there was a slight amount of water. The flames went out, and at this stage I suddenly became one person again. A parallel example of traveling clairvoyance is cited by Sir Oliver Lodge in his article on Psychic Science, in the Outline of Science. It is from Sir Alexander Oxton's book Reminiscences of 3 Campaigns. He describes feeling separated from his body during an attack of typhoid. In my wanderings there was a strange consciousness that I could see through the walls of the building, though I was aware they were there, and that everything was transparent to my senses. I saw plainly, for instance, a poor RAMC surgeon, of whose existence I had not known, and who was in quite another part of the hospital, grow very ill and scream and die. I saw them cover his corpse and carry him softly out on shoeless feet, quietly and surreptitiously, lest we should know that he had died, and the next night, I thought, take him away to the cemetery. Afterwards, when I told these happenings to the sisters, they informed me that this had happened just as I had fancied. A case cited by Thurston Hopkins, Ghost Stories, 1955, raises a further speculation. A Miss Helen Brooks described her experiences of astral projection, which she calls exteriorization, in dreams. Hovering over some sleeping children, she observed a misty vapor emanating from the tops of their heads. On peering closer, I was able to see what they were doing astrally. For reflected in the vapor were the activities of their astral bodies. Miss Brooks speculates that ordinary dreaming is actually the activity of the astral body, a view also held by many primitive people, who believe that a person must be waked cautiously, to allow the spirit to return to the body. Miss Brooks's account brings to mind Ouspensky's description of seeing sleeping people with their dreams hovering around their faces. He also commented that it was almost possible to read their minds. Now all this is conceivable, we may or may not feel disposed to accept it, but it does not in any way conflict with our knowledge of the workings of the world. In the same way, if Dante could have looked into the 20th century, he would have thought radio and television very strange, but their existence would not have contradicted everything he already knew about the universe. There is no scientific evidence for or against the astral body, although there is plenty of evidence for traveling clairvoyance, which seems to point to it. On the other hand, experience of precognition does contradict what we know, or think we know, about time. By time, we mean process, something happening. If you could imagine a completely empty universe, with nothing whatever in it, it would also have no time. Time is something that is measured by things happening to physical entities, by a spring unwinding inside a clock, by my body slowly becoming older. As far as we know, it is irreversible. If I am listening to a record, and I want to hear something over again, I can put the stylus back onto earlier grooves. But there is no time machine to carry me back to yesterday, and the very idea is an absurdity. Because if I could go back to yesterday, or even 10 seconds ago, I would meet another me, 10 seconds younger. I could, in theory, collect millions of duplicates of myself and bring them all back to the present. No, the trouble lies in our use of language and ideas. I have elsewhere used the following illustration. Suppose people were born on moving trains, and stayed on them all their lives. They might invent a word to express the sensation of objects flowing past the windows of the train, a word like Zyme, for example. And if the train stopped, they would say that Zyme had been arrested, and if the train reversed, they might say that Zyme is going backwards. But if someone wrote a book about traveling backwards or forwards in Zyme, it would obviously be the result of sloppy thinking. Zyme does not exist in itself, it is made up of several things: landscape, a train, and myself observing the flow of the landscape past the window. The same goes for time. It does not exist. Only a process exists. In that case, how the devil can I possibly dream of the future? Common sense tells me that anything can happen. Imagine a swarm of bees, humming around above a flower garden. No calculating machine in the world could predict the position of a particular bee 20 seconds from now, because it depends upon the movements of thousands of other bees, all flying at random. If precognition is possible, it would indicate that this view is false. But even the doughtiest occultist would hesitate to assert that there is no such thing as chance. Gurdjieff asserted that most people's lives are all chance. But consider the following experience of J.B. Priestley's, mentioned in his Man and Time. Dream belongs to the middle 1920s. I found myself sitting in the front row of a balcony or gallery in some colossal vague theater that I never took in properly. On what I assumed to be the stage, equally vast and without any definite proscenium arch, was a brilliantly colored and fantastic spectacle, quite motionless, quite unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was an unusually impressive dream, which haunted me for weeks afterwards. Then in the early 1930s I paid my first visit to the Grand Canyon, arriving in the early morning when there was a thick mist and nothing to be seen. I sat for some time close to the railing on the south rim, in front of the hotel there, waiting for the mist to thin out and lift. Suddenly it did, and then I saw, as if I were sitting in the front row of a balcony, that brilliantly colored and fantastic spectacle, quite motionless, that I had seen in my dream theater. My recognition of it was immediate and complete. My dream of years before had shown me a preview of my first sight of the Grand Canyon. Priestley mentions that he became fascinated with the Grand Canyon, and later visited it many times. It was this intense interest, he believes, that made him dream about the Grand Canyon in advance. He cites a similar case of intuition of the future that makes the same point. It involves two people he knows well. A doctor noticed that he experienced a curious excitement on receiving duplicated official reports that came from the department headed by a Mrs. B. This excitement intensified as he received more of them, although they were in no way personal reports. A year later he met her, fell in love with her, and married her. Mrs. B experienced no similar excitement with regard to the doctor. On the contrary, she did not particularly like him on first acquaintance. For the most part, the cases quoted by Priestley, and there are hundreds, all involve a happening of some importance. A mother dreams that she has left her 1-year-old child by a stream while she goes to get soap to wash clothes. When she returns, he is face down in the water and dead. Later in the summer, on a camping holiday, she suddenly recognizes the scenery when she is, in fact, about to leave the child alone on the edge of the water as she goes to get the soap. Sensibly, she picks up the child and takes him with her, so there is no way of knowing whether the dream was truly premonitory. But the chances are in its favor. He cites other cases, less dramatic, but perhaps more important. A woman who had had a strong intuition of some impending disaster, so that she began to cry during the service at St. Martin in the Fields, realized it was connected with her 19-year-old son as soon as she saw him, on returning home. 3 weeks later, he became ill and died. What happened during his illness is equally curious. He told his mother, "A dog is going to bark from a long way off." A few seconds later, the dog began to bark. He said, "Something is going to be dropped in the kitchen and the middle door will slam." Seconds later, an ant dropped something in the kitchen and the door slammed. The illness had apparently caused his brain to work just ahead of time. Priestley also cites a case in which Sir Stephen Kinghall had a sudden clear premonition that a man would fall overboard in a moment. He decided to act on the hunch and gave orders about mustering the boat crew. As the Commodore was asking him what the devil he thought he was doing, there was a cry of "Man overboard" from a ship behind them in the convoy, and then, immediately after, from another ship. Their boat was in the water within seconds and both men were pulled aboard. Here it may have been the fact that it was a double emergency that somehow triggered the intuition. Inevitably, Priestley devotes a great deal of space to the time theories of J.W. Dunn, theories that caused a great deal of excitement in the 1930s and inspired 3 of Mr. Priestley's own plays. In an experiment with time, Dunn describes how he was puzzled by the accuracy of some of his dreams. He dreamed his watch had stopped at 4:30, and when he looked at it, the watch had stopped at 4:30. The next morning, checking with a clock, he realized it had stopped only minutes before he woke up and found it had stopped. In a posthumous book, Intrusions, he mentions that a great crowd was yelling look at him as the dream ended. A subsequent attempt to see the time by closing his eyes and dozing was equally successful. Later, he dreamed of a volcanic eruption, and then saw in a newspaper that there had been such an eruption in Martinique. The newspaper account mentioned that 40,000 people might be killed. In his dream, Dunn had been convinced that 4,000 had been killed. But the newspaper later proved to be quite wrong about the number. It was this that led Dunn to assume that what he had dreamed about was not the eruption itself, but seeing the newspaper headline, with its mistaken figure. He had obviously misread 40,000 as 4,000. He then began to experiment, keeping a pencil and paper by his bedside, and writing down unusual dreams on waking. The result convinced him that he often dreamed of things that would happen in the future. Dunn was an intelligent man, an aeronautical engineer with an amateur interest in physics and mathematics, so he tried to construct a theory that would fit in with Einstein's relativistic notions of time. The result convinced many people at the time, but has steadily lost ground since then. Roughly, what he says is this: if time is something that flows or marches on, then there must be another kind of time by which we measure its speed, so to speak. And there must surely be yet another kind of time by which we measure the speed of this time too. However, this puzzling assertion is not really important to his central thesis, which is that human beings also have several levels. There is the me who lives and suffers my life. There is another me who is conscious of this first me, and which becomes apparent when I speak of myself. Probably, Dunn says, there are also an infinite series of me's. It is this second, detached me who exists in time too, and who is able to look backwards and forwards in time. To explain this strange assertion, Dunn makes another assumption. Suppose everything that happens to me during my life is laid out in a series of pictures, like a Technicolor film starting with my birth and ending with my death. If I go through life dully and passively, like a cow, it would have a singularly monotonous quality. In fact, I pay attention to some things and ignore others. So there is one me that drifts through life merely seeing, and another me who directs attention at something I see and not at others. Dunn calls this second observer mind. Normally mind has a narrow choice of what to look at, the events of my life. But when I am asleep, it no longer has anything to focus on, and then, says Dunn, it may occupy its time glancing at the past or future. He decides finally that there is a universal mind, of which individual minds are small aspects. And at this point, we may leave him, for he has obviously taken the leap into a kind of mysticism that has no relevance to the present discussion. Priestley takes Dunn as his starting point, and has some penetrating suggestions. He rejects Dunn's notion about an infinite number of selves, pointing out that all we need is three. There is the me who merely observes blankly, the me that exists as I stare out of the window of a train, half asleep, merely recording passing scenery. If I pull myself together and begin to reflect on what I am seeing, if, for example, I am passing through scenery that interests me and I stare with great intensity, looking for something, then a second me comes into existence, the me who judges and discriminates. And then there is a third me who often observes the other two. For if I am able to observe the second me, there must be a third me to do so. Priestley gives a good example of the three me's. On an airplane journey, Self 1 observed unpleasant sounds in the aircraft and felt himself hurled out of his seat. Self 2, jerked into existence by the accident, observed that something was wrong, i.e., judged the situation instead of observing it passively. Self 3 thought coolly that he would shortly know what it was like to be fried alive. As to time itself, Priestley suggests that there seems to be three varieties. There is the ordinary time that passes as I go about my ordinary tasks. There is the time I become aware of in moments of stillness and contemplation, for example, what Arnold Toynbee experienced in the moment when he became aware of all history, and there is a kind of time that I seem to be able to control in moments of great intensity, the time I experience when I am intensely creative. Of the second kind he writes, I remember coming to a halt outside a fine large fish shop. As I stared at the scales and the fins and the round eyes, looking indignant even in death, I lost myself in all sense of passing time in a vision of fishiness itself, of all the shores and seas of the world, of the mysterious depths and wonder of oceanic life. This vision was not in any way related to myself. My ego was lost in it. And real poets, I suppose, must be always enjoying such selfless and timeless visions. They came to me only rarely. It might be from the sight of something, like those fishes gleaming on the marble, or after I had heard somebody merely say France or Italy, or from simply reading the words 18th century, but they brought me at once a feeling of immense variety, richness, and wonder of life on this earth. As to time 3, he goes on to speak of the tremendous speed with which he wrote 4 of his most successful, and difficult, plays, and comments that looking back on the experience, I felt like a man watching himself run at a headlong pace across a minefield. He is inclined to believe that the unconscious mind has its own kind of time, and that this is what is involved in this kind of headlong creativity. What Priestley now suggests is close to the time theories expressed by Ouspensky in A New Model of the Universe and Ouspensky's follower, J.G. Bennett, in The Dramatic Universe, that time has 3 dimensions, like space. He cites the case of the wife of General Tautskov, who dreamed 3 times that her husband had been killed at a place called Borodino. They looked up Borodino on a map but could not find it. It is only a tiny village. But Napoleon invaded Russia, the Battle of Borodino took place, and she was informed of her husband's death under the precise circumstances of her dream. This certainly suggests that time is predetermined, like a gramophone record. But what of the case of the mother who decided not to leave her child by the stream? Priestley cites several similar cases in which a warning in a dream enabled someone to avoid disaster. This suggests a second kind of time connected in some way with the power to connect or disconnect potential and actual, to quote Bennett. Priestley's theory, then, is that time 1 is the ordinary passing time of everyday living and partly living, as Eliot says. Time 2 is contemplative time, which sometimes becomes apparent to us in dreams. Time 3 is the time in which changes can be made. Blake seems to have been describing this when he wrote, "Each man is in his spectre's power, until the arrival of that hour, when his humanity awake, and cast his own spectre into the lake." We might say, following Gurdjieff, that man is usually in a sleeping state. In moments of contemplation, such as Toynbee experienced near Mistra, he wakes up, or Faculty X wakes up. But a further awakening is still possible, in which he lives and acts with real freedom, in which he can really do things. Priestley's final view is that we are faced with a future already shaped but still pliable, and that even when the body dies, we somehow continue to exist in times 2 and 3. Ouspensky is inclined to accept Nietzsche's eternal recurrence, the notion that we relive our lives over and over again, but he also believes that slight changes are possible, that some people have an inner ascending line that slowly raises them to a higher level. He distinguishes 2 other types, those for whom success becomes increasingly easy, and those who have an inbuilt degenerative principle that causes them to sink from life to life. That this view of Ouspensky's was no casual speculation is proved by his novel The Strange Life of Ivan Ossikin, in which the hero, disappointed in love, asks the magician to allow him to go back in time so he can avoid making the same mistakes. But, as in Barrie's Dear Brutus, he repeats the same mistakes all over again, and comes back to the same point, the meeting with the magician. But this time, he realizes what has happened, and asks the magician if things cannot be somehow altered. The magician, obviously Gurdjieff, smiles and says, "Ah, that is the question you should have asked earlier." In other words, things can be changed if man can learn to be. He must cultivate the tiny grain of freedom he possesses. Ouspensky's vision may seem unnecessarily gloomy. And if, in fact, we really possess some of the powers suggested in this chapter, then it is almost certainly untrue. He suggests that a man is chained to his body, and his destiny, like a galley slave. But if that is so, how is traveling clairvoyance possible? Moreover, Priestley describes a number of dreams in which the dreamer appears to have dreamed someone else's life. For example, he himself had an extraordinarily convincing dream in which he seemed to be some kind of spy in a foreign city who was shot by security police as he tried to steal some naval secret. Priestley says he thinks the balance of probability is that he somehow relived the last moments of a real man. The poet Ronald Duncan, in reply to my question as to whether he had had any occult experiences, sent me a story entitled Flame of the Forest, Argosy, March 1968, in which he had fictionally embodied his own experience of having lived before. He comments, "As a child I found that I was worried by images which would flash into my mind without any apparent cause. For example, when I was going to tie my shoelace on the way to school, I would, as I bent down, always visualize a street scene in a city where I had never been. I became interested in race memory as a possible explanation, for I constantly had the experience of remembering something which I had not myself experienced." The story is told by a Hindu. Duncan spent many years in India as a disciple of Gandhi, who declares that he was born in England as Abercrombie Martin, and tells how he had been completely dominated by his father, who seemed to want to relive his own life vicariously through his son. Experiences of a certain ford on a certain river kept flashing into his mind, particularly when he bent down to pick things up. He went to India and wandered around as a kind of tramp. One day he found himself by the ford at the river, in a kind of daydream. Suddenly a woman spoke to him, his wife, and he was no longer an Englishman named Abercrombie Martin but a Hindu named Jitendra Narayan, who had gone to fetch water in a jar, and fallen into a daydream by the river. Duncan is here trying to catch the essence of certain moments when one's feeling of certainty and identity dissolves, revealing not a world of confusion or insanity but strangely logical vistas. In the preface to his epic poem Man, he describes how, sitting in his London flat, he was possessed for several days by memories that belonged to the past of the human race, a sense of déjà vu not simply about himself but about his remote ancestors. He explains that he had daubed the bare walls with color to relieve the monotony. Glancing up from his writing later, he realized that he had, without realizing it, drawn a bison, matchstick men, and prehistoric animals. This happened before he saw similar drawings reproduced from the caves of Lascaux. Duncan also experienced a sense of smell so acute as to be intolerable. While it lasted, I found I could smell every odor in the adjoining flats. The experience brings to mind Louis Singer's parallel experience described in Part 1, Chapter 3. It struck him, I was not 47, some parts of me were possibly 20,000 years old. He later came to see the experience as a proof of Jung's racial memory. Equally odd, and, as far as I know, unique in kind, is an experience recounted by Robert Graves in an autobiographical fragment called The Abominable Mr. Gunn. Collected Stories. He describes how, one summer evening, sitting on a roller behind the school cricket pavilion, he suddenly knew everything. I remember letting my mind range rapidly over all its familiar subjects of knowledge, only to find that this was no foolish fancy. I did know everything. To be plain, though conscious of having come less than a third of the way along the path of formal education, and being weak in mathematics, shaky in Greek grammar, and hazy about English, I nevertheless held the key of truth in my hand, and could use it to open the lock of any door. Mine was no religious or philosophical theory, but a simple method of looking sideways at disorderly facts to make perfect sense of them. The vision was still there the next morning, although attempts to set it down on paper raised problems of self-expression that undermined it, and it faded the following evening. What Graves means by knowing everything becomes clearer in another episode. He recounts how a boy in the class called F.F. Smalley was suddenly able to do a very difficult mathematical problem instantaneously. It was to find the square root of the sum of two long decimals, divided by the sum of two complicated vulgar fractions. The boy wrote the answer on a sheet of paper, only to be told by the master that it could not be accepted unless he went back and did the working out. Smalley apparently continued to show this same curious ability for the remainder of the term when, owing to the closure of the school, Graves lost sight of him. Now, the ability to do enormous sums is fairly common. Mathematical prodigies reappear in every age, and they are, as often as not, uneducated young men who otherwise show no particular ability. The boy Zira Colburn, asked if 4,294,967,297 was a prime number or not, replied after a moment, no, it can be divided by 641. The best brief account of these prodigies can be found in W. W. Rouse Ball's Mathematical Recreations. How feats like this are performed by the brain is not known, the prodigies themselves cannot explain the process, but Priestley's hypothesis about time immediately suggests that what we are dealing with here is one of those lightning creative processes that occur in time 3. What solves problems is what the philosopher Bernard Lonergan calls insight, in his important book of that name. That is, you suddenly seem to be lifted above the ground, as if you could take a bird's-eye view of a maze, and see the way out instead of ploddingly working it out on the ground by some formula. Lonergan cites Archimedes' cry of Eureka on suddenly grasping the law of floating bodies, as a typical example of insight, and we can see that the essence of such a flash is that it distinctly has the quality of a key, just as Graves says. It answers dozens of questions all at one go, and the excitement of this realization makes the mind see further vistas of questions that it can answer, and so on, with a feeling like ripples expanding across a pool. If I am asked to work out a mathematical problem, I approach it through analogy with other problems, and then begin to calculate step by step, as if I was climbing a flight of stairs. But if real insight comes, which it seldom does, since I am a poor mathematician, the whole thing is speeded up, and it seems possible to reach the top of the stairs in 2 quick bounds. It sounds, then, as if this is what happened to Graves. He states clearly that it was not some religious or philosophical idea, but a key. I have discussed the experience with him, and he was not able to elaborate on the account as already quoted. Insight always has the effect of connecting up disconnected ideas, like those children's games where you connect a series of numbered dots, and the result is suddenly a rabbit or a gnome on a toadstool, a result you could not possibly have inferred by studying the dots. Now, I think there can be no doubt that insight, whether it utilizes time 3 or not, is a normal faculty of the human brain that we have not yet got around to developing. The process of insight is described lucidly in an essay by William James called A Suggestion About Mysticism. His suggestion, stated very briefly, is that states of mystical intuition may be only very sudden and great extensions of the ordinary field of consciousness. He says of such a glimpse, it will be of unification, for the present coalesces in it with ranges of the remote quite out of its reach under ordinary circumstances, and the sense of relation will be greatly enhanced, i.e. the sense of having a key to other experiences. He mentions 3 experiences in which he experienced such a glimpse, and says, "What happened each time was that I seemed all at once to be reminded of a past experience, and this reminiscence, ere I could conceive or name it distinctly, developed into something further that belonged with it, this in turn into something further still, and so on, until the process faded out, leaving me amazed at the sudden vision of increasing ranges of distant fact of which I could give no articulate account. The mode of consciousness was perceptual, not conceptual, my italics, the field expanding so fast that there seemed no time for conception or identification to get in its work. There was a strongly exciting sense that my knowledge of past, or present, reality was enlarging pulse by pulse, but so rapidly that my intellectual processes could not keep up the pace. The content was thus entirely lost to retrospection, it sank into the limbo into which dreams vanish as we gradually awake. The feeling, I won't call it belief, that I had had a sudden opening, had seen through a window, as it were, distant realities that incomprehensibly belonged with my own life, was so acute that I cannot shake it off today. This is exceptionally dear. James had momentarily wakened up, in Gurdjieff's sense, and consciousness ceased to drag itself like a wet fly over a tabletop and launched itself into the dimension of pure insight. James goes on to recount a story of dream experience that is baffling and difficult to grasp. He says that when he woke up in the morning, the dream he had just been having and some earlier dream seemed to somehow telescope together. The apparent mingling of 2 dreams was something very queer that I had never before experienced. The following night, the confusion increased when he awakened from a deep, heavy sleep to find that 3 dreams now seemed to be somehow telescoping together. They were distinct dreams, each with its own atmosphere, one of London, one about trying on a coat, one about soldiers. There was a sensation of belonging to 3 different dream systems at once. I began to feel curiously confused and scared, and tried to wake myself up wider, but I seemed already wide awake. Presently, Cold shivers of dread ran over me. Am I getting into other people's dreams? Is this a telepathic experience? Or an invasion of double, or treble, personality? The description of misery and confusion that follows, of losing all sense of an anchor, anything to cling on to, is very moving. Then it came to him that he always slept very deeply from midnight until about 2 a.m., and that possibly the 3 dreams that were telescoping were dreams that belonged to his deep sleep on previous nights. This explanation restored his sense of balance. He concludes by saying, "To this day I feel that those extra dreams were dreamed in reality, but when, where and by whom I cannot guess." This helps to uncover the source of his panic, the feeling that somebody else's dreams had somehow got into his head, and that our normal sense of security and reality is an error. But then, when one wakes from a deep sleep, it is to immediately experience what Priestley calls Self One, the everyday self that drifts through time one. What James's everyday self seems to have glimpsed is the bewildering vistas of other dimensions of time. This negative experience seems to confirm Priestley's notion of time, particularly when we bear in mind that James called it the most intensely peculiar experience of my whole life. Clearly, it seemed to hold significances that he was not able to express on paper. It can, I think, be seen that James's experience of expanding horizons of fact is nothing less than a sudden total awakening of faculty X, which is, as I have said, a sense of the objective reality of other times and places, instead of the usual subjective worm's eye view in which we are trapped all our lives. It is like standing on a mountaintop and seeing far more than you are able to see from the valley. In fact, Priestley's image of the mist rising on the Grand Canyon expresses it admirably. It can be understood why Graves felt he knew everything while this glimpse lasted. Equally interesting is the fact that, although James believes that such experiences are bound to be momentary, Graves lasted for about 24 hours. This is of immense importance. For the experience that suddenly happened to Graves was a kind of mental counterpart of Holmes' ability to float in the air. And it lasted. If it could last for a day, there is no reason why it should not last all the time. It is necessary to try to gain further insight into the nature of this glimpse. It is quite clearly what the mystics have always talked about. And the mystics have asserted that it is ineffable, that it cannot be talked about or analyzed. In this book we have gone a long way towards analyzing it, and perhaps may go further still. Warner Allen, in his interesting book The Timeless Moment, describes how he experienced the fundamental mystical glimpse. When the writer was on the threshold of 50, it occurred to him, as it must have occurred to many another ordinary journalist, no less hostile to the apparent sloppiness of fashionable mysticism than he was, that he had lived for nearly half a century without discerning in life any pattern of rational purpose. His views on the matter might have been roughly summed up in a vague notion that the universe was shrouded in impenetrable darkness by the powers of life and death, for fear life should lose its savor as a brave adventure, if the mystery of death and suffering was solved, and uncertainty was exchanged for the assurance of future beatitude. A curiously vivid dream shook his faith in this tentative explanation of human ignorance. This quest of truth led through paths of unforeseen darkness and danger, but within a year, an answer came. It flashed up lightning-wise during a performance of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony at the Queen's Hall, in that triumphant fast movement when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. The swiftly flowing continuity of the music was not interrupted, so that what Mr. T.S. Eliot calls the intersection of the timeless moment with time must have slipped into the interval between two demi-semi-quavers. When, long after, I analyzed the happening in the cold light of retrospect, it seemed to fall into 3 parts. First, the mysterious event itself, which occurred in an infinitesimal fraction of a split second. This I learned afterwards from Santa Teresa to call the union with God. Then illumination, a wordless stream of complex feelings in which the experience of union combined with the rhythmic emotion of the music, like a sunbeam striking with iridescence the spray above a waterfall, a stream that was continually swollen by tributaries of associated experience. Lastly, enlightenment, the recollection in tranquility of the whole complex of experience, as it were, embalmed in thought forms and words. That this is the experience William James is talking about becomes almost certain when we consider James's preliminary remark that his own experiences were extremely brief. In one instance I was engaged in conversation, but I doubt whether the interlocutor noticed any abstraction. Alan's second phase, the wordless stream of complex feelings that was swollen by tributaries of associated experience, makes it clear that this is that outward expansion of associations described by James. In short, the pleasure and excitement of the music energized Warner Allen's mind until suddenly, like a spark flying upward, it achieved insight, the bird's eye view. This is the mystical experience that Chesterton described as a feeling of absurd good news, the joy that burst on Faust as he heard the Easter bells, the overwhelming feeling of insight that often accompanies the sexual orgasm. Charlotte Bronte describes a similar glimpse in Shirley, a sudden ecstatic vision of life as she wishes it. No, not as she wishes it. She has not time to wish. The swift glory spreads out, sweeping and kindling its splendor faster than thought can effect his combinations, faster than aspiration can utter her longings. Here, the language is so similar to James's that one could almost believe he was unconsciously quoting it. In A Drug Taker's Notes, R. H. Ward describes his own experiences with lysergic acid, but then concludes that they were not genuine mystical experiences. By way of contrast, he quotes a mystical experience of a friend of his. Last night as I was walking home from the station I had one of those strange experiences of rising up within oneself, of coming inwardly alive. A minute or so after I had left the station, I was attacked by indigestion. I thought to myself, though I suppose not in so many words, I could separate myself from this pain, it belongs only to my body and is real only to the physical not self. There is no need for the self to feel it. Even as I thought this the pain disappeared, that is, it was in some way left behind because I, or the self, had gone somewhere where it was not, and the sensation of rising up within began. I have the impression that movement encouraged this sensation. First there is the indescribable sensation in the spine, as of something mounting up, a sensation which is partly pleasure and partly awe, a physical sensation and yet one which, if it makes sense to say so, is beginning to be not physical. This was accompanied by an extraordinary feeling of bodily lightness, of well-being and effortlessness, as if one's limbs had no weight and one's flesh had been suddenly transmuted into some rarer substance. But it was also, somehow, a feeling of living more in the upper part of one's body than the lower, a certain peculiar awareness of one's head as the most important and intelligent of one's members. There was also a realization that one's facial expression was changing, the eyes were wider open than usual, the lips were involuntarily smiling. Everything was becoming more. Everything was going up onto another level. I found that I could think in a new way. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that I could think and feel in a new way, for it was hard to distinguish between thought and feeling. This was like becoming possessed of a new faculty. He describes the feeling of delight associated with ordinary objects, and this has much in common with Aldous Huxley's description of his sensation of the isness of things under mescaline. However, the experience certainly seems to have involved an awareness of those other dimensions of time. For example, he explains that the thought of death not only ceased to be something to fear, but that death seemed positively to become dear, beauteous death. He adds that he felt as though he could easily give up his own life because it was self-evident that we live in other ways than corporeally. Significantly, it was important to avoid negative emotions, distrust, fear, contempt, because they immediately began to bring him down. And even more significant, he felt that if his present state of mind could somehow be conveyed to a friend dying of cancer, she would be cured, because like any other ugliness or evil, cancer could not exist as such in the presence of God. At the same time, he felt that it did not matter that this physical organism of hers died. This experience calls for many comments. Although he says that he separated himself from the pain of indigestion, it is clear that the indigestion vanished, it was a negative thing, and the upward leap of the mind dismissed it. This method of achieving a higher state of mind, deliberately reminding yourself that you are quite different from your body, is familiar to mystics. For example, the modern Hindu saint Sri Ramana Maharshi experienced his first ecstasy as a result of thinking about the death of his body, then suddenly grasping, as a fact, that he was a deathless self quite distinct from the body. Sri Ramana Maharshi, by Arthur Osborne, London, writer, 1954. Certainly, the sensation of something mounting up in the spine corresponds to the Hindu description of the rise of Kundalini. The reference to the flesh feeling as if it had been transmuted into a rarer substance seems to confirm what Jung says of alchemy as a symbol of higher states of mind. The feeling that cancer could be cured by this state of mind certainly echoes the belief of Christian Science which, as we have seen, receives abundant confirmation in occult tradition. Another example will reinforce the point I am making here. In Arrow in the Blue, Arthur Koestler describes two experiences in which he achieved this sudden transcendence. In the first, he was reading a pamphlet about atrocities in Palestine, and feeling himself choke and seethe with impotent anger. He admits that he suffers from chronic indignation as others do from chronic indigestion. While still in this state, he picked up a book by Hermann Weyl on Einstein, and read the comment that relativity had led the human imagination across the peaks and glaciers never before explored by any human being. And then, I saw Einstein's world-shaking formula, energy equals mass multiplied by the square of the velocity of light, hovering in a kind of rarefied haze over the glaciers, and this image carried a sensation of infinite tranquility and peace. The martyred infants and castrated pioneers of the Holy Land shrank to microscopic insignificance. The fate of these unfortunates had to be viewed with the same serene, detached, meditative eye as that of stars bursting into novae, of sunspots erupting, of rocks decaying into swamps, and primeval forests being transformed into coal. This change in perspective was accompanied by an equally pronounced physiological change. The sensation of choking with indignation was succeeded by the relaxed quietude and self-dissolving stillness of the oceanic feeling. This is a phrase used by Freud in his Civilization and its Discontents, and Freud tries to explain it away in terms of father fixations, etc. The second experience makes the point even more dearly. Koestler was in a Spanish jail during the Civil War, sentenced to death, and he began scratching mathematical formulae on the wall to pass the time. He went on to work out Euclid's classic proof that there is no largest prime number. As he did so, he experienced a deep satisfaction, due to the sudden thought that Euclid was establishing a truth about infinity using finite means. The significance of this swept over me like a wave. The wave had originated in an articulate verbal insight, but this evaporated at once, leaving in its wake only a wordless essence, a fragrance of eternity, a quiver of the arrow in the blue. I must have stood there for some minutes, entranced with a wordless awareness that this is perfect, perfect, until I noticed some slight mental discomfort nagging at the back of my mind, some trivial circumstance that marred the perfection of the moment. Then I remembered the nature of that irrelevant annoyance. I was, of course, in prison, and might be shot. But this was immediately answered by a feeling whose verbal translation would be, so what? Is that all? Have you nothing more serious to worry about? An answer so spontaneous, fresh, and amused as if the intruding annoyance had been the loss of a collar stud. Then I was floating on my back in a river of peace, under bridges of silence. This makes it quite clear that the experience we are now discussing is Priestley's second level of time, time 2, which he experienced looking at the fish. But is it necessary to postulate these different times? Surely, all we need postulate is different levels of the personality. Let us say, for the sake of convenience, that human beings have two poles, a personal and an impersonal pole. The personal pole is evident if I am suddenly in danger. Let us say that I nearly have a street accident, and instantly feel contingent. For a brief moment, the only thing I care about is self-preservation. Most people are excessively personal, they brood too much on their ills and their worries and resentments. When this happens, the vision becomes narrow. I have elsewhere suggested a convenient term for this narrowness, monoconsciousness. If I am sitting in a stuffy room, bored and dull, I am stuck in one single reality, the reality that surrounds me. If rain patters on the window, the sudden delight I experience is due to being suddenly reminded of the existence of another reality out there. This is duo-consciousness, and it is what happens to Faust when he hears the Easter bells, the delighted feeling, yes, something else exists. We are normally trapped in this stuffy room of subjectivity, but when duo-consciousness comes, it is as if I can breathe deeply. I then realize the immensely important fact that my soul can suffocate just as easily as my body. It can die for lack of a kind of oxygen. It is exactly like the relief of the sexual orgasm, as described by D.H. Lawrence, for example. And it is accompanied by an odd sensation of invulnerability, an insight to the effect, I need never suffocate again now I know this. And as if I had obtained a magic talisman capable of forever protecting me from suffocation. It is a sudden knowledge of my own strength. The various experiences described above sound as if they are visitations, sudden descents of the dove that human beings can do nothing to control. Shelley addresses the spirit of beauty and asks, "Why dost thou pass away and leave our state, this dim, vast vale of tears, vacant and desolate?" And that is, indeed, the most fundamental problem of human existence. Why does it? Why do our certainties, our ecstasies, and intensities, evaporate so easily, leaving us with a feeling like a hangover? Husserlian psychology teaches that the correct approach is to examine the problem with the practical eye of a garage mechanic wondering why a car is not pulling. And at this point, I must make an attempt to present any own analysis of the totality of man, and try to pull the themes of this book into some sort of unity. My most basic insight is this, that there is something wrong with human beings. When you have a bad cold, you have a continual sense of oppression, you don't seem to be able to draw a really deep breath, you feel as if you are suffocating. And you are certainly aware that this state is not normal. But all human beings are suffering permanently from a kind of spiritual head cold, and they are not aware of it. Sometimes, when they are unusually worried or tired, the sense of suffocation becomes so oppressive that it turns into panic, and this can be the beginning of severe mental illness. And then there are the occasional moments when the head clears, a kind of bubble seems to burst at the back of the nose, and you can suddenly breathe and see and hear with a new freshness. Something inside us wakes up, and is delighted by the world it finds itself in. The universe is seen to be infinitely interesting and complex. In all these moments of intensity, newness, we are aware of a sense of inner contraction, as if one's consciousness were a fist that had become clenched. And this is the vital clue. We know that our bodies are made up of a swarm of electrons, buzzing around like bees, held together by inner forces of attraction. But the same is true of the astral body, or whatever you choose to call the living, thinking, feeling me. It is also a swarm of particles, like bees. But it differs from the physical body in one important respect. Your physical body always has the same size and shape, more or less. But this mental body can expand into a vague, diffuse cloud, or contract until it seems to be a glowing ball of intensity. It was A. E. Housman who pointed out that the test of true poetry is that it makes the hair prickle. It also causes this mental body to contract. The skin seems to become tighter. Sartre describes it in his novel Nausea. I felt my body harden and the nausea vanish. Suddenly it was almost unbearable to become so hard, so brilliant. He also says, I feel my body at rest like a precision machine. These images capture the feeling of contraction, hardness, almost as if the skin had changed into chrome-plated steel. The same thing happens in the sexual orgasm, a feeling of inner contraction. It is the first step towards what Shaw calls the seventh degree of concentration. This is what Proust experienced when he tasted the Madeleine dipped in tea and suddenly ceased to feel mediocre, accidental, mortal. The feeling was not an illusion. He had accidentally stumbled upon a perfectly normal power of the human soul, faculty X. We are not mediocre, accidental, mortal, even though most of the time we feel we are. I have pointed out that there is an impressive mass of evidence for the existence of the astral body. But for present purposes, it makes no difference whether it really exists, or whether it is regarded as a figure of speech. To verify the reality of the inner contraction, you only have to take the trouble to observe yourself next time you experience sudden intense delight. Once this is recognized, the analysis may be carried further. It will be seen that a certain degree of contraction produces the sense of poetry, Shelley's spirit of beauty, the peak experience. A further contraction produces a sense of being able to act, that Priestley calls the third dimension of time. This is the state of insight, when all the faculties seem to be speeded up. It explains why men become racing drivers and mountain climbers, or go into the desert like T.E. Lawrence, because they want to face an emergency that forces them to contract to this new level of control. At a certain point of concentration, a chain reaction begins to develop. Readers who have studied atomic physics will know that this is the principle of the atom bomb. Uranium-235 is an isotope that disintegrates continually because of its radioactivity. In small masses, the disintegration proceeds slowly. But if more than a certain critical mass is brought together, the disintegration suddenly accelerates wildly, because the bullets of energy thrown out by the atom score direct hits on the nuclei of other atoms, causing them to disintegrate, and the exploding atoms shoot out still more bullets, which strike still more nuclei. The result is an atomic explosion. In an atomic bomb, two small masses of uranium-235 are suddenly hurled together, creating a critical mass, which explodes. There is an analogous principle in concentration. At a certain point, one's mental being, the swarm of bees, seems to reach a certain critical mass, and a chain reaction develops. Something of the sort seems to have happened to Robert Graves as he sat on the garden roller. And at this point, an interesting phenomenon occurs. States of sudden intense happiness often seem to disintegrate as if from their own inner pressure. In the same way, if two small masses of uranium-235 are brought together to form a critical mass, the result will not be a massive explosion, because the reaction that ensues will blow them apart again, scattering the uranium before it can explode. In an atomic bomb, they have to be held together. This explains why mystical intensity, such as was experienced by Warner Allen in Queen's Hall between two notes of a symphony, is usually so brief. It causes its own disintegration. But why, if the mystic wants to keep it so badly? The answer is of fundamental importance. Because the muscles that could hold it are flabby and undeveloped. We only make use of these muscles involuntarily, when suddenly stirred by beauty or by a sense of crisis. And this in itself is preposterous, as if you only used the muscles in your leg when someone tapped you on the knee, causing a reflex action. We possess the muscles for compressing consciousness and producing states of intensity, but we use them so seldom that we are hardly aware of their existence. My simile of the atom bomb can be carried further. An atom bomb can be used as the detonator of a hydrogen bomb. The fusion of hydrogen, which is what produces the sun's heat, requires temperatures and pressures as intense as those in the heart of the sun. These can be produced momentarily if an atom bomb, which works on fission, disintegration, is exploded inside a mass of compressed hydrogen, which then fuses into the more complex helium atom, producing an explosion 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb. Human consciousness is theoretically capable of this kind of power. Man is literally a god suffering from laziness, amnesia, and nightmares. The Catholics call this fault of human consciousness original sin. Heidegger calls it forgetfulness of existence. But it is important to understand that it is not a basic flaw. As odd as it may sound, we suffer from the spiritual head cold because we want to. A man who wants to think locks himself into a quiet room, and perhaps closes all the windows. This has its advantages and disadvantages. It allows him to concentrate, but it cuts out the fresh air and the sound of the birds. When I have to concentrate, for example, when I am writing these pages, I lock myself into an inner room, and close all the windows. If I now decide to go for a walk, I cannot simply open all these windows again. It takes time to unwind, to relax. This is why most human beings spend their lives in a highly uncomfortable state of generalized hypertension without knowing what to do about it. When we are worried, there seem to be two possible courses. One is to do something about it, to look for a way out. The other is to go on feeling worried, to accept it passively as we accept a bad cold or a toothache. There is a third course, but most of us are unaware of it. When a man wants something badly, or wants to avoid something badly, he makes an immense effort of concentration, an inner convulsion. The mental body contracts, and the result is a new sense of power, control, and freedom. Graham Greene's whiskey priest, on the point of being shot by a firing squad, realizes that it would have been so easy to be a saint. Why? Because the threat of immediate extinction causes the inner convulsion, a greater effort of will than he has made in years, perhaps in the whole of his life. And he realizes, with a shock, that if he had made this same effort of will earlier, he need not have wasted his life. Man possesses the power to contract his astral body by an act of will. He is not aware that he possesses this power. The proof of his ignorance is his capacity for boredom. Boredom is the expansion of the astral body, in which the swarm of bees becomes a vague, diffuse cloud. In this state, we experience a kind of nausea, and the sense of meaning vanishes. Life fails, the inner energies drop. The next stage in human evolution will be the deliberate development of this muscle of the will, and a corresponding development of the sense of meaning. It can be seen that, according to this scheme of evolution, Priestley's 3 orders of time become unnecessary. Time 1 is the way I experience time when I am passive and unfocused. Time 2 is the way I experience it when my mind becomes self-governing, which is what happens when it focuses on meaning. Time 3 is the way I experience time when the creative chain reaction begins, when I experience a sense of total control of my mental processes and unwavering perception of meaning. There are some interesting points to observe about these 3 time experiences. The most tiring of the 3 is time 1, a passive living in the present. If I feel exhausted, the best way to recover is to find something that deeply interests me and concentrate on it. If I am exhausted and bored, the curious result is that I continue to run down still further, like a car whose ignition has been left switched on. This principle has been used in the brainwashing of spies. The spy is placed in a completely black and silent room, and as soon as he becomes acutely bored, his will relaxes, his sense of meaning ebbs away, a feeling of misery and panic begins to build up, and his vital forces disintegrate. He begins to feel increasingly mediocre, accidental, mortal. In this state, he is easy prey for an interrogator. On the other hand, if I am bored and tired, and then something happens that arouses my deepest interest, I ignore the fatigue, I concentrate, and my vital batteries begin to recharge at a fast rate. The time 3 experience is the most interesting because it involves the most total control. If I am deeply involved in the contemplation of something else, like Toynbee at Mistra, or Priestley outside the fish shop, I am still basically passive, my mind turned outward. This is time 2. But in times of intense mental activity and concentration, I am aware of being in charge of a chain reaction. That is, the more deeply I concentrate, the more I focus meaning, and the more I focus meaning, the more intensely I concentrate. I have myself experienced the sense of power over time on 2 occasions. On the first of these, I was working in a hospital in a job that bored me. Weeks of inactivity and minor irritations had reduced me to a passive state where I felt almost incapable of concentration. At this time I was deeply interested in Nijinsky, who had died recently, particularly in his attempt to create a new kind of choreography with tense, erratic movements. When I was alone I used to practice ballet exercises, and if there was suitable music on the radio I would experiment with these Nijinsky movements. One evening, the Liebestod from Tristan came on. Its unexpectedness produced a shock of pleasure and concentration. I made an effort to retain this concentration. It seemed as difficult as balancing on one toe, but the movement helped. As my attention began to waver, the climax of the Liebestod induced a new effort of concentration, and quite suddenly, for a space of a second or 2, I had a sense of absolute and total control over time, as if I could order it to stand still. The past ceased to be something that receded from me, like the scenery going past a train. It felt as if I could relieve it as easily as I could put on a gramophone record for a second time. The metabolic processes of the body seemed to be as much within my control as the muscles in my arms and legs. The second occasion was related to the first in that I was again listening to Tristan in The Gods at Covent Garden. The sheer length of the opera ends by inducing a sense of freedom, for the unwanted concentration leads to second wind. It was in this second wind that I decided to try to recreate the sensation of timelessness. Accordingly, I again began to make an all-out effort of concentration in the last 10 minutes. This time there was no need for physical movement to reinforce the effort. After a few moments there was again the sensation of floating, or being suspended, and again the feeling that I could arrest the time processes of the body. This should make clear why I am inclined to reject the notion of a three-dimensional time. Is not Priestley making the same mistake as done in treating time as though it were a real entity, like the sea, when in fact it is a process, like a wave in the sea? And as a process, it is a function of what I have, for convenience, agreed to call the astral body, to distinguish the living, conscious me from the physical shell that will eventually die. What happened in these two cases should be fairly clear. Instead of allowing the aesthetic experience to operate upon passive sensibilities, I made an effort to accelerate the process by concentration. This may seem the wrong attitude, for surely doesn't music, like poetry, require a wide-open attitude, Keats's negative capability? But phenomenologists know that this is an error. All perception is an intentional act, even if we are not consciously aware of it. If you relax too much, as in watching television, you begin to feel bored and depressed. I convulsed the muscle of concentration in an all-out effort, and the result was a glimpse of the kind of control over the body that will be possible at the next stage of human evolution. This, incidentally, can be done at any time, without preparation, although it is a good idea to try it early in the day, when you are feeling fresh. By way of checking this, I just broke off my writing and looked at a colored picture in a Country Life volume on England. It showed a half-ruined monastery against a background of Yorkshire hills. To my ordinary, unboosted perception, it was just a picture that produced little or no response. I half closed my eyes and concentrated hard, as if preparing for some enormous effort. There was an instant shock of response to the picture, a sense of brooding meaning, as if the hills and the sky were saying something. It remained when I relaxed again. This enables me to state my belief about human evolution very clearly. Certain of our functions are automatic: breathing, digesting, responding to crisis. This means that I may sink into a completely will-less state, and they will continue unaffected. Other functions ought to be automatic, but they aren't yet. For example, a girl is often surprised at the intensity of her love for her first baby. Her everyday personality may have given her no reason to expect that she would respond so deeply to motherhood. This is an example of our sense of meaning becoming automatic, being taken care of by our instincts. Unfortunately, we do not have the same built-in response to spring mornings and the thousands of other natural phenomena to which we occasionally react with delight. A man who has just been released from prison may have a peak experience when he looks at the sunset, but most of the city dwellers take it for granted, or worse still, they look at it, say, "Yes, it is beautiful," and don't feel a thing. We have a deeply ingrained habit of passivity which is more dangerous than cigarette smoking or drugs. Why dangerous? Because it produces an inner condition of boredom and stagnation that makes us long for crisis, for excitement, and which explains, for example, the steady rise in the crime rate, and the increasingly violent and motiveless nature of crimes. If poisons accumulate in my bloodstream, my body has an automatic method of getting rid of them. I develop boils, which burst and release the poisons. But if I allow myself to sink into a state of inner stagnation, I have no automatic defense system against it. I have to seek out some challenge or excitement to restore the vital balance. The sex criminal who goes out looking for a girl to rape is seeking a remedy for his sickness, like a sick dog chewing grass. At this point in evolution, when the earth is overcrowded, man needs to develop an automatic system for dealing with these poisons that arise from stagnation, from the endless triviality of civilized life. He must develop the mental muscle I have spoken of, Faculty X. This is less difficult than it sounds. Anything can become a habit if we really want it to. We must first recognize the necessity. What is the relation of Faculty X to other occult faculties, powers of mediumship, for example? I can best illustrate the difference with an example. During the First World War, the playwright Harley Granville Barker deserted his first wife, the actress Lilla McCarthy, for an American heiress named Helen Huntington. The new Mrs. Barker hated her husband's former theatrical contacts and made him give up the theater. In 1925, Bernard Shaw was asked to second a vote of thanks to Barker at a public meeting. He took the opportunity to say that Barker's retirement from the theater was a public scandal, and went on to urge him to come back. Suddenly Shaw experienced a violent pain in his back, as if my spine had been converted into a bar of rusty iron which grated on the base of my skull. He could not even bend down to enter a taxi, and had to walk home. 1 month later, to the very hour, he decided that he must force himself to go for a walk, and the pain vanished as suddenly as it had come. It was later that he told this story to Lady Colfax, who had been sitting next to Helen Granville Barker at the meeting. Lady Colfax told him that while he was speaking, Mrs. Barker was leaning forward in her seat staring at his back, every muscle in her body rigid with hate. It seems likely, then, that Helen Huntington was a witch. Whether consciously or unconsciously, she possessed some of the powers of the evil eye that John Cooper Powys found so disconcerting in himself. This hypothesis might seem to be further confirmed by her extraordinary influence over her husband. Barker was undoubtedly one of the greatest men of the theater in the first decade of this century. He was also a major playwright. He and his first wife had always been happy together, and there was no sign of a break before he met the American heiress. In 1914, Barker was 37. Helen Huntington was 50. Whether she bewitched him in the true sense of the word, bearing in mind Graves' remark that young men sometimes use magical powers to seduce girls, or whether he simply fell in love with her in the normal way, she certainly retained an iron hold over him to the end of his life. Lilla McCarthy described how she went to Shaw, numb with misery. I was shivering. Shaw sat very still. The fire brought me warmth. How long we sat there I do not know, but presently I found myself walking with dragging steps with Shaw beside me, up and down Adelphi Terrace. The weight upon me grew a little lighter and released the tears which would never come before. He let me cry. Presently I heard a voice in which all the gentleness and tenderness of the world was speaking. It said, "Look up, dear, look up to the heavens. There is more in life than this. There is much more." Quoted in Harley Granville Barker, by C.B. Purdom, London, Rockcliffe, 1955. It might seem equivocal to say that Shaw also used a form of witchcraft to comfort her. But he certainly used the authentic magical method, to allow his intuitions to operate, to avoid the obvious, rational way of comforting her with words and arguments, but to allow a telepathic link to grow up between them. A lesser man might have felt constrained to hold out false hopes. Shaw somehow lanced the emotional boil, then tried to restore her sense of objectivity. There is more in life than this. There is much more. This is the secret in the poet's heart of the last lines of Candida, as Eugene walks out into Tristan's holy night. And here, I think the distinction becomes very dear. Helen Huntington seems to have possessed magical powers, but she used them in the service of narrow personal ends. Shaw used them in the service of Faculty X, the expansion of the human faculties beyond the merely personal. This is ultimately the only correct use of the occult powers. Most of the examples described in this book, from calling porpoises to raising the shade of Apollonius of Tyana, are the misuse of such powers. But I must repeat that it is incorrect to use the term occult powers as if they were different in kind from our normal faculties. They are simply another part of the spectrum. They are occult only in the sense that human beings have half forgotten them in the process of developing the rational powers. But the next stage of evolution, the development of a still higher range of rational powers, will involve the redevelopment of these faculties. This point has been interestingly confirmed by researches into the pineal eye, the organ in the brain that the Hindus declare to be the seat of the occult powers. And even the thoroughly rational Descartes identified it as the point where man's soul and his body interact. The pineal organ was assumed to be a vestigial eye, the third eye, although no one could quite decide what use an eye would be in the middle of the brain. In the present century, scientists began to recognize an odd connection between the pineal eye and sexuality. Otto Hübner, a German doctor, discovered that a young boy with overdeveloped genitals had a tumor of the pineal organ. An American, Virginia Fisk, found that if rats were constantly exposed to light, their pineal organs decreased in size while their sexual organs increased. It was finally established that the pineal organ is a gland, not a vestigial eye, and that it produces a hormone that was labeled melatonin. And a great deal more research established that melatonin is produced by the action of a certain enzyme upon a chemical called serotonin. And here the real mystery begins, one that has only been partially solved at the time of writing. This chemical serotonin seems to have a great deal to do with evolution of species. The primates, men and apes, have more serotonin than any other species, far more. It seems to be manufactured in the pineal eye, and one of its functions is to inhibit sexual development and to increase intelligence. This seems to explain why most intelligent human beings seem to be late developers, sexually, and why early developers are seldom, if ever, remarkable for intelligence. One of the fascinating sidelights on this discovery is that the Bo tree, the tree under which the Buddha is said to have achieved enlightenment, produces figs, called Ficus religiosus in honor of Gautama, with an exceptionally high serotonin content. Which leads to the interesting speculation that the Buddha's diet was the ideal one on which to achieve rational enlightenment on the human condition. In 1948 the mind-changing properties of LSD-25 were discovered accidentally, when a Swiss chemist named Hoffmann working with ergot, a fungus found in rye plants, began to suffer from hallucinations. It was discovered that this was caused by a component of the ergot that was later named LSD-25, and whose properties were closely allied to those of mescaline, a chemical derived from the Mexican plant peyote. Both mescaline and LSD may produce intensified consciousness, a feeling of oneness with the universe, beautiful patterns of colors and lights, new vividness of perception. They do this, apparently, by somehow blocking man's rational faculty. I have said that we close our mental doors and windows in order to think clearly. These chemicals open them, and leave them propped open. The exact way in which they did this was not known, but it now seems fairly certain that the LSD molecule produces its effect by destroying the serotonin molecule. A team of scientists in the Fairfield Hills Hospital in Newtown, Connecticut, made the interesting discovery that schizophrenic patients had exceptionally low serotonin levels in the brain, and for a while it was hoped that medicine had at last discovered a cure for schizophrenia serotonin. But no one has discovered, so far, how to convey the serotonin to the place where it matters, the pineal gland. I would also speculate that this notion that schizophrenia is due to serotonin deficiency may be putting the cart before the horse. Schizophrenia is a state of low vitality in which our subconscious robot takes over most of the vital functions, which means that the I walks around in a kind of dream, alienated from existence. It may well be that the serotonin deficiency is the result of this drop in vitality and stagnation of the will. I have described elsewhere, see beyond. The Outsider, Appendix I, my own experience with mescaline. It made rational thought difficult, and seemed to flood me with tides of emotion and intuitive insight. For example, I had a strong intuition that the area where I live, in Cornwall, had been connected with witchcraft in the past. I have not been able to verify this. There was certainly a strong sense of universal benevolence, but, as far as I was concerned, this did not compensate for the loss of the ability to focus with my mind, the feeling that the muscles of concentration had been paralyzed. It was clear to me that mescaline produced its effects by switching off the brain's normal filtering mechanisms, allowing the senses to become flooded with the richness of the physical world. In doing this, it immobilized faculty X. The illuminations produced by mescaline were the reverse of the mental intensity that sometimes develops in me when I am working well. In fact, The mescaline experience was the reverse of intensity. It was a lowering of the mental pressure, a diffusion of the beam of concentration. I find that when I am in a state of intense insight, this beam of concentration narrows until it has a laser-like intensity, and there is a feedback relation between the concentration and the perception of meaning. Mescaline destroyed all possibility of feedback. It simply opened the senses and let everything in. All this would suggest, then, that serotonin is a chemical that is connected with concentration and with faculty X. It also explains precisely why occult powers, such as mediumship, telepathy, ESP, are in some ways the opposite of faculty X. They are certainly related to the state of receptivity produced by mescaline or LSD, and faculty X is related to the state of concentration that depends on serotonin. I do not write produced by serotonin, because I believe that our serotonin production may depend on the amount of concentration we habitually engage in. John N. Blythe True writes in his biochemical study The Parable of the Beast, "So far, all that we really know is that minute quantities of serotonin affect mental states, alter perceptions, and that new dimensions of conventional reality accompany changes in the level of serotonin in the brain," and he adds that serotonin is crucial to rational thought. This would seem to support my guess that concentration is accompanied by a rise in the serotonin levels of the brain and increased activity of the pineal gland, and that serotonin is the faculty X chemical. But observe the corollary to this. If serotonin production depends on the amount of concentration we habitually engage in, then it can be increased by an increased habit of concentration. Conversely, the chief danger of psychedelic drugs, and probably of marijuana, is that their habitual use would cause a drop in the brain's serotonin production. It seems that the next step in human evolution depends simply upon acquiring habits of mental intensity to replace our usual habit of passivity. The antelope can run like the wind, the salmon smell its home river from 3,000 miles away, the electric eel deliver a shock of 600 volts, the dolphin swim with the speed of an express train, the robin navigate by picking up vibrations from the Milky Way. In each case, a faculty we all possess has been developed into a superfaculty by effort. The faculty that distinguishes all the primates, man in particular, from these creatures is the ability to focus meaning, to learn. The most impressive thing about man is his ability to master such a variety of skills, and to master them to such an incredible degree. Acrobats turn somersaults on high wires, Houdini escapes from an iron safe full of water, William Rowan Hamilton knows Latin, Greek, and Hebrew at the age of 5. Zira Colburn multiplies enormous figures in his head within seconds. Athletes continually establish new world records. A century ago the Matterhorn was regarded as unclimbable, now mountaineers stroll up it for a Sunday excursion. There seems to be nothing that man cannot do if he sets his mind to it. Once he has a clear idea of what he wants to do, he seems to be unconquerable. His problem has never been willpower, but imagination, to know what he ought to turn his will towards. And this constitutes the greatest cause for optimism at this point in history, Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce notwithstanding. Evolution proceeds in leaps, and man has now reached the interesting point where he is prepared to understand it consciously, and move forward with a full understanding of what he is doing. Our trouble in the past has been poor communication between intelligence and instinct, which has meant that the intelligent people lacked power and vitality, while the instinctive people lacked vision and long-distance purpose. Intelligence and instinct can be united by the development of faculty X. Once man understands this, nothing can hold him back. And now I come to the most important point in this book, the attempt at a general theory. Let us, for the moment, forget the evidence for telepathy, precognition, reincarnation, and life after death, and stick to logic and the facts revealed by science. The vitalist theory of evolution, for which I have argued in this book, affirms that spirit and matter are antagonists. There is a war going on, and we are in the front line. Our universe is apparently expanding. Astronomers have calculated that if it has always expanded at its present rate, then it must have started about 10 billion years ago, 10,000 million years. Our Sun is about 6 billion years old, and is expected to last another 6 billion. This Earth we inhabit is probably around 3 billion years old. For the first billion years of its existence, it remained a roaring furnace, sweeping around the sun and slowly cooling. And, at some point, the force of life managed to establish a foothold in the realm of atoms. T. Hume, a disciple of Bergson, described life as the gradual insertion of more and more freedom into matter, and went on, in the amoeba, then, you might say that impulse has manufactured a small leak, through which free activity could be inserted into the world, and the process of evolution has been the gradual enlargement of this leak. Life began by molding atoms into the molecules known as amino acids, and then used these to create living cells. The modern Darwinian school of biology would have us believe that this complexification was an accident, which is like asking us to believe that a pile of rusty car parts in a scrapyard might be blown together into a new Rolls-Royce. For another billion years or so, these minute living cells floated in the warm seas, birthless and deathless. No change took place. It was not until a mere half-billion years ago that true evolution began. Life somehow managed to overcome its most basic problem, forgetfulness. Evolution cannot proceed without the accumulation of knowledge, and a single amoeba cannot accumulate much knowledge. It was not until the life force invented the trick of coding knowledge into the reproductory processes that new advances became possible. The Precambrian creatures shed old cells and grew new ones in the same way that my body replaces all its old cells every 8 years. With the invention of death and reproduction, they shed old bodies and grew new ones. Variety replaced monotony as the basic law of existence. Life invented death. There is no escaping this extraordinary fact, although a more conservative view might be that life simply learned to make use of death for its own purposes. The implications are the same. Life is not at the mercy of death. It is in control of death. 500 million years ago, it learned the secret of reincarnation. The aim of all this maneuvering was to establish a firmer bridgehead in the universe of matter. Individual creatures tend to stagnate when they have discovered a comfortable ritual of habit. A young creature fights and struggles and learns, an old creature vegetates. Death was invented to replace the vegetables with fighters and learners, to get the old soldiers out of the front line and replace them with shock troops. The next major step in this war, or process of colonization, was the invention of consciousness, that is to say, of a group of faculties set apart from the instinctive drives. And their purpose? To observe and record and keep files. Consciousness might be described as the life force's secret police organization. And, like the secret police in any totalitarian state, it is the servant of the government, a powerful and formidable servant, but a servant nevertheless. Consciousness was a late evolutionary development because it was a long time before life could afford the energy for such an experiment. The instincts pay attention only to what deeply concerns them. The job of consciousness is to pay attention to everything, to keep watch on the surface movements of the world of matter. Most of the information it accumulates in this way is repetitive and useless, but occasionally its non-stop vigilance pays off, and a few random observations coalesce to form a new piece of knowledge. Consciousness has one immense disadvantage: it divides life against itself. When life was confined to the instinctive levels, its drives were simple, its aim was to increase its foothold in the realm of matter. Consciousness is concerned with superficial problems. The secret police know nothing about the ultimate aims of the government, about its economic and foreign policies. This does not matter so long as the government retains a firm control. But the success of consciousness has been so spectacular that it has become a kind of government department in itself. And this is dangerous. The danger has been immeasurably increased in the past few centuries. The invention of writing gave immense impetus to human evolution, and changed man's vision of himself. There is no evidence that Isaac Newton was more intelligent than Moses or Confucius, but he had subtler methods of storing and utilizing his knowledge. As a result of 3 centuries of Newtonian science, man has become king of his earthly castle. He no longer takes life and death for granted, as his ancestors did. He looks out on the universe with the eye of a master. But consciousness is not the master, it is the servant. It lacks the power and drive of the instinctive life forces. Left to itself, it tends to become passive and bewildered, alienated from the world of instinct and the world of matter. It is a master who has lost all feeling of mastery. Human evolution has advanced too fast, its processes have become too complicated for its own good. But they can be simplified. Consciousness can be turned inward, to the understanding of the vital processes and the evolutionary drives. The chief enemy of life is not death, but forgetfulness, stupidity. We lose direction too easily. This is the great penalty that life paid for descending into matter, a kind of partial amnesia. But it is the next step in the argument that is the crucial one. The universe is full of all kinds of energies. Matter is energy, the most resistant and uncompromising kind of energy. And if life has succeeded in achieving some degree of conquest of matter, is it absurd to suppose that it has not succeeded with more malleable forms of energy? We are back to David Foster's notion of an intelligent universe, but now it is unnecessary to ask, who does the coding? We know the answer. The force of life itself, which has been conducting its campaign for colonization for more than 1 billion years. All this arises logically from the recognition that life is not an emanation of matter but an opposed force. Shaw's Lilith says, I brought life into the whirlpool of force, and compelled my enemy, matter, to obey a living soul. But in enslaving life's enemy, I made him life's master. And earlier in the same act of Back to Methuselah, he expresses the intuition that life may exist on higher energy levels, in the hard-pressed heart of the earth, where the inconceivable heat of the sun still glows, the stone lives in fierce atomic convulsion, as we live in our slower way. When it is cast to the surface it dies like a deep-sea fish. Alfred North Whitehead, another vitalist philosopher, also expressed this notion that life permeates the universe as water might fill a sponge. The great unsolved mystery is that of individuality. If life is somehow a unity, how is it that each of its units feels so separate and unique? Chesterton expressed it in the magnificent last chapter of The Man Who Was Thursday. Why does each thing on the earth war against each other thing? Why does each small thing in the world have to fight against the world itself? Why does a fly have to fight the whole universe? Not only why, but how? Perhaps there are creatures in the world, as Sir Alister Hardy suggests, who possess a communal consciousness. Perhaps there are gnats, hovering in a cloud, who are as aware of one another's existence as of their own. But we cannot even conceive of this. A crowd of pot smokers practicing togetherness are deceiving themselves, as a child might deceive herself that her doll was alive. Human individuality is so absolute that we can no more imagine ourselves without it than we can imagine 1 and 1 making 3. The how is unanswerable. We can only assume that the force of life began its conquest of matter by somehow splitting itself into units, each of which felt separate from the rest of the universe. Chesterton answers the why, so that each thing that obeys the law may have the glory and isolation of the anarchist. So that each man fighting for order may be as brave and good a man as the dynamiter. Which means simply that without individuality, life would not build up the same desperate force. The man of the crowd is a weakling. People who need people are the stupidest people in the world. And so the basic paradox of human nature seems to be inherent in the force of life itself. Without challenge or crisis, it takes things easy, and collapses into mediocrity. So far, all life on earth has had to be driven forward, as slaves once had to be whipped into battle. It has never possessed positive purpose, only the negative one of staying alive and avoiding pain. Evil is physical pain, said Leonardo, going to the heart of the matter. The old theological question why evil, is answered by the recognition that without evil, there would be universal mediocrity, terminating in death. It is only at this point in the Earth's history that this has ceased to be wholly true. With the development of art, science, philosophy, man has acquired the possibility of a positive purpose, a purpose towards which he can drive forward, instead of being driven from behind. It is true that religion has always been an expression of this purpose, but religion was content with paradox, the assertion that the world must somehow be denied. By the Spirit, without trying to understand why this should be necessary. If positive purpose could be established as the human driving force, it would be a turning point in evolution, for it is many times stronger than the negative purpose of avoiding pain. A man can do things out of love or enthusiasm that would be impossible out of fear. His chief problem at the moment is to escape the narrowness of everyday triviality and grasp the nature of his goal. This, in turn, will require the development of what Blake called imagination, but which it would be more accurate to call Faculty X. Our universe seems to be based on the principle of individuality, in which each unit of life is a kind of oasis. We have only to concede that individuality transcends the physical body, that is, to recognize that, like death, it is a tool of life, not an accidental consequence, to see that logic is in favor of some form of life after death, as well as of reincarnation. The whole purpose of life's campaign against matter is to establish continuity, to overcome forgetfulness. This is the purpose behind instinct and racial memory and the DNA code. These are all forms of survival of bodily death. If other forms did not exist, it would be, to say the least, an extraordinary waste of opportunity. Nathaniel Hawthorne felt that Holmes' feats of mediumship and levitation were interesting but irrelevant. Why? Because he was an artist, and the artist loves the physical world. Like Camus watching the great birds in the sky at Gemili, he wants to feel the weight of his life squarely on his own shoulders, and the talk of an afterlife seems a false promise. The artist sees clearly that the solution to the curious pointlessness of most human existence is not another life, but the occasional moments of ecstatic intensity and control when this universe seems infinitely interesting and the idea of eternal life, in this universe, entirely delightful. This is an idea that can be found in Russian mysticism, in Fedorov, Dostoevsky, Rezanov, that eternal life means life on this earth, not in another world. The Jehovah's Witnesses, oddly enough, hold a similar doctrine, that after the day of judgment, the earth will turn into paradise. All this explains why the poet is distrustful of the afterlife. He is less inclined than most human beings to devalue this one. The theory I have propounded resolves the contradiction. The poet is right to be mistrustful about other worlds as a solution to the problems of this one. If my reasoning is correct, then the other world is not intended to be a solution. We are in the front line, the general is back at headquarters, the other worlds that exist between us and the headquarters are support units and supply depots, not a higher level of existence. There is probably more freedom on these levels, the possibility of broader vision, wider consciousness, but of less actual achievement. The possibility of achievement lies back here, where we are. We see the answer to the riddle of physical existence in all moments of great intensity. God is fire in the head, said Nijinsky. When the brain blazes like a bonfire, we no longer need to ask why we are alive. The aim is total control. With this control established, life would become a unity. There would no longer be a distinction between other worlds and this one. And is this not suggested by the sudden birth of spiritualism in the 19th century? The 19th century was the age of Romanticism. For the first time in history, man stopped thinking of himself as an animal or a slave, and saw himself as a potential god. All of the cries of revolt against God, De Sada, Byron's Manfred, Schiller's Robbers, Goethe's Faust, Hoffmann's Mad Geniuses, are expressions of this new spirit. Is this why the spirits decided to make a planned and consistent effort at communication? It was the right moment. Man was beginning to understand himself. I do not regard myself as an occultist because I am more interested in the mechanisms of everyday consciousness. In the past, man's chief characteristic has been his defeat-proneness. Even the giants of the 19th century were inclined to believe that insanity is a valid refuge from the triviality of everydayness. But the answer lies in understanding the mechanisms of consciousness. Once they are understood, they can be altered to admit more reality. The operation requires concentration and precision, the virtues of a skilled watchmaker. We return to the assertion of the opening chapter, man's future lies in the cultivation of Faculty X.